New Orleans Police Department who lost detective.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Wednesday, August 25th, 2021. Hope you guys are all having a great week so far and a fantastic morning. We are taking a Live Now look at the Kabul, Afghanistan skyline as the Taliban move to consolidate power in Afghanistan and evacuations continue. We've been covering what has been unfolding in the Middle East for quite some time here on Live Now from Fox, and we will continue to do so. Good morning, everybody. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. We are going to start your morning brief right there in Afghanistan. President Biden is facing growing pushback on his decision to pull U.S. troops from Afghanistan by the end of the month. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in D.C. with reaction from lawmakers. Again, we're starting your morning brief. Top stories you want and need to know about as you start your day.
We will continue to close cooperation to get people out as efficiently and safely as possible.
As President Biden insists the U.S. is on track to pull Americans and vulnerable Afghans out of Afghanistan by August 31st, many on Capitol Hill are skeptical.
There's no way in 7 days we can remove all American citizens, much less our Afghan partners.
The president cited threats outside of the airport in Kabul, primarily from an ISIS affiliate in the country, as the main reason to stick with the end-of-the-month deadline. Some critics, however, argue the president's decision creates more future security risks.
All of those terrorist organizations which want to attack the United States now have an entire country as a sanctuary, thanks to this withdrawal that we've seen President Biden order.
Several Democrats pushed back on the president's exit date too, saying the Taliban shouldn't dictate U.S. withdrawal. The Taliban have warned against extending the deadline past August 31st.
I don't think that our presence beyond August 31st should be contingent on agreement with the Taliban.
Despite the criticism, the White House says the president has asked the Pentagon and the State Department for contingency plans to adjust the timeline if needed.
The focus of the commander-in-chief is always going to be on the safety and security of the men and women who are serving our country in the military.
While the Pentagon says the U.S. has not started withdrawing troops from Afghanistan, it confirms hundreds of forces have already left the country, including maintenance and headquarters staff whose mission at the airport in Kabul was complete. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News. Madeline, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you live from Orlando, Florida. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the New York skyline. Sun is rising out there. Looks absolutely, positively gorgeous for sure. Again, buddy, thank you so much for tuning in to Live Now from Fox. We are going to head from New York back out to Washington, D.C., and that's because on a party line vote, House Democrats managed to push through the $3.5 trillion budget blueprint, which will underpin President Biden's entire domestic agenda. It was not a done deal, however, until yesterday afternoon after major pushback from within their own ranks. Moderates wanted to prioritize the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure deal passed in the Senate first, but ultimately they'll have to wait until at least next month. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera joining us again, double duty this morning, with the latest on the talks.
House Democrats regrouped on Tuesday to figure out how to push two massive spending packages forward. Frustrations ran high late Monday night after a group of 10 moderates refused to back down on their demand to take up the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill before voting on the $3.5 trillion budget resolution.
If the infrastructure package does not succeed, then of course there's absolutely no chance for budget reconciliation to succeed.
Democrats cleared a key hurdle Tuesday when the House passed a compromise that automatically approved the $3.5 trillion budget resolution as part of a procedural vote, while also likely guaranteeing a vote on the infrastructure bill by September 27.
This approach is fair to those members who want to see that we take up take this up and include more certainty about floor timing for this bill. It is fair to those who want to allow the committees to get to work crafting a progressive budget reconciliation bill as quickly as possible.
However, many Republicans argue lawmakers shouldn't move forward with either bill as the crisis in Afghanistan unfolds, saying they should focus their efforts on evacuations.
This is not a walk and chew gum situation where we go out there and with half of our effort work to get Americans home, and with the other half work on things that are peripheral to that or have nothing to do with that.
The House's parliamentary procedure to advance the budget resolution pushes forward voting rights legislation as well. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News. Taking a live now look, everybody, double duty this morning. You've got Orlando, Florida on the left-hand side of your screen, Chicago, Illinois on the right. If you had your choice, which destination would you be? Surprisingly, there are still a lot of tourists out here in the Orlando area. I thought crowds would die down just a little bit once students went back to school, but it appears the Northeast doesn't go back to school until right after Labor Day, so some students are still on summer break. All right, everyone, we do have some coronavirus updates for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to bring you the latest right here as we can. Pfizer's CEO is talking about the company's next steps after getting its COVID-19 vaccine approved by the feds. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has more from Atlanta.
The U.S. is averaging about 1 million shots every day, but health officials say they're expecting that number to increase now that the FDA has authorized Pfizer's COVID vaccine for people 16 years and older. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla tells Fox News the company is now putting its focus on developing booster shots and getting full approval of its vaccine for young people.
We are having a very large studies right now for kids between 5 and 11. We will be able to finish our studies in September. And a little bit later, we are going to do for kids below 5 years old.
And vaccinating kids is becoming more of a priority as the Delta variant continues to spread, hitting children harder than the original strain. But there are still a handful of states resisting new mitigation efforts in schools, including at least 7 banning mask mandates. On Monday, Utah joined a growing list of states being sued to overturn those bans.
We honestly can't say that our schools are safe if we ignore the guidance from the medical and health experts.
Now that the vaccine has been fully approved, more mandates are going into place, including at Louisiana State University, where football fans entering Tiger Stadium will have to prove they've been vaccinated, reflecting a growing trend among schools and businesses.
If we're not doing everything to take care of people, to take care of one another, artists, patrons, and a staff, I don't see how we get back to it in a healthy environment.
Moderna applied for full authorization for its vaccine about a month after Pfizer did, meaning its approval could come in the coming weeks. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
From Atlanta, Georgia, out to El Paso, Texas, everyone. Again, good morning. You're watching your morning brief here on Live Now from Fox. More stories of danger and tragedy along the southern border. Border Patrol agents are confronting gang members trying to enter the U.S. This comes as the possibility of a new threat coming across the border begins to emerge. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin is in La Joya, Texas, with the latest.
A large group of migrants breaches a border fence in Arizona's Yuma sector over the weekend and crosses illegally into the United States. It was a coordinated effort, thwarted by Border Patrol agents who watched with infrared cameras. More than 1,100 were apprehended in the sector over the weekend. Here in the Rio Grande Valley in recent days, Border Patrol agents arrested 4 confirmed gang members after they crossed illegally, including one from MS-13. But illegal immigrant runners are able to slip through areas where Border Patrol manpower is running thin, as we witnessed in Mission early Monday morning. And in Laredo, a semi-truck was pulled over by Texas state troopers with 132 illegal immigrants who were inside being smuggled. The constant attempts on the United States southern border, a growing concern amongst Republicans as Afghanistan falls into the hands of America's enemies.
We still have an open southern border. Many of us have been down to that border. What we see is alarming. That's even more of a concern now that a terrorist organization doesn't just have a foothold to train terrorists to come back to the United States. They now are in control of a country.
Police in La Joya, Texas also worry about the risk of terrorism. The tiny police department is in the epicenter of the border crisis, and they say if MS-13 is coming across the border, Al-Qaeda can as well.
We already have a problem as it is with COVID. Now adding a terroristic threat to it, just puts everybody on edge as well. Can it happen? Yes, it could happen.
And Border Patrol here in the Rio Grande Valley report that during the last fiscal year alone, they have already arrested more than 140 migrants who are confirmed gang members. The problem is, those are only the ones we know about. We don't know how many end up slipping through the cracks. Reporting in Mission, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
From the U.S.-Mexico border, everybody out to the northeast. Here's a live now look at Wildwood, New Jersey. Look at this boardwalk area. You see splash zone there, a huge water slide, and people walking out and about this early in the morning. 6:10 out here on the East Coast, probably watching the sun as it rises out here for sure. We're continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day, and we are certainly very happy that you are here this morning. Washington State's Department of Agriculture will be removing an Asian giant hornet nest this week. Fox's Frankie Thompson has more on the efforts.
The Asian giant hornet live nest was found down this street just east of Blaine. It was on the base of a tree on someone's property. The State Department of Agriculture says this is the first live nest of 2021, and it will be eradicated this week, bringing much needed relief to local beekeepers. It's beehive inspection time at McFall Bee Yard.
Yeah, they're actually being pretty calm right now.
Calm, and all of them accounted for. A huge relief for Ted McFall, who has been worried about the Asian giant hornet killing his honeybees.
I've been living in fear, basically. I mean, it's very disheartening to never know when the murder hornets are going to show up and slaughter your bees.
McFall is a third-generation beekeeper in Custer that has never seen anything quite like the invasive hornet. He says he lost his strongest, healthiest colony of about 60,000 bees in 2019.
And that's when I noticed decapitated bees all over the front of a colony. And as I rummaged through the bodies and I looked at it, I really had no explanation for what it could have been.
Shortly after that incident, an Asian giant hornet sighting was reported only a few miles away in Whatcom County. So when the State Department of Agriculture found this new live nest also close to McFall's hives, he acted fast.
We have these little cage kind of devices to put on the front of a hive to slow a slaughter down. Now, the murder hornets will still kill the foragers that try to come and go, and so they'll still kill out a hive that way. But at least we have something to slow them down.
State entomologists placed trackers on 3 hornets, one of them leading back to the live nest. McFall says it's critical finding these invasive bugs while they're still alive because they can impact more than just honeybees.
If murder hornets are left unchecked, then they're going to go through the United States and just slaughter bees wherever they want. I mean, it's going to cause food prices to go up because farmers pay me to bring these bees and put it on their land. They expect these bees to be there because if I don't bring them there, then apples are going to be a lot smaller. Blueberries will have a poor yield. I mean, it's going to cause food prices to go up, and that's something that no one wants these days.
What everyone can do is help raise awareness. The state says thanks to a property owner taking a picture, it helped entomologists find the live nest at the base of a tree. McFall says the more people know, the more honeybees they can help save everywhere.
That's exactly how that found that nest. A lady recognized a murder hornet on her house, and she got a photo of it, sent it to the Department of Agriculture. The Department of Agriculture did a bang-up job discovering the nest, and now they're going to eradicate it.
The Department of Agriculture captured its first live nest in 2020. That eradicated nest will be on display at the Smithsonian Museum. Reporting in Whatcom County, Frankie Thompson, Q13 News.
Frankie, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Well, folks looking for a new home, helping the housing market. Fox Business Network's Jackie DeAngelis has that story and more in this Fox Means Business report.
The stock market setting more records. The S&P 500 and the Nasdaq both closing at all-time highs on Tuesday. The Dow finished higher too. Now investors are feeling optimistic about the economy after the FDA gave full approval to the Pfizer vaccine. And house hunters are making their move this summer. The Commerce Department says that new home sales rose in July for the first time in 3 months. And the median price of a new home that sold climbed to more than $390,000. That's an 18.4% jump from a year ago. And ever wonder how much money you waste on food that ends up in the trash? Well, according to new research by Avocado Green Mattress, the average American spends just under $1,500 a year on food they'll never eat. And finally, it looks like sports fans will be betting big bucks on the upcoming college and pro football season. According to Play USA, bettors could wage more than $20 billion on games. That's business. I'm Jackie DeAngelis.
Jackie, thank you so much. And since we're talking about business, we might as well take a live now look. New York, everybody, just outside of the Fox News headquarters. You can see people starting their day out there. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Plenty more top stories from across the country. And we're keeping an eye on a bunch of live feeds to see if we can bring you anything live, raw, unfiltered, and any breaking news as well. We'll be right back. Taking you out to some breaking news this morning here, everybody, on Live Now from Fox. D.C. police are updating us about an armed man shot by police. Let's listen into the details.
Know that just yet. That's part of the investigation.
So this is the second
Yeah.
police involved shooting.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we have to come face to face with armed gunmen in our community. Clearly when people are in possession of illegal firearms, we've been talking about that for a long time. It makes communities unsafe. It makes our police officers unsafe. It's unfortunate that someone lost their life tonight. I'm happy that our police officer, that he was not injured in this situation. But it's one of those things that we don't. It's not something that we look to be involved in.
And how many officers were involved in engaging with you, so to speak?
So there were probably about maybe 4 or 5 officers at least, but only it appears right now maybe only one person may have fired a shot.
And do you know anything yet about this particular firearm?
No, we don't know. We have our representatives from the ATF. The head of the Washington field office of the ATF is here with us. He's on the scene, so they'll be doing a trace on the firearm to see exactly what we have. From what we know preliminarily, this individual is known to law enforcement. Just kind of some of the preliminary checks that we've done. The individual is known to law enforcement, and we'll have to see what the rest of the investigation reveals at this point. Thank you. That's really all that we have.
It
Yes,
looks
sir.
like he reached for the weapon as he was being woken up. Is that the deal?
It's hard to say again because.
Brief recap, everybody, before we lose this live picture from Fox 5 D.C. Authorities say police in D.C. shot an armed man during an incident in the northeast side. It was reported around 3 o'clock this morning when officers responded to New York Avenue and Florida Avenue for reports of a man with a gun. You just heard them say the man was known to police. Officials say the person was shot by police and taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Investigators say traffic will be closed along both eastbound and westbound New York Avenue between 4th Street Northeast and North Capitol Street Northeast due to the investigation. It's a developing story. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox and Fox 5 DC for any updates. Meanwhile, everybody, from the East Coast all the way out to the West Coast, here's a Live Now look this morning at Oakland, California. Hope you guys are all having a great morning, regardless of where you are watching Live Now from Fox from. And the reason I took you out west is because it relates to this next top story I have for you in the morning brief. California may be a tourist hotspot for temporary visitors with attractions like Disneyland, the famous Full House home, which is out there in the Bay Area, and beautiful beaches. But some longtime residents are ready to leave. Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano is in Las Vegas, where a lot of people are moving to.
From the Golden State to the Silver State, tens of thousands of people moving from California to Nevada, and tens of thousands more moving to Texas, Arizona, and Florida, signaling an exit from costly California.
Ben Malone and his dog Coco are still getting settled into their new Las Vegas home. Malone lived in San Francisco for nearly 5 decades, but after retiring, he was ready for a cheaper cost of living.
Well, I moved here because of the California taxes are high, and I'm retired now. I was making good money, but when you retire, it's cut more than in half.
He's one of 826,000 people to leave California since 2019. That's according to Exit California, which helps people with the moving process. Lifelong California resident Ed Gordon is another. He bought a 2,300 square foot home in Las Vegas that cost around $500,000, half the price of what it would sell for in California. That's just the start of his savings.
We saw about a 28% reduction in our overall costs, so just by moving here. So that for us was, really something to consider, and everything else is just kind of, icing on the cake.
Top destinations include Washington State, Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, Colorado, Texas, and Florida. Brandon Roberts is a real estate broker and the president-elect of Las Vegas Realtors. He says the market is hot.
We've got a lot of people selling in other states and moving here because of our tax, state tax here. But yeah, there's an influx of out-of-town buyers coming in and paying cash.
Las Vegas Realtors says there are too many buyers and not enough homes, and the people moving from out of state are helping push the prices up. In Las Vegas, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
Ashley, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. We are continuing on with your morning brief, top stories you want and need to know about as you start your day. So next, we're going to head on out to California, where the MLS All-Star Game, it's in Los Angeles this week. It's happening today. Ahead of that, the league, along with LA's MLS team and other organizations, unveiled the latest installment of an initiative that's an investment in underserved communities. Fox's Christy Fajardo has details.
In Watts, a new field of dreams, one that brought out community members and soccer VIPs and greats from MLS and Liga MX to Charles Drew Middle School.
So where there's people, there's power. Where there's power, there is promise.
Target and the U.S. Soccer Foundation unveiled this mini-pitch field complete with floodlights, all to make soccer more accessible. No grass, no mud, no cleats required, just a ball. A sport that is known worldwide as the great uniter, they believe can also be an equalizer.
Came out to an LAFC match at Bank of California Stadium, and I seen how much it was about community, how much it was a mix of culture. It was a melting pot of ethnicities and different races who were all chanting and screaming and beer and songs together. And I was like, wow, maybe this isn't just for one culture of individuals.
Fields like this one have gone up in urban and rural areas throughout the U.S., all in underserved communities, 16 in the Los Angeles area, something that sports veterans like baseball's Nomar Garcia Parra, who's part owner of LAFC, is proud to be part of.
From the beginning, LAFC's been about community first, whether it be our fans, the people, and those who come to see us, our neighbors, and most importantly, our city.
The hope, a field that brought out soccer greats, may one day produce them.
I think that it'll help us engage more at school because, you know, this is a fun activity that we can have at school.
Soccer is also the biggest and greatest sport in the world, the most popular sport in the world. So that means if you just are able to experience it and are able to see what it's about, then you're able to understand that the world is such a big place and it's for everyone and not just one race.
Taking a Live Now look this morning, everyone, at Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Please find us on social media. All you have to do is search for Live Now from Fox. We have our own Twitter page, and I believe we are starting to get back on other platforms as well. So all you got to do is search for Live Now from Fox. You will find us and connect with us, and we will be happy to do so. All right, everyone. Well, the Space Symposium is happening this week in Colorado Springs after a hiatus last year due to the pandemic. Fox photojournalist Mike Duran shows us some of the sights and sounds debuting at the event.
And I walked in and I saw the Lockheed Martin booth and I was like, oh my gosh.
This is the 36th annual Space Symposium.
This is the coolest thing ever.
Every piece of technology that you see out here is already part of your daily life.
So 4 of those are about 45,000 pounds of thrust each. I didn't expect to be surrounded by like all of these really exciting, cool, big companies.
We've got a full exhibit hall, over 270 exhibitors that are here, that are literally all around the globe, that are here to talk about what they're doing in space and how others can participate with them.
We build and design all of our own engines and also all of our own launch vehicles. So we started as a launch vehicle company. Okay. We are building Alpha, which is a small launcher designed for the small sat market. First launch is actually next week.
We have companies that come here that find new customers, clients, and partners.
We'd love to work with you.
And do more business in 1 week than they may do for an entire year.
This is an awesome time to meet people who both want to supply parts for Alpha, for Blue Ghost, so they want to supply services, but it's also an opportunity for Firefly to reach out to the space industry as a whole and let them know that, hey, we're in the business of selling launches, we're in the business of selling components, we want to sell you engines, we want to sell you space we want to sell you a ticket to the moon.
We bring the world's global ecosystem together to Colorado Springs for 1 week out of the year, literally making Colorado Springs the capital of the world space community.
Being in the space industry is just like the dream come true.
Oh, so cool for sure. Taking a Live Now look, everyone, at X-Rad radar, showing you the current temperature conditions across the country. Looks like there's some lightning out there in the Midwest. As you can see, we are sitting warm and comfortable here at 75 degrees in the southeast and central Florida. New York City coming in at 73 degrees right now. When you're looking at the Bay Area, San Francisco, 57, 59 degrees. Seattle coming in at 61 degrees this morning. There are heat advisories, warnings, small aircraft advisories as well across the country. Be sure to tune into your local Fox owned and operated stations for all the updates that you need to know about. All right, everybody, we are continuing on with your morning brief. Top stories you want to need to know about as you start your day. You know me, I like to end things on lighter, happier notes if possible. An emotional reunion out here in Florida after a wrongfully convicted man is released from jail after spending 31 years behind bars. Fox's Jordan Bowen has the story.
It's a day more than 3 decades in the making, and one Tony Hops and his family weren't sure would come.
It was just amazing because he gave a long embrace to his sister-in-law, which is sort of emblematic of the long struggle that he's had.
Hops was sentenced to life in prison for armed robbery in Tampa, accused of holding up an elderly couple at the Tahitian Inn on Southdale Mabry back in January 1990. His conviction largely hinged on a photo lineup.
The identification was incredibly flawed, both the way they prepared it, the way it was administered.
In it, Hops stood out as the only suspect pictured with a mustache, which matched the perpetrator's description. However, at the time of the crime, Hops had a beard, which meant police had showed the victims a dated photo.
That likely led to a misidentification. Secondly, there was other evidence that came out that corroborated an alibi that the suspect had, that the defendant had, which meant that it was impossible for him to be at the scene of the crime when the crime occurred.
Evidence State Attorney Andrew Warren and his team, including supervising attorney Teresa Hall, helped to uncover through the office's conviction review unit, an effort solely dedicated to finding and removing wrongful convictions.
Now we can stand here today knowing that we have righted a wrong that stood on the books for over 3 decades.
Since the unit began in 2018, they've reviewed 340 cases and overturned at least 21 convictions. Of those, Hops is one of the defendants who've served the most time. Seth Miller with the Innocence Project of Florida was there when he walked free from the Hardy Correctional Institution after 31 years behind bars.
People are thrilled, and he's just looking forward. He's a huge family, looking forward to seeing all of them and getting to reacquaint himself with his large family and being able to move on with his life.
Reporting in Tampa, Jordan Bowen, Fox 13 News.
Taking a live now look, everybody, at the Niagara Falls area. You can see the sun has risen out there. Absolutely, positively gorgeous sunrise. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. We're going to depart Niagara Falls, New York, take you out to Vietnam, where Vice President Kamala Harris made some remarks earlier this morning.
Thank you, Chris. It is an honor to be here to celebrate the launch of the Southeast Asia Regional Office of the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. It is one of 4 such offices in the entire world, and a testament, a true testament, for our commitment to this important region. So thank you to all of those who made the opening of this office possible. It is an honor to be here today with all of you, the leaders charged with keeping Southeast Asia healthy. There has never been a more important time to do this important work and to join together in partnership. The pandemic has taught us that our world is more interconnected and interdependent than ever before, and that the threats we face are accelerating more rapidly. We have all felt this deeply, both as COVID-19 has taken millions of lives around the world, and as our world has come together to develop and distribute vaccines that are saving millions of lives. This January, when President Joe Biden and I took office, we were determined to build an arsenal of safe and effective vaccines for the world. And to date, of the 110 million doses we have shipped out worldwide, we have delivered more than 23 million of those to Southeast Asia. Today, I am pleased to announce 1 million more doses are on the way to Vietnam as we speak and meet at this very moment. This brings the total number of doses we've donated to Vietnam to 6 million. And these new doses will start arriving in the next 24 hours. I should add that all of these deliveries are, in fact, donations, free of charge, with no strings attached. Because for us, this is about saving lives, period. We have also pledged $500,000 to ASEAN COVID-19 Response Fund to support the purchase of more vaccines. The United States remains a strong supporter of ASEAN centrality, including in a regional health security location. And we will look to deepen our public health cooperation with ASEAN going forward. In addition, we have provided more than $150 million in emergency assistance to the countries of this region to help get those shots in arms and to help COVID patients recover. With the launch of this office today, we intend to build on these efforts and help to grow the public health infrastructure across Southeast Asia. Specifically, we want to work with you to improve readiness and response in the inevitable event of a future pandemic or public health crisis. To that end, we are working to train disease detectives we call them, health professionals, through the field of epidemiology and that training program, which has actually been in place in Asia since 1980. We are also investing in research and supporting the creation of emergency management systems. And we are working with all of you to develop the next generation of healthcare professionals, because we know the COVID-19 pandemic will not be the last threat of its kind that we face. And we must be, if we are honest, better prepared for the next one. On that note, at a time when we should be celebrating nurses and doctors, we are especially alarmed by the situation in Myanmar, where the military continues to attack healthcare professionals. President Joe Biden and I are deeply concerned by the military coup and the human rights abuses that have followed. We condemn the violence and stand with the people of Myanmar. This must end. And today we reiterate our call for an end to the violence, the release of those unjustly detained, and a swift restoration of the path to democracy. In closing, in this new era, indeed our world is interconnected and interdependent. Partnership is therefore essential. We must all be willing to take on the challenges together. The challenges, let's take them on together to create opportunities together. Launch of this CDC office and our work together is so very important. Thank you all, and we look forward to partnering with you for the thank you.
Again, everybody, that was Vice President Kamala Harris out in Vietnam. You heard that brings the total number of vaccines the U.S. has donated to Vietnam to 6 million. The Vice President making sure that everybody understood that it is a donation. Meanwhile, we're taking a live now look at the White House in Washington, D.C. Hope you guys are all having a great morning. We are at about 6:40 out here on the East Coast. We're going to head on over to Tennessee next here on Live Now from Fox to get everybody up to speed with the latest in terms of the unfortunate deadly flooding that has been taking place out there.
Crews here in Waverly, Tennessee, making progress in the aftermath of deadly flooding. Less than 10 people are now missing. Rescue workers have been searching through debris the past few days, utilizing search dogs to find anyone unaccounted for. Officials say the number of missing fluctuated as people who weren't able to reach loved ones confirmed they were safe. Many of those families reunited at local schools.
We've been able to reunify over 100 families. It's been incredible. You wouldn't believe what's going on here at this school.
But that's not the case for many residents who now mourn the loss of relatives and neighbors who helped get people to safety.
We lost Miss Mary. She drowned in the process. She was our hero. She saved us.
Volunteers from local churches and law enforcement agencies are going house to house, helping people clear out their homes. In the town of Waverly, water started to subside, revealing the full extent of damage. Homes forced off their foundations, while cars and other belongings have been found blocks away from their original locations. Renee Muha says water flipped over cases in her jewelry store like they were toys. She, like many other business owners, face a monumental cleanup.
We have a lot of people being helped, but the devastation is so tremendous. We just don't have enough help. Too many homes were devastated.
President Biden approved a disaster declaration for Tennessee, freeing up federal aid for recovery efforts. In Waverly, Tennessee, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Charles, thank you so much for that update there. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. You are watching Live Now from Fox. It is Wednesday, August 25th, 2021, and we are so happy that you are watching this morning. We're going to go to a segment from Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're telling us some reaction to Pfizer getting the full FDA approval for the COVID-19 vaccine.
Well, now that the FDA has formally approved Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine here in the United States for those ages 16 and up, what exactly does that mean?
And will full approval help sway more people to get vaccinated? Dr. Eduardo Sanchez, the American Heart Association Chief Medical Officer for Prevention, joins us this morning to discuss all of this. Good morning to you, Doctor. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
So let's ask you the question that so many of us have been asking. We know people, I'm sure you know people, who said once the FDA approved Pfizer's vaccine officially, then they would be encouraged to get the shot. Do you see that happening?
I see that happening for a lot of people who have said until there's FDA approval, we will wait. The other thing that we're already seeing is that employers, both public and private, are now pivoting with that full FDA approval to say with a little bit more force, you must be vaccinated to return to the workplace.
You know, Dr. Sanchez, there is still, however, so much misinformation out there. We're going to be doing a story here a little bit later on about people who are actually taking medicine meant for animals to deworm them because they think somehow or another it's going to either prevent COVID-19 or cure them of COVID-19. How big a battle is it to overcome that information? And it sounds like it's an uphill struggle.
It's an uphill struggle, to be sure. And I think that what I would like to suggest to folks is if you've got some questions about how best to go about protecting yourself from COVID-19, talk to your doctor, talk to your pharmacist, talk to someone in the medical community that you trust. Many of us have underlying medical conditions and already have a relationship with a physician. So important to have that discussion. And if for some reason that's not possible, go to getvaccineanswers.org, getvaccineanswers.org. Ad Council and the COVID Collaborative are supporting this website. It is meant to inform, not meant to direct, not meant to tell you what to do. It is a place where questions can be answered, and the degree to which you have uncertainty can be reduced to that uncertainty and provide you the information to make an informed decision about what would be best for you and your family members. But let's make no mistake, misinformation is really a challenge to overcome. Talk to someone you trust or go to a trusted website where you can verify where the information's coming from.
Yeah, misinformation has been a challenge from the beginning, and it doesn't seem to be going away. Let's talk about young people. You know, a lot of them going back to school now. We're waiting to see what the FDA does and what the vaccines do as far as getting more young people vaccinated. And then, of course, you've got the Delta variant, and it seems like the young people are the ones really getting it and spreading it. There's so much to cover with that age group.
There is so much to cover. I think the critically important things to say is with the FDA approval, people should feel more confident. I will say if you've got people in your family 12 and above who have not yet been vaccinated, get in line, get a vaccine, or get in line and have a conversation. And the rest of us who have children under 12 and or immunocompromised with or without boosters, we should all be reminded that wearing a mask, watching our distance, and washing our hands regularly still work and still will protect us and will protect others.
Dr. Sanchez, thank you so much for your time this morning. Really appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Big thanks to Fox 11 Los Angeles for that update. Taking a live now look, everybody. This is International Drive. I Drive for short out here in Orlando, Florida. You can see the sun has risen out here on the East Coast, but you still see the lights there in the entertainment district. Gordon Ramsay has a new restaurant out there. It's called Fish and Chips. I was able to try it lately. It's pretty good. All right, most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This Wednesday, August 25th, 2021. We're taking a Live Now look at Port Canaveral, Florida, everybody. President Biden isn't budging. He's sticking to next week's deadline to pull all U.S. forces from Afghanistan. The evacuation efforts continue, though, and as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, we expect to learn today how many Americans may still be waiting to get out.
Both the Pentagon and the White House have been pretty cagey about how many Americans are really left in Afghanistan at this point, but we do expect some kind of an estimate today as time is running out. U.S. forces are still on the ground at the airport in Kabul, coordinating this hasty evacuation mission. But even they have started to leave, on orders from the White House.
The sooner we can finish, the better.
President Biden yesterday with a delayed update, standing by next week's deadline to remove U.S. forces, despite enormous pressure from U.S. allies and even members of his own party.
Every day we're on the ground is another day we know that ISIS-K is seeking to target the airport and attack both U.S. and allied forces and innocent civilians.
The president says it's possible the date could be extended, but the White House thinks that at least all Americans who want to leave should make it out on time. But there are real doubts about that, and the Pentagon will only say that several thousand have been evacuated.
That is as far as I'm going to be able to go today.
He will have blood on his hands. People are going to die, and they're going to be left behind.
Republican critics have been unsparing, saying it's clear that many Afghans who assisted the U.S. will be abandoned. And even some Democrats say this has been mishandled.
This looks like a planning failure, a military planning failure, as to how we draw down our forces, how we evacuate our personnel.
Can you guarantee every American will be out before the troops leave?
The president left the podium yesterday without answering questions, as the remaining U.S. forces in Afghanistan are preparing for their own departure next week. Well, the State Department, meantime, says that it has made more than 4,000 phone calls to Americans in recent days to ensure that all U.S. citizens who want to get out of Afghanistan make it out. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Big thanks to Doug for that update there. We're taking a live now look, everybody, at the New York skyline. So beautiful this Wednesday morning. Hey, thank you so much for tuning in to Live Now from Fox. I'm going to ask you for a favor. Please like, share, subscribe, regardless of how you are watching. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here. We are about 2 hours away from an expected live news conference with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. But meanwhile, we're hearing that Democrats on Capitol Hill, they just cannot agree on this infrastructure bill. House Democrats regrouped on Tuesday to figure out how to push two massive spending packages forward. Frustrations ran high late Monday night after a group of 10 moderates refused to back down on their demand to take up the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill before voting on the $3.5 trillion budget resolution.
If the infrastructure package does not succeed, then of course there's absolutely no chance for budget reconciliation to succeed.
Democrats cleared a key hurdle Tuesday when the House passed a compromise that automatically approved the $3.5 trillion budget resolution as part of a procedural vote, while also likely guaranteeing a vote on the infrastructure bill by September 27.
This approach is fair to those members who want to see that we take this up and include more certainty about floor timing for this bill. It is fair to those who want to allow the committees to get to work crafting a progressive budget reconciliation bill as quickly as possible.
However, many Republicans argue lawmakers shouldn't move forward with either bill as the crisis in Afghanistan unfolds, saying they should focus their efforts on evacuations.
This is not a walk and chew gum situation where we go out there and with half of our effort work to get Americans home, and with the other half, work on things that are peripheral to that or have nothing to do with that.
The House's parliamentary procedure to advance the budget resolution pushes forward voting rights legislation as well. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News. Madeline, thank you so much. Hey, everybody, we're taking a live now look at Atlanta, Georgia. Look at all the construction that is going on out there. I see at least one high rise, maybe some others going up there. Not quite sure if they're apartments or office buildings, but regardless, we wanted to show you the live now look because we have cameras not just across the country, but worldwide. So we certainly want to take you to wherever we can. But meanwhile, everybody, my name is Pilar Arias. I am joining you from the East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Happy to be with you here this morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to take you out to Fox 5 Atlanta. They did a coronavirus question and answer. And guess what? There's been a lot. We are almost a year and a half into this pandemic, and there's still a lot of things that we are trying to figure out.
And now that the Food and Drug Administration has granted full approval to the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine, what impact will that have? And there's new information about how well a third dose of the vaccine seems to be protecting seniors. The Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvin joins us live to talk about the vaccine and the new information coming in. Good morning, Beth.
And good morning, Portia.
Let's start with that FDA approval and what that could mean for the vaccine rollout.
So I think it could mean a couple of things. It could mean, there are still about 85 million Americans who are on the fence about getting the vaccine. And they're eligible, but they have not gotten their shots. And I think that, there have been polls like a Kaiser Family Foundation survey that asked people why they are not getting, they're not getting vaccinated. And one of the reasons, 30% saying that they would get the shot if it were fully FDA approved, that they were waiting for full authorization of the vaccine. They didn't want the emergency use authorization. There was a feeling that it had happened all too quickly and they wanted full approval. Then they would get vaccinated. So we may see an increase in people getting vaccinated. Portia, where I definitely think you'll see an increase is in mandates, in in companies, in businesses, in governments mandating the vaccine now that it is fully approved.
Got it. All right, let's talk about this vaccine. It's approved for adults 16 and older, but what about that age group 12 to 15? What happens to those folks?
So right now, it is not fully approved for them. It's approved for that age group under an emergency use authorization. Right. And the reason for that is that the studies with younger people started later than the studies with adults. And so they're still doing that 6-month follow-up. And until they get that data and the FDA looks at that, you're just going to see, it's just going to be an emergency use authorization. Pediatricians still saying this is absolutely safe for younger people and really encouraging younger people with this Delta variant to go ahead and get vaccinated.
So just to be clear, Beth, this is just some time that the FDA spends just looking at more of the data from people all over the world who are using this. It's not like there's some new groundbreaking information. It just gives them more time before they can finally say, yes, this is the final approval, right?
Absolutely. So what happens is, the studies go through their full study period, and then they go into a follow-up period, usually like a 6-month follow-up period. So that age group from the 12 to 15, they are still in that 6-month follow-up period after their study, and they're not seeing anything significant. They're holding it back, but it's just an issue of time.
Right, got it. All right, and there's some new data in from Israel about seniors who received a 3rd dose of the Pfizer vaccine. It looks promising.
I think it really does. So Israel was a little bit ahead of us. It's been ahead of us in the, being hit by the Delta. So we're kind of looking at Israel because they have similar vaccination rates. They did really well on vaccinating people, and they're getting hit earlier. So we're watching them to see what happens there. And this is interesting. They started giving the vaccine to people who are 60 and older, a booster shot, a 3rd dose of the Pfizer vaccine on July 30th. And here's what they found, Portia. They found that 2 weeks after the seniors got that 3rd shot, they had 4 times higher protection than they had with 2 shots. And that's protection against infection. And they had 5 to 6 times higher protection against serious illness and hospitalization. So there is something to say, at least we have some data to say, yes, if you get that 3rd shot and you're older and maybe you haven't had the same initial response to the vaccine, or that response is, the protective response is waning, this seems to take the levels back up again to a very, to a high level of protection. So I think that's really good news for a lot of people, Portia.
It really sounds like, back here in the U.S., is it still looking like the U.S. will start to roll out the booster shots for everyone on September 20th, or the FDA still has to authorize the 3rd dose? How does this all work?
Yes. So the FDA has to authorize a 3rd dose, and that will probably be authorized under an emergency use authorization, just like the initial vaccines were. They'll authorize that 3rd dose. And then there is a committee, a vaccine expert committee that advises the CDC. It's called ACIP, and they will meet on the 30th, I think, of this month, and they will kind of hash out the pros and the cons of a 3rd dose and make a recommendation that the CDC will sign off on, saying, yes, we recommend people get this 3rd dose, all Americans get this 3rd dose, or no, we don't recommend they all get this 3rd dose. So there's still a couple of hurdles that the Biden administration has to jump through with this 3rd vaccine. So they're looking at the week of September 20th.
All right. Beth, as always, we thank you for breaking down the latest details on all of this.
Yes, big thanks to Beth Galvin there and Fox 5 Atlanta for putting that together. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break before we get to the top of the hour. We'll be right back. Video released yesterday by the U.S. Air Force shows airmen at Ramstein Air Base in Germany preparing temporary lodging and supplies for refugees from Afghanistan. I believe it's actually Ramstein. Video showing airmen building pods during Operation Allies Refuge intended to facilitate, quote, the quick, safe evacuation of U.S. citizens, special immigrant visa applicants, and other at-risk Afghans from Afghanistan, end quote. That's according to the Department of Defense. The base at Ramstein was serving as a transit location for evacuees from Afghanistan and would provide temporary lodging, food, medical services, and treatment while they awaited transportation to the United States, officials said. The DoD said that within 48 hours of the start of Operation Allies Refuge, more than 7,000 evacuees had landed at Ramstein base out there. Meanwhile, everybody, American soldiers in Kuwait prepared lodging and supplies for evacuees as operations to safely escort thousands from Afghanistan unfolded at U.S. military bases across the world. Footage shared by the Department of Defense shows soldiers receiving evacuees at a temporary location at the Ali Al Salam Air Base in Kuwait. This was earlier this week. According to U.S. Ambassador to Kuwait, Alina Romanowski, 5,000 Afghans would pass through Kuwait, quote, before heading to their final destinations, end quote. The U.S. Department of State launched Operation Allies Refuge to evacuate civilian personnel, special immigrant visa applicants, and other at-risk individuals from Afghanistan as quickly and as safely as possible. Again, everybody watching live now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I am currently joining you from the East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Top of the 7 o'clock hour. We are so happy that you are here this hump day, Wednesday, August 25th. We are following the top stories, live events, breaking news, not just across the country, but worldwide right here for you on Live Now from Fox. But next, we're going to take you out to Fox 2 Detroit, and that's because they put together this segment about how lots of businesses are struggling to survive during the COVID-19 pandemic.
In business for 40 years, Jim Sage says the customer service at his restaurant Sageos is among the things he's most proud of.
I have been known to give quality and service to my guests, and I will not sacrifice that.
Now Sage says he's putting his customers first by temporarily shutting the doors of his Clinton Township restaurant because of a staffing shortage.
It kind of hurts. I made this decision because, we're supposed to have 20 servers, we have 11, we're supposed to have 5 bartenders, we have 2, we're supposed to have 5 cooks, we have 2.
For months, we've heard restaurant owners like Sage say they're struggling to find enough employees. They believe it's because of the COVID-19 unemployment checks.
At the end of the day, people don't want to work. They're getting paid more at home to stay at home and not to work.
For now, Sage is using his extra downtime to regroup. He's staying positive and plans to open again next month. Sage says he knows he made the right decision by the response from his Clinton Township community.
It's been huge. Our guests have been amazing. The response has been great. At this point right now, if I cannot deliver the service and the quality that we promise and honor our guests, I'm not doing it.
Again, Sage plans to reopen in September. That's when the federal pandemic unemployment assistance ends. He also believes that's when the staffing shortage will end. I'm Veronica Meadows on The Edge.
I think these numbers are still far more stark, far more severe than we were expecting.
Alarming results from a recent Michigan Restaurant and Lodging Association survey that took the pulse of the hospitality industry, from restaurants to hotels all across the state.
And right now we're experiencing 90% of them aren't staffed to the degree that they need to meet that demand right now.
It's been a month and a half since COVID restrictions were lifted, and as patrons rush back to indoor dining and hotels, the survey found that 88% of industry respondents are operating with inadequate staffing, and that includes 100% of banquet halls that participated in this survey, and for those that did not.
We had an interview today, and they didn't show. Probably our last 6 scheduled interviews haven't shown.
Understaffed is, like I said, it's an understatement. You'll catch me cooking, working the line, working up front, doing anything that I need to do to make sure that we keep the doors open.
As staffing shortages continue, the survey also revealed that many establishments have had to reduce hours. In fact, a little over 80% of hotels are limiting room inventory because they do not have adequate staffing to turn rooms over for the next guest. Restaurants are also making adjustments.
Usually we would open at 7 in the morning and be open until 9 o'clock at night. Now we're running 9 in the morning until 8 o'clock at night.
A reduction that also reduces profits.
Definitely hurts, thank God that we've had our loyal customers come back.
In 2021, many of the survey respondents have increased wages, but still can't find applicants.
70% of them are offering more flexible scheduling than they used to, and half of them have offered some sort of financial incentive, a signing bonus, which you see out there a lot right now, and that's still not bringing enough people back.
As COVID numbers go back up, MRLA fears many businesses in this industry won't survive another shutdown, so it's calling on lawmakers to provide the necessary funding from the American Rescue Plan Act.
The very stipulations within that law, this industry should be receiving a lion's share of them. But the Michigan legislature and the governor have got to come together. They got to find a solution in September that gets these dollars out the door.
In Ferndale, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
I love making women feel beautiful, confident, and excited.
Inside Jenna in White in Berkeley, you'll find timeless wedding gowns with beautiful beading, exquisite lace, and more. Here there's also lots of excitement that comes with brides finding their perfect dress.
When a bride is coming in, I want her to feel like she's shopping with a friend. It's more fun, it's exciting.
Owner Jenna Huntley says because of the pandemic, this is one of their busiest seasons yet.
You're getting a lot of the girls from 2020 that had canceled weddings, and they're coming to pick up their dress and all that fun stuff, but then you're also getting the girls that wanted to get married, and now they're all getting married this summer.
Huntley said she's had to work through challenges a lot of business owners are facing, like slower shipping and a staffing shortage.
At the end of the day, when I see a bride crying because she's just so excited to marry her soulmate, right there I can go home and just say, okay, yes, there was some stress issues during the day, but you're helping somebody.
Meanwhile, on Saturday, families had some extra help.
Wow.
Monty Durham is the fashion director for TLC's Say Yes to the Dress Atlanta. He flew in to give brides his expert advice.
Hearing saying yes to a dress always is music to my ears.
He also gave us his own insight as to what's going on behind the scenes in the wedding industry.
It's opened up almost full force all of a sudden. The doors have opened. So there's a backlog of getting gowns and having gowns available to purchase.
Right now, Durham says manufacturing has also slowed.
Salons have shut down. We've had designers that are working that are usually the creative directors of their salons are now back in the cutting rooms and sewing themselves to get these gowns ready and out the door.
Durham and Huntley want to assure brides they can still find their dream dress. They suggest only going to a few stores, finding somewhere that makes you feel comfortable, and shopping a year in advance. Durham says the most important thing, stay true to yourself.
I can tell you what's going to look good on you. I can tell you what's great for your venue, but I can't tell you how that dress is going to make you feel.
In Berkeley, Veronica Meadows, Fox 2 News.
The problem was the hassle that we all go through when getting your car fixed. You have to fix an appointment, you have to wait for a few hours, get an Uber or Lyft back, and it's just a nightmare.
From the nightmare came a dream for Ann Arbor entrepreneur Prashant Sala. He's the creator of the 3-year-old service called Fix My Car, allowing you to skip the trip to the mechanics and instead have the mechanic come to you. He remembers one of his first customers that helped jumpstart the business, a woman in Detroit who got stranded.
She was a single mom with 3 kids. 6 p.m. Sunday night, there was no way she could get her car fixed. She gave us a call. Tobias, our lead mechanic in Michigan, went out, fixed her car, and she was out and about. She sent flowers and chocolates the next day.
While the flowers and chocolate are optional, the money you owe when you hire the mechanic to go to your home or your office, well, it's said to be about 20% less than if you go to the shop. They're in Metro Detroit, Houston, and Dallas so far. They're hoping to grow.
We match a perfect mechanic for your car, for your service need in your location. We background check them. We make sure they have the technical, soft skills to be able to come out almost the same day and fix your car.
He says almost the same day, as sometimes there's a delay because they need a part. He's created a partnership with O'Reilly Auto Parts to get what's needed as quickly as possible. Just hop on the website, tell them your issue, and like an Uber or DoorDash, you get service, not food or a ride, but a mechanic at your doorstep. Like Tobias, he's thrilled because he says the pay is a lot better than working at a shop. And then there's this.
Flexibility. Yes, I'm able to take time off if I need it. I'm not stuck in a building all day. Just great.
People are telling us that this is way more convenient. This is almost like the Amazon Prime of auto repair. All they have to do is to click a few buttons, get a car mechanic come to their house, and they just get blown away by the convenience.
There's a name for it floating around in the academic world. It's called the Great Resignation. Carrie Sochet with Purple Squirrel works to match employees with employers, a professional matchmaker. She says the Great Resignation is definitely on.
People have been wondering, is it going to happen? Is it not? And I will say it is happening.
Longtime employees are resigning at a fast clip. According to Oxford Economics, 2.5 million Americans have retired since COVID started. That's twice as many people who retired in 2019.
The reasons for leaving jobs, it could be I want to go pursue my passions. I'm not passionate about the field that I'm working in. While I may be good at it, I've got other interests that I want to pursue. Many are, unfortunately, we are hearing of a lot of working moms who are saying, I don't want the pressures of going back into the office. I want to be able to stay at home.
For many employees, sitting at home gave them time to reflect on their priorities, the things that make them feel alive.
There's people that want to travel, retire early. Maybe they've got that nest egg built and they've decided I just don't need to work. I don't want to continue to hustle the way I've been hustling. So I think there's just a lot of reasons.
For employers, the Great Resignation is serving up a major challenge: how to make coming back to work actually work for both sides.
What is the right approach for returning to the office? Should we do a hybrid? Do we need all this office space? What's right for some employees might not be for the others. And so I think that there's a lot of flexibility. There's a lot of just leadership challenges, but I think it all comes down to communication.
And while workers were thinking hard about their futures and how to shape it, so were companies.
In some cases, they're using it as an opportunity to rescope the role, think about their organizational structures, think about what do we really need. You know, we've got a CFO search, or actually 2 or 3 CFO searches going right now where the employees have been there very long term, 20 plus years. So it's a chance for the company to really think about their future.
And so with the Great Resignation comes the Great Return to Work. And employers are getting a lot of pressure right now to not just have good benefits, but also have an added benefit of empathy about how people's lives have changed. In Birmingham, Roop Raj, Fox 2 News.
Big thanks to Fox 2 Detroit for that update there. We are taking a live now look, everybody, at the gorgeous sunrise in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Look at this. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. On the other side is a live report with Fox 32 Chicago. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. It has been such a beautiful sunrise in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I do not want to leave it, but right now we are going to go on over to Fox 32 Chicago. Joni Lum is joining us live this morning, and that's because the Delta surge is certainly impacting hospitals out there in the Windy City. Good morning, Joni. How are you?
Good morning. Surprising data here. All but 4 counties in Illinois are at what they call the high transmission level, the categories of COVID that concern us here. Lake and McHenry counties, they're saying that their patient volume in the hospitals skyrocketing there, and Governor J.B. Pritzker says that Illinois is in a dangerous place right now because hospitals are filling up. Health officials are concerned because intensive care units are nearing capacity. 88% of the ICU beds in Northwest Illinois are filled, and in Chicago 84% are filled. 37 counties in the state are at a warning level for ICU capacity. Now, everyone over age 2 is urged to wear a mask indoors, even if they're vaccinated. But so far, we don't have a statewide mandate except for schools. But those things could change if things don't get better. Lake County Health Department, that's north of Chicago, they say that the increases are in hospitalizations and ICU bed use are being driven by unvaccinated individuals, and they're urging the public to get vaccinated. We have a hospital in McHenry, Northwestern Hospital in McHenry. They are reporting that they are at 125% capacity. And the way they do that is they don't turn people away, they just convert other space for emergency use. They say that they're just being overwhelmed with injury, illness, and COVID cases. So far, no big changes in terms of restrictions here in Illinois, but the governor said that we could go back to those phases of mitigations. That is something that no one wants. Live in Chicago, I'm Joni Lum. Now back to you, Pilar.
All right, Joni, thank you so much for that update, and we'll be in touch. Take care. Taking a live now look, everybody, just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York, New York. It is a busy Wednesday morning, August 25th, 2021. Hope you guys are all having a great day so far. I am keeping an eye out, everyone, for the gorgeous sunrises across the country. Whenever I get a beautiful live picture, I will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, everyone, I do want to bring in for you here President Joe Biden's latest remarks on Afghanistan. I'll be having that for you here in just a second on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, though, we're continuing on with our coverage from Fox-owned and operated stations from across the country. So coming up next here, it is the latest from Fox 11 Los Angeles about the military helping Afghans.
A firefight outside Kabul's international airport has killed an Afghan soldier. This happening as U.S. Special Operations retrieved 16 American citizens from outside that airport. The Americans were brought back to Kabul for evacuation processing. President Biden has not ruled out extending the evacuation beyond August the 31st. That's the date he set for completing the pullout of U.S. troops.
16,000 people have been flown out of Kabul in just the last 24 hours. The U.S. has evacuated or helped with the evacuation of some 37,000 people on both military and coalition flights in the past 9 days.
But what about the Afghans who helped the U.S. military? Some of them are terrified to even leave their home and fear being executed. One of those trying to facilitate getting Afghans out is retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Dan Wilson. He did 3 tours in Afghanistan. His first tour began right after September 11th, 2001.
So let's bring in the retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Dan Wilson. Thank you so much for coming on with us. And of course, thank you for your years of service. You have such an interesting perspective on this. No one disagrees with the need to get those who helped us out of the country. What's the problem?
Well, thank you for having me guys tonight. And I would just tell you that our perspective of the problem is that we have an extraordinary situation. The State Department has a system for processing the SIVs and all the Afghans who helped us. But unfortunately, we have about, tens of thousands of people now who are trying to get out. And the CIV process is all backed up. And I think we need to come up with some very creative, extraordinary solutions to make this happen, because we don't have much time left.
What are some of those solutions that you have come up with? Because that's all you've been doing. You've been dedicating your time to bring Afghans to safety and Americans.
Right. I mean, I think what we've been suggesting is really 2 things. Number one, what I'm seeing from people on the ground in Kabul is that they don't know what to do. And so we really have several categories of Afghans that are trying to get out, plus the American citizens, which is a whole nother category. But the Afghan categories are the people that helped us. And then the one that we're really concerned about are the Afghans, such as the Afghan National Army, the Afghan National Police, people who work in the government. Those are the people that don't fall into the SIV program. And we really need to think about it. And quite honestly, that should have been thought about already. Because I think everybody knew that this was kind of an inevitable transition in Afghanistan, whether that was 6 months from now, a year from now, but we knew that the Taliban would have some presence in Afghanistan after we left. And I kind of am shocked that we didn't think about what to do with, police chiefs and battalion commanders, brigade command, company commanders, and even anybody really that got marked for being part of the government there. We need to think about them.
Well, are we not thinking about them?
Well, I don't know. That's the problem. So 20,000 people plus are crushing the airport. And what we're advocating for is to put something out. Have the State Department put guidance out for them saying, hey, look, we're going to go, we know the priority is American citizens and green card holders, but then they should say, hey, SIV candidates, go somewhere safe. We'll call you forward when we're able to process you through the airport. Then the third category are Afghans who are just in fear for their life that don't fall into these other programs. And same thing. And just so they know that. But right now, our government keeps repeating, we're going to do our best to get everybody out. And the way an Afghan translates that is, they mean me and they mean it now. So they think they need to get to the airport to get out. And of course, everybody kind of hears the clock ticking behind them. So that adds to the chaos and confusion. So I just think that by not putting out information that relieves their fears and at least lets them know where they stand, we're just contributing to even a more dangerous situation at the airport, and that's putting our people at risk.
So you use the term SIV, the Special Immigration Visas. Is that you're referring to? So it's
yes.
Is it too simplistic to say this is red tape?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of frustration with the SIV process. My personal interpreter has been trying to get out of Afghanistan since about 2013. He was denied for a human resources administrative error. And we've been trying to fix that. And quite honestly, I'm disgusted with the State Department system. I have been emailing them for 3 or 4 years to try to get him his packet fixed. We've had 6 or 7 battalion commanders that served with him in Eastern Afghanistan write letters in support of him, and it's not working. Fortunately, he is at the airport, and his family is there as well, and we think he's going to get out in the next couple of days, but we don't know the status of his SIV. We don't know if that's been approved, but we know he got in. He actually had been part of the Afghan forces, and they were able to get back to the Kabul airport, and he's been helping protect the airfield there.
We only have about 30 seconds left, unfortunately. You just said since 2013, my goodness, we hope that he and his family get home safely. With that said, we're 8 days away from the August 31st deadline. What's your reaction to that, knowing all we have to accomplish in such a short amount of time?
Well, I would tell you that if we're leaving by the 31st, if you think about the tactical requirement to get everybody out, they're going to have to start moving in the next couple of days. So it's not 8 days if we're going to be gone. It's going to be, something's got to start happening. So I believe that we are doing serious negotiations with the Taliban to make them understand the problem. And so far, they're cooperating with us. But we really need to leverage this virtual army of volunteers like myself, because the system that the State Department has just is not going to work in this crisis. And I want to just highlight organizations like No One Left Behind. But even I have a group of the soldiers from my unit. It was the 2nd Battalion, 27th Infantry, the Wolfhounds in Hawaii.
Right.
We're working. These guys are getting 2 and 3 hours sleep a night.
Oh, my goodness.
Working WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger and Signal and all these other apps, trying to coordinate for Afghans to try to get in and out of the airport. And I think, I'd be happy to volunteer to take 20 to 25 packets and help sort through those. I still have my security clearance. And I think our government ought to leverage this and mobilize this group of willing volunteers that wants to make this right.
Thank you for all you're doing, and thank you, as Phil said, for your years of service. Retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Dan Wilson. Thank you so much.
Big thanks to Fox 11 Los Angeles for that segment there. Again, buddy, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I am certainly very happy that you are here this morning. While I have a moment, I would like to invite you all to please join us on social media. Myself, Regina Gonzalez, Rain Augustine, we are all on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. All you have to do is search for us and Live Now from Fox, and I'm sure that you will find us, and we'd be happy to connect with you while we are hosting the show, and even while we're not as well. I am monitoring a bunch of live feeds, not just here from across the country, but worldwide, keeping a very close eye on any breaking news that happens. We are all about live, raw, unfiltered. It's who we are, what we do. Don't forget to go to Live Now from Fox, LiveNowFox.com. That is to see all the different ways you can watch us. You can always take us with you on your smartphones, your tablets, your laptops, your PCs. You can turn us on Bluetooth in your car while you are driving. Wherever you are, we can be with you. So again, that's LiveNowFox.com. LiveNowFox.com. Let's get the very latest on the situation unfolding in Afghanistan. We are hopefully just moments away from a live report with Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamlak.
The lines to get vaccinated are long again. And
we will continue to close cooperation to get people out as efficiently and safely as possible.
As President Biden insists the U.S. is on track to pull Americans and vulnerable Afghans out of Afghanistan by August 31st, many on Capitol Hill are skeptical.
There's no way in 7 days we can remove all American citizens, much less our Afghan partners.
The president cited threats outside of the airport in Kabul, primarily from an ISIS affiliate in the country, as the main reason to stick with the end-of-the-month deadline. Some critics, however, argue the president's decision creates more future security risks.
All of those terrorist organizations which want to attack the United States now have an entire country as a sanctuary, thanks to this withdrawal that we've seen President Biden order.
Several Democrats pushed back on the president's exit date too, saying the Taliban shouldn't dictate U.S. withdrawal. The Taliban have warned against extending the deadline past August 31st.
I don't think that our presence beyond August 31st should be contingent on agreement with the Taliban.
Despite the criticism, the White House says the president has asked the Pentagon and the State Department for contingency plans to adjust the timeline if needed.
The focus of the commander-in-chief is always going to be on the safety and security of the men and women who are serving our country in the military.
While the Pentagon says the U.S. has not started withdrawing troops from Afghanistan, it confirms hundreds of forces have already left the country, including maintenance and headquarters staff whose mission at the airport in Kabul was complete. In Washington, Madler Rivera, Fox News. Taking a live now look, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C. We are going to take a listen to President Joe Biden's latest remarks on Afghanistan.
Meeting that I had with leaders of the G7 earlier today, I want to say a word about the progress we're making on the Build Back Better agenda here at home. I just got off the telephone with the leaders in the House. Today, the House of Representatives has taken a significant step toward making a historic investment that's going to transform America, cut taxes for working families, and position the American economy for long-term growth. When I became president, it was clear that we had to confront an immediate economic crisis, the most significant recession we've had since the Depression, or at least since Johnson. But that wasn't going to be enough. We also had to make some long-term investments in Americans and America itself. The first thing we did was to write and pass the American Rescue Plan, and it's working. Our economy has added 4 million jobs in my first 6 months in office. Economic growth is up to the fastest it's been, the fastest rate in 40 years, and unemployment is coming down. Right now, our economic growth is leading the world's advanced economies. But to win the future, we need to take the next step. Today, the House of Representatives did just that. Today's vote in the House allowed them to consider my Build Back Better agenda, a broad framework to make housing more affordable, bring down the cost of prescription drugs by giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for drugs, make elder care more affordable, provide 2 years of free universal high-quality pre-K, and 2 years of free community college, provide clean energy tax credits, continue to give the middle-class families the well-deserved tax cut for daycare and health care that they deserve, allowing a lot of women to get back to work primarily, and provide significant monthly tax cuts for working families with children through the child care tax credit. These investments are going to lower out-of-pocket expenses for families and not just give them a little more breathing room. In addition, we're going to make long overdue, much needed investments in basic, hard infrastructure of this nation. This is an area where we have broad bipartisan agreement to invest in our antiquated roads, highways, bridges, transit, drinking water systems, broadband, clean energy, environmental cleanup, and making our infrastructure more resilient to the climate crisis, and so much more. And this is all paid for. Instead of giving every break in the world to corporations and CEOs, by the way, 55 of our largest companies in America paid $0 in federal taxes on more than $40 billion in profit last year. We can ask corporations and the very wealthy just to pay their fair share. They can still be very wealthy, they can still make a lot of money, but just begin to pay their fair share. So we can invest in making our country stronger and more competitive, create jobs and raise wages, and lift up the standard of living for everyone. The bottom line is, in my view, We're a step closer to truly investing in the American people, positioning our economy for long-term growth, and building an America that outcompetes the rest of the world. My goal is to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not just the top down. And that's what we're on our way of doing. Look, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, who was masterful in her leadership on this, and Leader Hoyer and Whip Clyburn and Chairman DeFazio, the entire House leadership team, for the hard work, dedication, and determination to bring people together so we can make a difference in people's lives. I also want to thank every Democrat in the House who worked so hard over the past few weeks to reach an agreement and who supported the process for House consideration of the Jobs and Infrastructure Plan, the Build Back Better effort. There were differences, strong points of view. They're always welcome. What is important is that we came together to advance our agenda. I think everyone who did that, I think everyone who did it was there. Look, I also want to thank everyone who voted to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. You know, it's an act to restore and expand voting protections, to prevent voter suppression, and to secure the most sacred of American rights, the right to vote freely, the right to vote fairly, and the right to have your vote counted. The House is active. The Senate also has to join them to send this important bill to.
All right, everybody watching live now from Fox, we've been listening to President Joe Biden's latest remarks on Afghanistan while also taking a live look at the Kabul airport. We have seen at least one flight leave since we've been taking a live now look at the situation out there. But right now we are going to head on over to New York, and that's because the big story from Governor Kathy Hochul's first day in office, new statewide COVID-19 protocols for back to school. Meantime, today is the first day of in-person classes for 500,000 students, at least in one school district. Fox 5's Kayla Mamalak is joining us live at LaGuardia Community College in Long Island City with more. Good morning, Kayla.
Good morning to you. And yeah, so far the New York State Health Department has been leaving decisions about COVID restrictions to individual school systems. But now there's a new governor in town, and she seems to be taking a more uniform approach. The lines to get vaccinated are long again, and the timing is no coincidence.
I wanted to go back to school and know I didn't have to be worried about getting sick, and the $100 was a friendly reminder to do it as well.
With $100 extra bucks in his pocket, 12-year-old Justin Angel Morales is among the thousands of New York City public school students gearing up to head back into classrooms in a few weeks. SUNY schools reopen their doors on Monday, and today is the first day of class on all CUNY campuses. It's the first time in well over a year that full-time in-person learning takes place, and it comes as COVID cases fueled by the Delta variant surge. Complicated circumstances that are not lost on New York's new governor.
Priority number one, we get children back to school and protect the environment so they can learn and everyone is safe.
In her first address as governor, Kathy Hochul called on state health officials to impose a universal mask mandate in public and private schools, and said she wants to institute a vaccine mandate for all school employees. Hochul promising to provide a series of more concise guidelines later this week.
Your priorities are my priorities, and right now, that means fighting the Delta variant.
While some are applauding the move,
it's just something we have to get through till we get through all this.
Others, like Natalia Marokfer, worry about the social impacts wearing a mask could have on her young kids.
They're going to be looking to their peers and to their teachers and to each other for normal, social cues, and they're not going to be able to see them.
Now, if Governor Hochul does, in fact, institute a vaccine mandate for all school employees, New York would be the third member of the tri-state to take that move. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy made the call earlier this week, and Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont made it last week. Send it back inside to you.
All right, big thanks to Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak. We will be in touch. We appreciate that update. Taking a live now look, everybody, at the skyline out there in the Big Apple. This is New York, New York, the Empire State Building right there in the middle of your screen. Such a beautiful live picture this Wednesday morning. It is August 25th. 2021. We are so happy that you are here watching Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
and to secure the most sacred of American rights, the right to vote freely, the right to vote fairly, and the right to have your vote counted. The House is active. The Senate also has to join them to send this important bill to my desk. And the Senate has to move forward on the People's Act, critical legislation to protect our democracy and the right to vote. We need both of those election bills. But let me now turn to Afghanistan. I've met this morning with my counterparts in the G7, as well as heads of the United Nations, NATO, and the European Union. I express my thanks for the solidarity we have seen as we've stood up an unprecedented global effort. I updated our partners on the significant progress we made in the past 10 days. As of this afternoon, we've helped evacuate 70,700 people just since August the 14th, 75,900 people since the end of July. Just in the past 12 hours, another 19 U.S. military flights, 18 C-17s and 1 C-130 carrying approximately 6,400 evacuees, and 31 coalition flights carrying 5,600 people have left Kabul just in the last 12 hours. A total of 50 more flights, 12,000 more people since I updated you this morning. These numbers are a testament to the efforts of our brave service women and men, to our diplomats on the ground in Kabul, and to our allies still standing with us. And we had a productive discussion. There was strong agreement among the leaders about the evacuation mission underway, as well as the need to coordinate our approach to Afghanistan as we move forward. First, on evacuation, we agreed that we will continue to our close cooperation to get people out as efficiently and safely as possible. We are currently on a pace to finish by August the 31st. The sooner we can finish, the better. Each day of operations brings added risk to our troops. But the completion by August 31st depends upon the Taliban continuing to cooperate and allow access to the airport for those who we're transporting out, and no disruptions to our operations. In addition, I've asked the Pentagon and the State Department for contingency plans to adjust the timetable should that become necessary. I'm determined to ensure that we complete our mission, this mission. I'm also mindful of the increasing risks that I've been briefed on, and the need to factor those risks in. They're real and significant challenges that we also have to take into consideration. The longer we stay, starting with the acute and growing risk of an attack by a terrorist group known as ISIS-K, an ISIS affiliate in Afghanistan, which is a sworn enemy of the Taliban as well. Every day we're on the ground is another day we know that ISIS-K is seeking to target the airport and attack both U.S. and allied forces and innocent civilians. Additionally, thus far, the Taliban have been taking steps to work with us so we can get our people out. But it's a tenuous situation. We're already had some gunfighting break out. We run a serious risk of it breaking down as time goes on. Second, the G7 leaders and the leaders of the EU, NATO, and the UN all agreed that we will stand united in our approach to the Taliban. We agreed the legitimacy of any future government depends on the approach it now takes to uphold international obligations, including to prevent Afghanistan from being used as a base for terrorism. And we agreed that none of us are going to take the Taliban's word for it. We'll judge them by their actions, and we'll stay in close coordination on any steps that we take moving forward in response to the Taliban's behavior. At the same time, we renewed our humanitarian commitment to the Afghan people and supported a proposal by the Secretary General Guterres of the United Nations-led international response with unfettered humanitarian access in Afghanistan. Third, we talked about our mutual obligation to support refugees and evacuees currently fleeing Afghanistan. The United States will be a leader in these efforts, and we'll look to the international community and to our partners to do the same. We're already seeing our allies' commitment. They're bringing to their countries the Afghans who served alongside their forces as translators or in their embassies, just as we're bringing to the United States those Afghans who worked alongside our forces and diplomats. We're continuing that effort. We're conducting thorough security screening in the intermediate stops they're making for anyone who is not a U.S. citizen or a lawful permanent resident of the United States. Anyone arriving in the United States will have undergone a background check. And we must all work together to resettle thousands of Afghans who ultimately qualify for refugee status. The United States will do our part, and we are already working closely with refugee organizations to rebuild a system that was purposely destroyed by my predecessor. Finally, we agreed to stay vigilant against terrorist threats that have metastasized around the world. We went to Afghanistan with our allies in 2001 for clear reasons. One, to get the people who attacked us on 9/11 and to get Osama bin Laden, and to make sure that Afghanistan was not used again as a base from which to attack the United States or our allies. We achieved that objective. We delivered justice to bin Laden more than a decade ago. But the current environment looks very different than it did in 2001. And we have to meet the challenges we face today. We run effective counterterrorism operations around the world, where we know terrorism is more of a threat than it is today in Afghanistan, without any permanent military presence on the ground. And we can and will do the same thing in Afghanistan with our over-the-horizon counterterrorism capability. Cooperation with our closest partners on our enduring counterterrorism mission will continue to be an essential piece of our strategy. In short, we all of us agreed today that we're going to stand shoulder to shoulder with our closest partners to meet the current challenges we face in Afghanistan, just as we have for the past 20 years. We're acting in consultation and cooperation with our closest friends and fellow democracies. And I want to again thank all of our allies and partners around the world who have rallied in support of our shared mission. We ended the conversation today by a clear statement on all of our parts. We are going to stay united, locked at the hip in terms of what we have to do. We'll get that done. And tomorrow, I've asked Secretary Blinken to give you an update and a detailed report on exactly how many Americans are still in Afghanistan, how many have gone out, and what our projection is. So thank you again. May God bless you, and may God protect our diplomats and all those in harm's way. Thank you.
President Joe Biden's latest remarks on Afghanistan. Meanwhile, everybody, you're taking a live now look at Albany, New York. We will be getting you all up to speed with New York's latest governor here in just a few moments on Live Now from Fox. When we return from a 2-minute commercial break, we're going to have a COVID-19 top story to bring you here really quickly before we show you Kathy Hochul swearing in. We'll be right back.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. I said I was going to get you all up to speed with New York's newest governor, and I will do that in just a few seconds. But meanwhile, everybody, I do have a coronavirus top story that I want to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. A news alert this morning. I want to make sure I've got a graphic up for you guys as well. It is a top story that we are following and will continue to do so right here because we are your source for all coronavirus related news. Johnson & Johnson saying today that a second dose of its COVID-19 vaccine is found in a study to generate a strong immune response, justifying a booster shot after 8 months. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC for short, has said it expects single-dose J&J vaccine recipients would need boosters, but has held off on making recommendations as it awaits more data. Today's findings are expected to inform the U.S. booster strategy set to begin in September, when the U.S. plans to begin offering boosters to people who received a messenger RNA vaccine. Later, it is likely to expand the program to include J&J's viral vector vaccine. J&J said researchers found antibody levels increased 9-fold among people who received a second dose of its vaccine compared with 1 month after they received a first dose. The company didn't specify exactly when or how many subjects received the second dose, though information posted about the clinical trial in an online government database indicates it was administered 6 months after the first shot. J&J said it will submit data from 2 studies in a preprint server, meaning that the data haven't been peer-reviewed or published in a scientific journal. J&J also said a booster is needed after 8 months based on interim data it reported in the New England Journal of Medicine in July, which showed strong antibody responses through 8 months after immunization with the J&J 1-dose shot. So a little bit of good news there for J&J recipients. A lot of people choosing to stay with the same company of vaccine that they originally were vaccinated against. So we'll continue to be your source for coronavirus top stories right here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, back out to the capital city of New York. New York, this is a live look here at Albany. And New York is a city, but this is the capital of the state. Let's see the new governor, Kathy Hochul's ceremonial swearing in, everybody, and then we will hear her first official address as governor.
Grace be unto you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. Dear Heavenly Father, we come today with thanksgiving in our heart. The God of all grace, God that gave us the opportunity to be here even on this day, to bless and to welcome our new governor. We come with thanksgiving in our heart, and then we look to you, the author and finisher of our faith, the God that gives us all things well. We come with thanksgiving in our heart. We thank you for gracious and faithful leadership in this great state of New York. We ask God your blessing upon them as we go through these treacherous times of our lives, that you will, oh God, just give them the wisdom and the wherewithal to have steady hands to know from you where to lead your people. We ask God your blessing upon this state and upon everyone that is concerned about you, oh God. We ask you to look on and bless and have your own way, only as you can do. Deliver us from this great task, God. We know you can do all things. You're able to open up the sea and the rivers that Joshua could go across. And we ask God you to do the same today. Open our way and give us safe pass, that we can glorify you and that you will be glorified in all that we do and say. These blessings we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of New York, the Constitution of the State of New York, and that I will faithfully discharge my duties, that I'll faithfully discharge my duties of the office of Governor of the State of New York, of the office of Governor of the State of New York, to the best of my abilities, so help me God. So help me God. You'll soon find that brevity is the hallmark of my administration. I also want to thank everyone for joining us this morning, and particularly Chief Judge DiFiore, who graced me by wearing the same robe that was worn by the first female Court of Appeals judge, Judith Case. So there is some symbolism in her attire this morning as well. Also, I want to thank Pastor Solomon Dees from Wilborn Temple for gracing us and reminding us of the presence of God here today. I've worshiped with him a number of times, and I wanted him to bless this gathering and bless my administration. I also want to thank our leadership who's here today. Our Assembly Speaker, Carl Heastie, Majority Leader of the Senate, my great friend, Andre Stewart Cousins. We've been on a long journey together, and I so look forward to continuing the relationships that we've had, but even deepening it. So thank you, and I look forward to a conversation with you on the pressing issues of the day immediately following. And of course, my family, my beloved husband, Bill, who's been at my side for 37 years, my children, Will, Katie, and their beautiful spouses, wonderful people, Matt and Christina. I also have a large extended family here, so sorry to you in the back. I came from a big Irish Catholic family with 6 kids, but I do want to acknowledge my parents. My father's here representing in spirit my mother. Dad, I'm so honored to see you and that you could make the journey here today, as well as my siblings. So this is an emotional moment for me, but it is one that I prepared for, and I'm so looking forward to continuing the work we have to do. To that end, I spoke with President Biden last night to talk about a number of issues. He pledged his full support to my administration in anything we need. Particularly, I thanked him for the support we've received from FEMA and others in terms of cleaning up after Henri and how we were prepared, and I'm going to continue assessing the situation. I do want to thank the people whose lives were disrupted, as well as those who responded, not just to that crisis, but those who continue to fight on the front lines as we fight this deadly pandemic. I also want to thank the hundreds of thousands of state workers who I have such respect for, and I look forward to letting them know that I will represent them with my heart and soul as well. They are the face of government in many, many communities, and I have utmost respect for all of them. So I just want to tell you briefly, I'll be sharing a number of my priorities with all of you if you would reconvene again at 3 o'clock today. We also talked about how we'll be combating COVID, getting direct aid to New Yorkers more quickly, and changing the culture of Albany. And that's why I'm looking forward to a fresh collaborative approach. It's how I've always conducted myself. It'll be nothing new for me, but it's something I'm planning on introducing to the state capitol. So I'll be heading to a meeting very shortly with our leaders here. We have much to discuss. We'll be reporting on that afterward. But at this time, I'll take a few questions, and let me call on Marina from AP right now. Marina?
Hi, Governor Hochul. Do you think that there's another mechanism for people who want more accountability for former Governor Cuomo, like appointing a special prosecutor?
I'm going to leave that in the hands of the Assembly. They've been conducting themselves with great professionalism, and I'm going to allow the continuation of the separation of branches of government and allow them to do their work. Bernadette from the Post.
Hi, Governor. Thank you. I'm wondering, rent is obviously a massive issue right now in the state. What can be done to get more money out the door to the provisionally approved applications quickly, as fewer than a applications in according to the state comptroller, but what's being done to reach these individuals that have yet to get their applications in?
Bernadette, you've hit on one of my top priorities. You'll be hearing more about that this afternoon, but it'll continue a multifaceted approach, deploying more people to the crisis, realizing that there's many people who have not been even aware that they have these resources available to them, and connecting them with the landlords. So I will be assembling a team of individuals beginning today to assess this, but to wait not 1 second longer in terms of how we get this relief out to people. It's there. It needs to be in their hands so they can start getting their lives back in order and reducing some of the incredible stress that these families and individuals are under. It's absolutely unnecessary. Rami from Univision, and you here as well, Rami?
Yes,
okay.
We want to know what is going to happen with skilled workers, the days to coming, and also we want to know if your cabinet or your staff is going to be part of the minority bills.
Well, we're doing quite a bit of reach out, and I'll be identifying my administration, the members, as time goes on. I've requested and granted myself a 40-day, 5-day transition period. I think everyone understands that I needed to assemble my 2 constitutional officers immediately, which I have announced, and these are incredible individuals with great integrity and a lot of government experience. I want people who know what they're doing surrounding me, and I'll listen to their advice. And so I have my secretary, Karen Keogh, has been identified, as well as Elizabeth Fine as counsel, but I believe in a fully diverse cabinet, and that is going to be a high priority. With respect to the excluded worker program, I'm going to go at that with the same intensity that I am with this rental program. The money's there. These people were not eligible for other forms of assistance, and they're hurting, and they're part of the New York family, and I'm going to make that very clear. So making sure we deal with that. Bob McCarthy, Buffalo News.
Good morning, Governor. Is there one particular project, one particular big thing that you would like to accomplish as governor?
I want people to believe in their government again. It's important to me that people have faith. Our strength comes from the faith and the confidence of the people who put us in these offices, and I take that very seriously. Andrew from NBC4, please.
Yes, Governor, thank you very much. You talked about the spirit of collaboration. I know you have spoken with Mayor de Blasio, but throughout the pandemic, the mayor and Governor Cuomo almost never appeared in the same room, despite the fact that their interests could have and should have been aligned. How soon can we expect to see you sitting at a joint news conference with Mayor de Blasio? And do you agree with his decision to mandate vaccines for teachers in New York City? Will you do that for teachers all across the state?
I'll be making announcements about that later today, as well as throughout the week, because I have a chance to assemble all the stakeholders now that I am officially governor, and I have the ability to work with them. I'll also be discussing this with our leadership from the Assembly and the Senate. This is what collaboration looks like. I have sat down unofficially with Mayor de Blasio. We had some very nice pastries last week and had a great conversation, and he actually called me prior to his announcement yesterday to alert me, and we talked about this era of cooperation, that there's be no blindsiding. There'll be just full cooperation, because I need his best and brightest integrated with my best and brightest, and that's how we'll get through this. And for me, that's just a simple approach. It's what I've always done. But if I can invite you back later this afternoon at 3 o'clock, I'll have a chance to address more thoroughly the issues that were raised this morning, as well as some of my other priorities. So thank you very much, and I appreciate everyone coming out today.
All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Wednesday, August 25th. You were just listening in to an In Case You Missed It segment here on Live Now from Fox. Kathy Hochul becoming the first female governor of New York yesterday, and in her first hours on the job, bringing a new sense of urgency to tackling immense problems that went unaddressed during former Governor Andrew Cuomo's distracted final months in office. So we've been in touch with our Fox 5 New York team all morning long, talking about what she mandated and what issues she brought to light yesterday. As you just saw, she was sworn in early in the morning and then also went on to make some remarks later in the afternoon. So it's one of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox this morning. But again, good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. To the side of your screen, you can see some of the live events and interviews we have coming up within the next couple of hours here on our show, because that is what we are all about, everybody. We bring you live guests to talk about current events and top stories that we're following, and we also bring you front row to remarks from lawmakers, local entities. We're following a lot of news when it comes to evacuations still ongoing over in Afghanistan, as well as COVID-19 related topics and mandates. So again, at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we are going to be speaking with an organization here in the United States that is working to help Afghan refugees that have gotten out of Kabul International Airport. Then at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be holding her weekly press conference. I'm sure we can expect her to address the situation out in Afghanistan as well. Then at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, she will also be a part of a hybrid conference on key issues for the people. Now, those are going to include voting rights, infrastructure, and minimum wage. So this is just some of what we're expecting here within the next couple of hours. Also around the 10 o'clock hour, we have gotten that daily press conference from the Pentagon on the evacuation numbers and everything you need to know over in Afghanistan. So if we get that feed, we will also plan on bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to let you know, again, we are closely following everything that is happening overseas. We actually do have a Live Now look right now over the Kabul skyline there in Afghanistan. Now, we did learn yesterday, brought it to you here on Live Now from Fox, President Biden's remarks on the situation out there, seeing that he is not going to budge. He's sticking to next week's deadline to pull all U.S. forces from Afghanistan. The evacuation efforts continue, though, and as Fox News correspondent Douglas Zeta reports from Washington this morning, we expect to learn today how many Americans may still be waiting to get out.
Both the Pentagon and the White House have been pretty cagey about how many Americans are really left in Afghanistan at this point, but we do expect some kind of an estimate today as time is running out. U.S. forces are still on the ground at the airport in Kabul, coordinating this hasty evacuation mission. But even they have started to leave, on orders from the White House.
The sooner we can finish, the better.
President Biden yesterday with a delayed update, standing by next week's deadline to remove U.S. forces, despite enormous pressure from U.S. allies and even members of his own party.
Every day we're on the ground is another day we know that ISIS-K is seeking to target the airport and attack both U.S. and allied forces and innocent civilians.
The president says it's possible the date could be extended, but the White House thinks that at least all Americans who want to leave should make it out on time. But there are real doubts about that, and the Pentagon will only say that several thousand have been evacuated.
That is as far as I'm going to be able to go today.
He will have blood on his hands. People are going to die, and they're going to be left behind.
Republican critics have been unsparing, saying it's clear that many Afghans who assisted the U.S. will be abandoned. And even some Democrats say this has been mishandled.
This looks like a planning failure, a military planning failure as to how we draw down our forces, how we evacuate our personnel.
We guarantee every American will be out before the troops leave.
The president left the podium yesterday without answering questions as the remaining U.S. forces in Afghanistan are preparing for their own departure next week. Well, the State Department, meantime, says that it has made more than 4,000 phone calls to Americans in recent days to ensure that all U.S. citizens who want to get out of Afghanistan make it out. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Meanwhile, this is a video that you are seeing released by the United States Air Force showing airmen at Ramstein Air Base in Germany preparing temporary lodging and supplies for refugees from Afghanistan. Video showing airmen building pods during, quote, Operation Allies Refugee, intended to facilitate the quick, safe evacuation of U.S. citizens, special immigrant visa applicants, and other at-risk Afghans from Afghanistan. That's according to the Department of Defense. The base at Ramstein was serving as a transit location for evacuees from Afghanistan and would provide a temporary lodging facility, food, medical services, and treatment while they awaited transportation to the United States. The DoD said that within 48 hours of the start of Operation Allies Refuge, more than 7,000 evacuees had landed at the base. We also want to show you this video here. American soldiers in Kuwait prepared lodging and supplies for evacuees as operations to safely escort thousands from Afghanistan unfolded at U.S. military bases across the world. Footage shared by the Department of Defense shows soldiers receiving evacuees at a temporary location at the Ali Al-Salam Air Base in Kuwait. According to U.S. ambassadors to Kuwait, 5,000 Afghans would pass through Kuwait before heading to their final destinations. The U.S. Department of State launched Operation Allies Refuge to evacuate civilian personnel, special immigrant visa applicants, and other at-risk individuals from Afghanistan as quickly and as safely as possible. So you can again see women, children, all sorts of people getting off of these buses, accompanied by military personnel. Again, we do have that live look of Kabul International Airport, specifically panned a little to the side where you can just see the skyline of the area. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox, because at 8:30 a.m. we will be speaking with an organization that is helping refugees here in the United States get accustomed to the way of life here. We also know that the Biden administration is vetting all Afghan refugees to bring them here to the U.S. So we will continue to follow this story here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Meanwhile, I do want to take you out from Kabul to the capital of our nation, the White House out there in Washington, D.C., because on a party line vote, House Democrats managed to push through the $3.5 trillion budget blueprint, which will underpin President Biden's entire domestic agenda. It was not a done deal, however, until yesterday afternoon after major pushback from within their own ranks. Moderates wanted to prioritize the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure deal passed in the Senate first, but ultimately they'll have to wait until at least next month. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington with the latest on these discussions.
House Democrats regrouped on Tuesday to figure out how to push two massive spending packages forward. Frustrations ran high late Monday night after a group of 10 moderates refused to back down on their demand to take up the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill before voting on the $3.5 trillion budget resolution.
If the infrastructure package does not succeed, then of course there's absolutely no chance for budget reconciliation to succeed.
Democrats cleared a key hurdle Tuesday when the House passed a compromise that automatically approved the $3.5 trillion budget resolution as part of a procedural vote, while also likely guaranteeing a vote on the infrastructure bill by September 27.
This approach is fair to those members who want to see that we take this up and include more certainty about floor timing for this bill. It is fair to those who want to allow the committees to get to work crafting a progressive budget reconciliation bill as quickly as possible.
However, many Republicans argue lawmakers shouldn't move forward with either bill as the crisis in Afghanistan unfolds, saying they should focus their efforts on evacuations.
This is not a walk and chew gum situation where we go out there and with half of our effort work to get Americans home, and with the other half work on things that are peripheral to that or have nothing to do with that.
The House's parliamentary procedure to advance the budget resolution pushes forward voting rights legislation as well. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. We are going from Washington to the capital of New York, Albany, this morning, where the sun has risen. Stay with us, everybody. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to stay in the state of New York to learn all about Governor Kathy Hochul's first day as the first female governor of the state. So those stories are coming up when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are still out here in Albany, the capital of New York State. Now, yesterday we saw the swearing in of former Lieutenant Governor, now the state's first female governor, Kathy Hochul. In her first hours on the job, she sought to bring a new sense of urgency to tackling immense problems that went unaddressed during Andrew Cuomo's distracted final months in office. Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji is telling us more about her first day. Let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
I, Kathy Hochul, do solemnly swear.
Kathy Hochul making history as New York State's first female governor.
I want you to know you are heard, and I'm ready to get to work as your governor to solve the big problems that this state faces.
Which is fighting the Delta variant and the ripple effect of hardships from the pandemic. Governor Hochul wasting no time meeting with state legislative leaders about her top priorities, one of which is rent relief for New Yorkers who are behind on their rent. Under former Governor Andrew Cuomo, only 6% of the $2 billion relief fund has been distributed.
But I am not at all satisfied with the pace that this COVID relief is getting out the door. I want the money out now. I want it out with no more excuses and delays.
Governor Hochul once again separating herself from her scandal-scarred predecessor, saying she will have an open, ethical government New Yorkers will trust.
I'm directing an overhaul of state government policies on sexual harassment and ethics, starting with requiring that all training be done live, instead of allowing people to click their way through a class.
As for a relationship between the governor and Mayor de Blasio, it appears one is building and in a positive direction, as Governor Hochul met with the mayor last week.
There's be no blindsiding. There'll be just full cooperation because I need his best and brightest integrated with my best and brightest.
Meanwhile, another big story from Hochul's first day in office, new statewide COVID-19 protocols for back to school. Today is the first day of in-person classes for 500,000 City of New York students. Fox 5's Kayla Mamalak has more on this story from LaGuardia College in Long Island City.
The lines to get vaccinated are long again, and the timing is no coincidence.
I wanted to go back to school and know I didn't have to be worried about getting sick, and the $100 was a friendly reminder to do it as well.
With $100 extra in his pocket, 12-year-old Justin Angel Morales is among the thousands of New York City public school students gearing up to head back into classrooms in a few weeks. SUNY schools reopen their doors on Monday, and today is the first day of class on all CUNY campuses. It's the first time in well over a year that full-time in-person learning takes place. And it comes as COVID cases fueled by the Delta variant surge. Complicated circumstances that are not lost on New York's new governor.
Priority number one, we get children back to school and protect the environment so they can learn and everyone is safe.
In her first address as governor,
months,
Kathy
I've been
Hochul called on
consulting
state
with
health
parents,
officials to impose a
elected
universal
officials.
mask mandate in public and private schools, and said she wants to institute a vaccine mandate for all school employees. Hochul promising to provide a series of more concise guidelines later this week.
Your priorities are my priorities. And right now, that means fighting the Delta variant.
While some are applauding the move,
It's just something we have to get through till we get through all this.
others, like Natalia Marakvar, worry about the social impacts wearing a mask could have on her young kids.
They're going to be looking to their peers and to their teachers and to each other for normal, social cues, and they're not going to be able to see them.
Meanwhile, as we stay on the topic of some coronavirus-related news on this Wednesday, August 25th, Johnson & Johnson saying this morning that a second dose of its COVID-19 vaccine was found in a study to generate a strong immune response, justifying a booster shot after 8 months. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has said it expects single-dose J&J vaccine recipients would need boosters, but has held off on making recommendations as it awaits more data. Today's findings are expected to inform the U.S. booster strategy set to begin in September, when the U.S. plans to begin offering boosters to people who received messenger RNA vaccines. Later, it is likely to expand the program to include J&J's viral vector vaccine. J&J said researchers found antibody levels increased 9-fold among people who received a second dose of its vaccine compared with 1 month after they received a first dose. The company didn't specify exactly when or how many subjects received the second dose, though. Information posted about the clinical trial in an online government database indicates it was administered 6 months after the first shot. J&J also said they'll submit data from 2 studies to a preprint server, meaning that the data hasn't been peer-reviewed or published in a scientific journal. So some COVID-19 related news to bring you this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to stay on some more vaccine stories because Pfizer's CEO is talking about the company's next step after getting its COVID-19 vaccine approved by the feds. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri has more from Atlanta.
The U.S. is averaging about 1 million shots every day, but health officials say they're expecting that number to increase now that the FDA has authorized Pfizer's COVID vaccine for people 16 years and older. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla tells Fox News the company is now putting its focus on developing booster shots and getting full approval of its vaccine for young people.
We are having a very large studies right now. For kids between 5 and 11, we will be able to finish our studies in September. And a little bit later, we are going to do for kids below 5 years old.
And vaccinating kids is becoming more of a priority as the Delta variant continues to spread, hitting children harder than the original strain. But there are still a handful of states resisting new mitigation efforts in schools, including at least 7 banning mask mandates. On Monday, Utah joined a growing list of states being sued to overturn those bans.
We honestly can't say that our schools are safe if we ignore the guidance from the medical and health experts.
Now that the vaccine has been fully approved, more mandates are going into place, including at Louisiana State University, where football fans entering Tiger Stadium will have to prove they've been vaccinated, reflecting a growing trend among schools and businesses.
If we're not doing everything to take care of people, to take care of one another, artists, patrons, and a staff, I don't see how we get back to it in a healthy environment.
Moderna applied for full authorization for its vaccine about a month after Pfizer did, meaning its approval could come in the coming weeks. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, everybody, from Atlanta to El Paso, Texas, where the sun is rising over the mountains that you are looking at right now, right along our U.S.-Mexico border. Now, we've been following a lot of news surrounding surging COVID-19 cases among migrants, but more stories of danger and tragedy are also coming out along the southern border. Patrol agents are confronting gang members trying to enter the United States. This comes as the possibility of a possible new threat coming across the border begins to emerge. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin is in La Joya, Texas, with this story.
A large group of migrants breaches a border fence in Arizona's Yuma sector over the weekend and crosses illegally into the United States. It was a coordinated effort, thwarted by Border Patrol agents who watched with infrared cameras. More than 1,100 were apprehended in the sector over the weekend. Here in the Rio Grande Valley in recent days, Border Patrol agents arrested 4 confirmed gang members after they crossed illegally, including one from MS-13. But illegal immigrant runners are able to slip through areas where Border Patrol manpower is running thin, as we witnessed in Mission early Monday morning. And in Laredo, a semi-truck was pulled over by Texas state troopers with 132 illegal immigrants who were inside being smuggled. The constant attempts on the United States southern border, a growing concern amongst Republicans as Afghanistan falls into the hands of America's enemies.
We still have an open southern border. Many of us have been down to that border. What we see is alarming. That's even more of a concern now that a terrorist organization doesn't just have a foothold to train terrorists to come back to the United States. They now are in control of a country.
Police in La Joya, Texas also worry about the risk of terrorism. The tiny police department is in the epicenter of the border crisis, and they say if MS-13 is coming across the border, Al-Qaeda can as well.
We already have a problem as it is with COVID. Now adding a terroristic threat to it, just puts everybody on edge as well. Can it happen? Yes, it could happen.
And Border Patrol here in the Rio Grande Valley report that during the last fiscal year alone, they have already arrested more than 140 migrants who are confirmed gang members. The problem is, those are only the ones we know about. We don't know how many end up slipping through the cracks. Reporting in Mission, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
All right, everybody, from Mission, Texas, out to the Middle East, where you're currently taking a live now look at the skyline of Kabul in Afghanistan. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but stay with us. After that break, we are going to be joined by the Senior Vice President of Immigration Refugee Programs at Church World Service. They are helping Afghan refugees that are making their way to the United States, and we're going to hear all about their mission efforts. So again, stay with us. That live interview coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 8:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. It is Wednesday, August 25th, but you are currently taking a Live Now look over the Kabul skyline out there in Afghanistan. Now, we've been getting basically a daily press briefing from Pentagon officials. Yesterday, we brought it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, where we have learned more than 20,000 people had been evacuated in those last 24 hours. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby actually saying that a aircraft was leaving Kabul International every 45 minutes. Now, we've learned of several planes landing here in the United States, but the question is now arising, how are they going to begin a new life here after escaping Taliban rule? Well, we are going to be joined right now by the Senior Vice President of Immigration Refugee Program at Church World Services. His name is Errol Kekik, and he is joining us live here right now. Errol, good morning to you. How are you doing? Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me. Doing well.
Well, it's so good to have you. So first of all, can you explain to our viewers a little bit about what Church World Service is and about your refugee program?
Indeed, Church World Service is a 75-year-old organization established by mainline Protestant Anglican Orthodox denominations here in the United States to perform humanitarian response, disaster response, and immigration and refugee work in this country. We have since our beginnings resettled just about over 1 million refugees and other immigrants into the United States.
Now, talk to me about how your program got involved as far as the situation in Afghanistan and refugees making their way to our nation.
So this is not a new program for us. We've been working with special visa holders for the past 12 years. It intensified over the last month, and obviously the last few days have been even busier than usual with evacuation flights coming in. We try to serve the special immigrant visa holders the same way we serve refugees, which means that we meet them at the airport, we find housing, we enroll children in school, and we find employment for adults. We try to integrate them into the society as quickly as we can.
Now, Errol, I can't imagine that this has been easy for them. A lot of them, I'm sure, not speaking English. So tell me about the communication factor. Have you and your team been able to speak to these refugees and hear their stories?
Well, we're used to working with foreign-born, and in fact, this population tends to be more English proficient than some others because of their previous engagement with U.S. military, U.S. government, NGOs, and media. But we do have Pashto and Dari speakers on the ground that either come from the community or come from colleges and universities around the U.S. who are willing to engage with us and help us with the translation situation.
Yeah, I actually do want to play some video here. We've got some video of buses of them arriving in Virginia. I know that we've heard of them arriving in Wisconsin as well. So where are they necessarily coming to in the United States? Are there other cities and places that I'm missing?
And other parts of the government are directly engaged in working with receiving them. From that destination, they go across the country, join their family members, and or to destinations where we can offer services. Thus far, Northern California and Northern Virginia have been preferred destinations, including also Dallas, Texas metropolitan areas. But people have gone to other places as well.
Now, I want to talk about the transition process. Obviously, they escaped from Taliban rule in Kabul. Now they're here trying to start a new life. How does this process even begin to get started when it comes to housing and getting them acclimated to culture in the United States?
Well, we have been privileged to receive an outpouring of support from the general public here in the United States. I think Americans recognize that these people are fleeing an oppressive regime in Afghanistan and have worked alongside our troops, our allies, and our NGO and media colleagues. And at this point in time, I think we're all hands on deck to come out and support these people as they transition into life here in the U.S. But the journey is tough, and there's no qualms about it. Acclimation is hard. It will take a while before people are fully on the ground, understanding the self-sufficiency is the key to a future. And we'll try to do whatever we can to help them in that process.
Yeah, and you and I were kind of speaking before this interview, and you were telling me that because of these circumstances, is that first initial phase a little bit different and take necessarily a little bit longer this time around?
Well, I think it will be not unlike any other refugee situation, but because we're in the middle of evacuation and people are coming on flights daily, as you say, the questions about loved ones who are still left behind, the questions about property that's been lost, the questions about, how do you start your new life in a new country are certainly going to feature prominently. So it will take a while. It will take months before people get their act together and are able to move forward. But I have every confidence that this group, as many others that we work with, will manage to get through that.
Now, what can we do to help for our viewers and us as American citizens? What can we do to help these refugees coming in?
Well, first and foremost, be supportive. Understand that these people are playing for their life. Understand that they have contributed to our country enormously, and it's our time to repay that debt. Secondly, find a local organization near you that is working with refugees. And it's easy to do that. You can do it on our website, cwsglobal.org, or you can do it on the refugeecouncil.org, which is another umbrella organization that brings us together. There are maps there will tell you who in your neighborhood is working with these individuals, or wherever the closest outpost is. Donate to organizations that are willing and able to work with this population. It will take a while. If you're an employer and you have open slots, consider hiring these people. They're hard workers, they speak English, and they will be willing to and grateful to you for that opportunity. If you're a business that has transitional housing, like hotels, we know that we already partner with some others like Airbnb. Please consider making some of your space available for people that are coming in, even on a transitional basis.
Now, Errol, there's such a stress of urgency right now. That date of August 31st lingering of when U.S. troops will leave Afghanistan. What is your reaction to the fact that we heard from President Biden yesterday and he doesn't seem to be budging on changing that date?
Well, we believe that is an arbitrary deadline. That was not a deadline that was negotiated with Taliban. It's our own deadline. And we think that we can't leave until we evacuate every single American who wants to leave, and we evacuate those Afghan allies who worked alongside us. We believe and hope that that decision will not be as firm as it appears to be at this point in time, and that we will stay there as long as it takes to get everybody to safety.
All right, well, Errol Kekik, the Senior Vice President of Immigration Refugee Programs with Church World Service. Is there anything else our viewers should know, anything else you want to say about this situation before we send you off?
Please know that these people are individuals who have worked alongside us all along for the last 20 years, and please treat them as such.
All right, well, we truly thank you for you and your organization's help with these people that are getting acclimated to our country. And we really appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, everybody, here is another Live Now look at the Kabul skyline. Again, we've got at least one aircraft leaving Kabul International Airport every 45 minutes. That's according to the Pentagon press secretary from yesterday. Lots of planes landing here in our nation. So you heard him yourself. Visit their website. Try to talk to local community organizations and leaders about what you can do if refugees are making their way to your area. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little past 8:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. You are currently taking a Live Now look inside of the press room where at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to hold her weekly newser. I'm sure we can expect her to make some sort of remarks on Afghanistan evacuations and the situation out there in the Middle East. If you were just tuning into our coverage, we were joined by an organization that is helping Afghan refugees kind of get accustomed to life in the United States as they made their way and escaped Taliban rule out there from Kabul International Airport. Now, this is just one of the events you can expect us to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, Pelosi will actually also be participating in a hybrid news conference on key issues for the people. Those include voting rights, minimum wage, and infrastructure. And then at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to hear from House Minority Leader McCarthy, holding his weekly press conference. And, we have been getting the Pentagon press briefing in the 10 o'clock hour for the last couple of days. It's not specifically on a schedule at the moment, but if we do get that live feed, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. They've been providing numbers and a lot of really great insight on evacuations from Afghanistan. So that's just some of what we're following here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to switch gears here and bring you out to a Live Now look of our XRAD radar. Going to get on to some weather-related stories here this morning. Now, we have been following the extremely devastating flooding out there in Tennessee. Charles Watson, a Fox News correspondent of ours, has been out there, boots on the ground, talking to residents who are now beginning the cleanup process. So I do want to bring you his story here on Live Now from Fox.
Crews here in Waverly, Tennessee, making progress in the aftermath of deadly flooding. Less than 10 people are now missing. Rescue workers have been searching through debris the past few days, utilizing search dogs to find anyone unaccounted for. Officials say the number of missing fluctuated as people who weren't able to reach loved ones confirmed they were safe. Many of those families reunited at local schools.
We've been able to reunify over 100 families. It's been incredible. You wouldn't believe what's going on here at this school.
But that's not the case for many residents who now mourn the loss of relatives and neighbors who helped get people to safety.
We lost Miss Mary. She drowned in the process. She was our hero. She saved us.
Volunteers from local churches and law enforcement agencies are going house to house, helping people clear out their homes. In the town of Waverly, water started to subside, revealing the full extent of damage. Homes forced off their foundations, while cars and other belongings have been found blocks away from their original locations. Renee Muha says water flipped over cases in her jewelry store like they were toys. She, like many other business owners, face a monumental cleanup.
We have a lot of people being helped, but the devastation is so tremendous. We just don't have enough help. Too many homes were devastated.
President Biden approved a disaster declaration for Tennessee, freeing up federal aid for recovery efforts. In Waverly, Tennessee, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Oh my gosh, look at these cars.
Meanwhile, more footage here posted online specifically by somebody named Candy Lee, showing a city just hours after the impact of the deadly flooding, specifically in Waverly, Tennessee. Now, locals can be seen inspecting the damage to their community. The flooding came following historic rainfall in the area, so absolutely tragic to see the devastation. Yesterday, we were joined by somebody from the American Red Cross Northeastern Tennessee Division who said that this cleanup is not going to take days or weeks or even months. This could be years in the making. Meanwhile, I do want to bring you some other weather-related news here on our show this morning. We're going to head out to Chicago, Illinois for this next video here. You can see a bus maneuvering through floodwaters in Chicago after storms swept through the city, causing flash flooding yesterday. This footage filmed by Herb Lawrence shows the view from inside the bus as it navigated the floodwaters. The National Weather Service issued a flash flood watch warning for the city, urging travelers to steer clear of inundated areas. And according to local energy provider ComEd, there were a little over 400 active power outages and more than 10,000 customers affected late last night. So really crazy to see how high this water is here. Meanwhile, heading out to the West Coast as we continue to monitor several wildfires raging across the state of California. Here you can see flames lighting up the sky near Grizzly Flats, California yesterday as the Caldor fire grew to 122,980 acres and was 11% contained, according to fire officials. This footage from Steve Holland shows flames and smoke rising into the sky. According to local fire authorities, 632 structures had been destroyed and over 30 others were damaged by the blaze. Evacuation orders and warnings were in effect for many parts of El Dorado and Amador counties. The National Weather Service reported on Monday that residents in the Reno and Sparks, Nevada areas were also experiencing record-setting poor air quality because of wildfire smoke. Now you can actually see those air quality advisories out there on the West Coast, that white color, alerting people that they should, really advise and think about their health conditions when it comes to walking outside and visibility when it comes to driving and going about their daily lives. So that's just some of the weather-related news we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I've been joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for being here with us again, following several top stories here this morning. Now, I will be hopping off here within the next couple of minutes. Rain Augustine will be joining you for the next 2 hours before we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where you have Christy Larson, Mike Page, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft. We are a 24/7 nonstop news operation, everybody, and we are live and worldwide. That is who we are and what we do. We take you front row to events just like this one, again, on standby for a 9 a.m. Eastern time start for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's weekly press conference. When we return, I'm going to be playing you a little bit from the latest press briefing from Pentagon officials on evacuations in Afghanistan. And once this press briefing does get underway, we will cut to it here on Live Now from Fox. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Wednesday. Some of you are going to see one last 2-minute commercial break for the hour. I will see you guys tomorrow. once again, everybody, we are on standby for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's weekly press conference slated to begin at 9 a.m. Eastern time. While we wait, we are going to listen in to President Biden's latest remarks on Afghanistan evacuations, not holding back when it comes to keeping that August 31st deadline to evacuate troops. Let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
The leaders of the G7 earlier today. I want to say a word about the progress we're making on the Build Back Better agenda here at home. I just got off the telephone with the leaders in the House. Today, the House of Representatives has taken a significant step toward making a historic investment that's going to transform America, cut taxes for working families, and position the American economy for long-term growth. When I became president, it was clear that we had to confront an immediate economic crisis, the most significant recession we've had since the Depression, or at least since Johnson. But that wasn't going to be enough. We also had to make some long-term investments in Americans and America itself. The first thing we did was to write and pass the American Rescue Plan, and it's working. Our economy has added 4 million jobs in my first 6 months in office. Economic growth is up to the fastest it's been, the fastest rate in 40 years, and unemployment is coming down. Right now, our economic growth is leading the world's advanced economies. But to win the future, we need to take the next step. Today, the House of Representatives did just that. Today's vote in the House allowed them to consider my Build Back Better agenda, a broad framework to make housing more affordable, bring down the cost of prescription drugs by giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for drugs, make elder care more affordable, provide 2 years of free universal high-quality pre-K and 2 years of free community college, provide clean energy tax credits, continue to give the middle-class families the well-deserved tax cut for daycare and health care that they deserve, allowing a lot of women to get back to work primarily, and provide significant monthly tax cuts for working families with children through the child care tax credit. These investments are going to lower out-of-pocket expenses for families and not just give them a little more breathing room. In addition, we're going to make long overdue, much-needed investments in basic, hard infrastructure of this nation. This is an area where we have broad bipartisan agreement to invest in our antiquated roads, highways, bridges, transit, drinking water systems, broadband, clean energy, environmental cleanup, and making infrastructure more resilient to the climate crisis, and so much more. And this is all paid for. Instead of giving every break in the world to corporations and CEOs, by the way, 55 of our largest companies in America paid $0 in federal taxes on more than $40 billion in profit last year. We can ask corporations and the very wealthy just to pay their fair share. They can still be very wealthy, they can still make a lot of money, but just begin to pay their fair share. So we can invest in making our country stronger and more competitive, create jobs and raise wages, and lift up the standard of living for everyone. The bottom line is, in my view, we're a step closer to truly investing in the American people, positioning our economy for long-term growth, and building an America that outcompetes the rest of the world. My goal is to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not just the top down. And that's what we're on our way of doing. Look, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, who was masterful in her leadership on this, and Leader Hoyer and Whip Clyburn and Chairman DeFazio, the entire House leadership team, for the hard work, dedication, and determination to bring people together so we can make a difference in people's lives. I also want to thank every Democrat in the House who worked so hard over the past few weeks to reach an agreement and who supported the process for House consideration of the Jobs and Infrastructure Plan, the Build Back Better effort. There were differences, strong points of view. They're always welcome. What is important is that we came together to advance our agenda. I think everyone who did that, I think everyone who did it was there. Look, I also want to thank everyone who voted to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. You know, it's an act to restore and expand voting protections, to prevent voter suppression, and to secure the most sacred of American rights, the right to vote freely, the right to vote fairly, and the right to have your vote counted. The House is active. The Senate also has to join them to send this important bill to my desk. And the Senate has to move forward on the People's Act, critical legislation to protect our democracy and the right to vote. We need both of those election bills. But let me now turn to Afghanistan. I've met this morning with my counterparts in the G7, as well as heads of the United Nations, NATO, and the European Union. I express my thanks for the solidarity we have seen as we've stood up an unprecedented global effort. I updated our partners on the significant progress we made in the past 10 days. As of this afternoon, we've helped evacuate 70,700 people just since August the 14th, 75,900 people since the end of July. Just in the past 12 hours, another 19 U.S. military flights, 18 C-17s and 1 C-130 carrying approximately 6,400 evacuees, and 31 coalition flights carrying 5,600 people have left Kabul just in the last 12 hours. A total of 50 more flights, 12,000 more people since I updated you this morning. These numbers are a testament to the efforts of our brave service women and men, to our diplomats on the ground in Kabul, and to our allies still standing with us. And we had a productive discussion. There was strong agreement among the leaders about the evacuation mission underway, as well as the need to coordinate our approach to Afghanistan as we move forward. First, on evacuation, we agreed that we will continue to our close cooperation to get people out as efficiently and safely as possible. We are currently on a pace to finish by August the 31st. The sooner we can finish, the better. Each day of operations brings added risk to our troops. But the completion by August 31st depends upon the Taliban continuing to cooperate and allow access to the airport for those who we're transporting out, and no disruptions to our operations. In addition, I've asked the Pentagon and the State Department for contingency plans to adjust the timetable should that become necessary. I'm determined to ensure that we complete our mission, this mission. I'm also mindful of the increasing risks that I've been briefed on, and the need to factor those risks in. They're real and significant challenges that we also have to take into consideration. The longer we stay, starting with the acute and growing risk of an attack by a terrorist group known as ISIS-K, an ISIS affiliate in Afghanistan, which is a sworn enemy of the Taliban as well. Every day we're on the ground is another day we know that ISIS-K is seeking to target the airport and attack both U.S. and allied forces and innocent civilians. Additionally, thus far, the Taliban have been taking steps to work with us so we can get our people out. But it's a tenuous situation. We're already had some gunfighting break out. We run a serious risk of it breaking down as time goes on. Second, the G7 leaders and the leaders of the EU, NATO, and the UN all agreed that we will stand united in our approach to the Taliban. We agreed the legitimacy of any future government depends on the approach it now takes to uphold international obligations, including to prevent Afghanistan from being used as a base for terrorism. And we agreed that none of us are going to take the Taliban's word for it. We'll judge them by their actions, and we'll stay in close coordination on any steps that we take moving forward in response to the Taliban's behavior. At the same time, we renewed our humanitarian commitment to the Afghan people and supported a proposal by the Secretary General Guterres of the United Nations-led international response with unfettered humanitarian access in Afghanistan. Third, we talked about our mutual obligation to support refugees and evacuees currently fleeing Afghanistan. The United States will be a leader in these efforts, and will look to the international community and to our partners to do the same. We're already seeing our allies' commitment. They're bringing to their countries the Afghans who served alongside their forces as translators or in their embassies, just as we're bringing to the United States those Afghans who worked alongside our forces and diplomats. We're continuing that effort. We're conducting thorough security screening in the intermediate stops they're making for anyone who is not a U.S. citizen or a lawful permanent resident of the United States. Anyone arriving in the United States will have undergone a background check. And we must all work together to resettle thousands of Afghans who ultimately qualify for refugee status. The United States will do our part, and we are already working closely with refugee organizations to rebuild a system that was purposely destroyed by my predecessor. Finally, we agreed to stay vigilant against terrorist threats that have metastasized around the world. We went to Afghanistan with our allies in 2001 for clear reasons. One, to get the people who attacked us on 9/11 and to get Osama bin Laden, and to make sure that Afghanistan was not used again as a base from which to attack the United States or our allies. We achieved that objective. We delivered justice to bin Laden more than a decade ago. But the current environment looks very different than it did in 2001, and we have to meet the challenges we face today. We run effective counterterrorism operations around the world, where we know terrorism is more of a threat than it is today in Afghanistan, without any permanent military presence on the ground. And we can and will do the same thing in Afghanistan with our over-the-horizon counterterrorism capability. Cooperation with our closest partners on our enduring counterterrorism mission will continue to be an essential piece of our strategy. In short, we all of us agreed today that we're going to stand shoulder to shoulder with our closest partners to meet the current challenges we face in Afghanistan, just as we have for the past 20 years. We're acting in consultation and cooperation with our closest friends and fellow democracies. And I want to again thank all of our allies and partners around the world who have rallied in support of our shared mission. We ended the conversation today by a clear statement of all of our parts. We are going to stay united, locked at the hip in terms of what we have to do. We'll get that done. And tomorrow, I've asked Secretary Blinken to give you an update and a detailed report on exactly how many Americans are still in Afghanistan, how many have gone out, and what our projection is. So thank you again. May God bless you, and may God protect our diplomats and all those in harm's way. Thank you.
Can you guarantee every American?
Salute my caucus for the commitment to values that they demonstrated in accepting the president's budget, the Build Back Better initiative. Again, it was a team effort for us to win the vote. I want to salute Steny Hoyer, our distinguished Majority Leader, Mr. Clyburn, our distinguished Whip, Catherine Clark, Assistant Speaker, and all of the members of the leadership who worked so hard on this. Because it wasn't just about that vote, it's about how we proceed and make it the law within the next couple of months, 6 weeks, whatever. Really, the vision of the president, he had said, I want to do what I can in a bipartisan way on infrastructure, but it is not the totality of my vision. My vision is to build back better, not only with physical infrastructure, but with the personal infrastructure. I'm paraphrasing now. That wasn't a direct quote. And so in our legislation, we deal with the climate crisis in a more important way. We will deal with the building back better for women, when they were talking about child care and child tax credit, universal pre-K, home health care, and workforce development. These are not just about women, but women will predominantly benefit because women predominantly bear the responsibility for many of those important priorities in our society. So I'm really very, very excited. I always had confidence. I never doubted that the president's budget would prevail because of the commitment that our caucus has to America's working families. That is what unifies us, whatever our differences at the end of the day. Our commitment to America's working families is the unifier. So people say to us, well, you keep them together. No, our values keep the House Democrats together. So I'm excited, very much excited about that. What also happened yesterday was historic. We passed the Voting Rights Act on the floor of the House. Now it will go on to the Senate, and hopefully it will see success there. This is called the John Lewis Voter Advancement Act. It is historic in that when we were in the minority, last time I put this in perspective, when we were in the minority in 2006, we wrote the bill, worked in a bipartisan way, the Black Caucus taking the lead to present the Voting Rights Act that passed at that time, signed by President Bush and became law in 2007. It was almost unanimous. I think it was unanimous in the Senate, but it was almost unanimous in the House. We had nearly 400 votes for it, not even a question of any partisanship. Unfortunately, yesterday you did not see that bipartisanship, and it was really sad because this is fundamental to our democracy, that we respect the sanctity of the vote. That was what John Lewis's life and risk of death was about. And so in any event, all the more necessary because of the assault on the Voting Rights Act that was made by the Supreme Court in Shelby County versus Holder, the then Attorney General, and again, the more recent decision earlier this summer by the Supreme Court on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. What could they be thinking? Thinking? Caring? I don't know. But whatever it is, if they're just saying that the constitutional basis for the legislation, it was not ironclad enough, then we made sure that it was. Congresswoman Terry Sewell has been working on this issue. As you know, she represents Selma in the Congress, so her connection to John Lewis, to voting rights and sacrifices made is a great one, and I was so proud that she prevailed. The John Lewis bill also had the great support of the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler, the chair of the House Administration Committee, which does elections, etc., Zoe Lofgren, the good work of Mr. Butterfield in collecting the data for the constitutional basis, as well as now Secretary Marcia Fudge, but she did that before she left the that was her basis last year. Now, even with the election in 2020, we see even more need because of the actions taken during the election in 2020 and since. And all the more need, not just for H.R. 4, but for H.R. 1, now S1, in the Senate. The suppression of the vote is not only the suppression of the vote, the nullification of elections that they are putting forth. There are probably 20 bills that have become law, that have been enacted, hundreds that have been introduced to suppress the vote. Why? I mean, you just have to wonder, why would they not want to make it easier for people to vote? Just because they want to suppress the vote among people of color, they are also suppressing the vote for everyone else by their, again, suppression of number of polling places, hours that are there. The list goes on and on. So we're very optimistic about what we said in our preamble, we the people. It has to be the people doing this. And over time, there has been efforts to expand freedom, and now the Republicans want to contract freedom. This is the week. This week we are observing Women's Equality Week, when 101 years ago women won the right to vote. At the time they said women given the right to vote, not given, no, not given. Fought for, starved for, marched for. worked so hard over decades to achieve the 19th Amendment. So last week was the day in Tennessee when the vote was taken in Tennessee to take us to the number of states needed to ratify. This week is the enactment. So for 1 week, we celebrate. But as we celebrate, we have to protect the vote, not only in terms of ending suppression, but ending nullification. Martin Luther King, Reverend King, he talked about nullification, the I Had a Dream speech. So this is something that has been there in their Jim Crow world that they want to resurrect. So again, I salute Terry Sewell. I salute all who have worked on the legislation. Steve Cohen, whose subcommittee put forth the legislation last week. The list goes on. While we were presenting our press conference on it yesterday, we had the honor of the presence of the legislators from Texas there, who are seeing firsthand the brutal attempts to suppress the vote in their states. We were honored by their presence, inspired by their courage, and determined to get this to become the law of the land. I talked about how proud I was of my caucus and their commitment to America's working families, and I just want to talk about where we go next. We now are we have been for a while, but now coming to closure on some of the particulars within the bill. The President and the Senate sent us a legislation about a budget resolution for $3.5 trillion. Within it are some of the things I talked about before that relate to workforce development, building back better with women in the workplace, addressing the climate crisis in a way that was not addressed at all in the infrastructure bill, very minor, just electrification, and just other. Electrification is important, but it is not the totality of what we have to do, and we may want to do more. So we had at our caucus a couple of days ago, what's today? Wednesday, yeah, Monday, the chairman once again presenting what the debate will be in the committees, what the priorities are. Our goal is by September 15th that we will have every committee reporting. Now, what was important about yesterday is we could do all of that. We could mark up bills, but we could not report to the Rules Committee, to the Budget Committee without passing a budget bill. And a budget bill that retains the privilege of 51 votes in the Senate. That's why yesterday was fraught with so much meaning, to protect the privilege of 51 votes, enabling in a timely fashion the committee's report. So the members have now on the ongoing, but continue to be alerted to make their voices heard in terms of the substance in the bills and the pay-fors, because we want to pay for this bill. I'd like to have it totally paid for. We'll see what is possible. The Ways and Means Committee under Richie Neal has been working with the Senate and others. I won't go into his context, but so members are making their views known on what the pay-fors can be, and that some are new, some are pretty standard fare, but it's a question of how much. So that's what will be happening, and some committees will be marking up before September 15th, but everyone by September 15th, we write a bill with the Senate, because it's no use our doing a bill that is not going to pass the Senate in the interest of getting things done, getting results. So we don't want to go as slow as the slowest ship, but we also don't want to underutilize any resource, and that resource would be what the Senate rules will allow to proceed. It's pretty exciting. And it goes back to the vision of the president, a vision that he discussed in his campaign, that he made known in his State of the Union. You know, people ask me, I bring this up because it's Women's Equality Week. At the State of the Union, there were two of us, very distinguished Vice President Kamala Harris, of whom we're very, very proud, especially as Californians, but nonetheless, the country very proud. And people asked me afterward, how did it feel to be up there with two women standing behind the president in the State of the Union? And I said, well, it was wonderful, yeah, but what was even more wonderful is that the president's speech was about advancing women in the workplace, child care, family and medical leave, child tax credit, all of those things, workforce development, universal pre-K. It was a speech that not only had the fact that two women were there, but that all women would be served in a very positive way as we go forward. It's transformational. The priorities, the amounts, and the rest is transformational. So we want to get that done. Again, I want to salute the caucus because they always make me proud, and once again they did yesterday. I always have confidence in what they're going to do. I told you about the floor recap and the rest. Go back better. Okay, so right now we continue to have the challenge of COVID. As you know, the variant is the Delta variant is threatening. I salute the FDA. Janet Woodcock did a wonderful job bringing this full approval forward in a timely fashion, respecting all of the scientific requirements that are there. And now that we have the full approval for those who were reluctant because it didn't have full approval, and those organizations who did not feel that they could require the vaccine until there was full approval, hopefully that will give us some more momentum. As children go back to school, this is really important that adults who can't, people of 12 and over, I'll call adult, my grandchildren, that they will be vaccinated so that they don't put younger children at risk until there can be approval for vaccine for them. But anyway, in the meantime, let's just crush this virus. And people have to know that as it spreads, that's a way for it to mutate, and that we don't need another variant, but we always have to be prepared. So I congratulated the president yesterday on the fact that the vaccine had now received full approval. And again, very important for some of what we have in the rescue package at the beginning of the year to take effect in the schools for distancing and ventilation and other safety precautions for the children. Again, when we talk about challenges that we have in our country, we have these fires in the West, floods in Tennessee. The President approved a major disaster declaration for Tennessee. Middle Tennessee region has had flooding and deaths. In California, we have the river, in the West, we have the River and Dixie fires, which the President has declared major disaster for as well. And so we have to understand how, again, many of us think if we can address the climate crisis, we can deal in a better way to prevent some of this. But in any event, in the immediate here and now, our sympathy goes out to those in Tennessee who've lost their loved ones. It's very sad. 18 people have lost their lives so far, and people, their families, and those who've lost some of their livelihood and homes we sympathize with us similarly. And we're fortunate so far in California in terms of it's not fortunate to lose your home and your job and everything else, but containing any loss of life. Takes me down to Afghanistan. Our hopes and prayers and thoughts are with the people there. We salute our men and women in uniform, our diplomats, our intelligence people who have worked so hard in the Afghanistan arena for a number of years, and especially right now. Again, I salute my members, Jason Crow taking the lead on legislation, allies, and hope that to help those who helped us, and hopefully as many of those people will be evacuated as possible, hopefully all. But this is a tragic situation. I've been there 8 or 9 times, and most of the time we visited women in the hinterlands. We would go on Mother's Day under the leadership of Susan Davis, our former colleague, and we would want to just see, with all the respect in the world for all the women who advance as judges and doctors and heads of universities and leading figures, we also were visiting the poorest of the poor women and seeing what their aspirations were for their daughters to be able to go to school and the rest. So we've changed Afghanistan in that respect, and that women have seen the light of day, but now that is under threat. And we want to make sure that there's a big bright light shining on Afghanistan if they wish to participate globally in any way. Respect for women and people in general is a factor in all of that. So with that, I'll take a question.
Madam Speaker. When did you learn that Congressman Moulton and Congressman Meyer had traveled to Afghanistan, and is that what prompted your letter instructing members not to travel to the region?
When did I learn? Around the same time, a little before it was in the public domain. I'll tell you why it wasn't in the we didn't make it known, because it would be dangerous for them. So a matter of hours, but still, until they were airborne, it would not have been safe for them. The Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, there's a real concern about members being in the region. And so with the, shall we say, knowledge of the Secretary of Defense as to what the risk would be to these members, the resources necessary to facilitate their visit and to protect them was an opportunity cost of what we needed to do to be evacuating as many people as possible. So it's not just about them going to Afghanistan, but them going to the region, because there's a call on our resources diplomatically, politically, militarily, and the rest in the region as well. So this is deadly serious. We do not want members to go.
So you're disappointed in them specifically? You wish they hadn't gone?
I haven't heard what they're, in other words, let me just say, I think my letter speaks for itself in terms of people shouldn't be going there.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, just on that front, have you spoken to them since their
No, I haven't.
visit?
I don't know. I guess they're back now, are they? I haven't spoken to them since, no.
Do you see their trip as a distraction?
I don't think this is so much of a distraction. I mean, the point is that we didn't want anybody to think this was a good idea and that they should try to follow suit. Again, I've been busy. It's an important thing. We wanted to make sure they were safe for themselves, but also for what consequences could flow, a ramification if something happened to them while they were there. So they have to make their own case as to why they went and this or that. But it was not, in my view, a good idea.
Do you intend to speak with them then?
We'll see. Well, I mean, there are other, they have their committees. See, when you go, sure, this is not just like, I think I'm going to go to Afghanistan. You need the approval of your committee chair in order to do that. And we've put out the word to committee chairs. There ain't going to be no planes or this or that for people going to the region or any facilitation. See, the Defense Department has to protect, but the State Department has to facilitate. Really? We're trying to get people out. So again, without having a fuller knowledge of, I don't think they had any committee approval. I don't know that. I don't know what happened on the Republican side, but my understanding is they didn't have committee approval on the Democratic side. But in any event, interesting. I don't think a major distraction, because we put an end to any thought that anybody was going there right away.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. And to that end on Afghanistan, with this Herculean effort to try to withdraw these folks and get people out safely and evacuate them, what does it say about the fact that two members, a Democrat and Republican, and I've talked to a number of officers who are working the phones constantly to get people out, that they feel so desperate that people need to be evacuated that they need to freelance on their own? Does that speak to this problem about the evacuation?
No, I think it speaks to that they want to freelance on their own. I would not make anything bigger of this. We have a big challenge to get people out safely and to get them get them. I talked to Malala last week. You know Malala. She's the heroine of the world. Personal sacrifice, great leadership. And we talked about women and girls, which is part of what her foundation does. But she basically, in our conversation and a follow-up letter, said, most important thing right now is for us to have the U.S. to have a strong military presence at the airport and the opportunity for people to get to the airport. It is not in furtherance of that strength for us to have members going over there. Yes, sir.
Mr. Crow, who you mentioned is leading the effort, in the caucus on this, he said yesterday he's against withdrawing our troops by the 31st. He said, if we aren't willing to use the military to protect U.S. citizens and our partners and our friends, then what do we use it for? Do you think that this is the wrong decision to stick by this deadline if there are potentially thousands, tens of thousands of Afghans, partners, their families that are left behind?
Well, we obviously have made a promise and we want to honor it. And I have the enormous respect for Mr. Crow. He's been a leader, just visionary. He saw what would happen early on and was a leader in passing the legislation in a way to facilitate. The judgment about leaving is a judgment that the president has made. And he has to balance the equities of what is the threat to our military and the people at the airport and versus the advantage of staying. And that's kind of what he said yesterday, but I think more will unfold in that regard. So I'm not, I think at our most, I can't go into what happened at the caucus yesterday, but one impression that one might take of people coming out, which I was there for, but people coming out is that people really wanted to encourage the president to stay longer. But he has to, as I say, weigh the equities of the danger versus the advantage, and I trust his judgment.
I'm curious about your reaction to your reflection on this week with the Gottheimer crew. You've been through a lot of these in the last 15 years. I'm curious what your reflection is on what they frame as a deal, you say is not much of a deal.
Well, no, it's not. It's a clarification. Mm-hmm. It's a clarification, but it is, look, we have a vision about how we go forward. It is in grasp because of the reconciliation. There are those who'd like to see the reconciliation be smaller, and some of that from the outside and had an impact on some of the debate. But I have tremendous respect for all of our members and what their views are and what they bring to the table. And what, at the end of the day, what had to prevail was the president's vision and the needs of America's working families, and they saw that. We would have had to pass infrastructure bill by October 1st anyway, by September 30th anyway, because the authorizations expire and for highway and some of the things in the bill. And so we're talking about a couple of days earlier. But again, their participation was constructive. I welcome it. And I was pleased that we were able to get 100% of the Democrats to vote. And again, let me take it back to our colleagues. The steam that was in our caucus was to get this done for the president, for the American people, for America's working families. And our unity, as I always say, our diversity is our strength, our unity is our power. We had our diversity, we had our discussions, we're respectful all around, and our unity was our power. You say it's it? That's it. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. You are streaming live now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for tuning in on this Wednesday, August 25th. Top stories, breaking news. If that's what you're here for, then you're in the right place. We just showed you all a live press conference from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. A lot on House Democrats' plate this week. We saw her take questions from reporters on a variety of topics, including Afghanistan, COVID-19, the Biden administration's Build Back Better agenda, and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Passing the House on Tuesday, House Democrats passing the act named after civil rights leader Representative John Lewis with the votes of 219 to 212. That went exclusively along party lines. All Democrats voting yes, with Republicans who called it a federal power grab voting no. The Lewis bill lays out a framework for the Department of Justice to identify discriminatory voting patterns in state and local jurisdictions. The bill now heads to the Senate, where it could potentially face a filibuster from Senate Republicans. In other news, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also speaking on the two congressmen who went to visit Afghanistan, warning that it could potentially divert needed resources. President Biden facing growing pushback on his decision to pull U.S. troops from Afghanistan by the end of the month. So I do want to bring you all the latest from Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera. She's in Washington with reaction from more lawmakers.
Both the Pentagon and the White House have been pretty cagey about how many Americans are really left in Afghanistan at this point, but we do expect some kind of an estimate today as time is running out. U.S. forces are still on the ground at the airport in Kabul, coordinating this hasty evacuation mission. But even they have started to leave, on orders from the White House.
The sooner we can finish, the better.
President Biden yesterday with a delayed update, standing by next week's deadline to remove U.S. forces, despite enormous pressure from U.S. allies and even members of his own party.
Every day we're on the ground is another day we know that ISIS-K is seeking to target the airport and attack both U.S. and allied forces and innocent civilians.
The president says it's possible the date could be extended, but the White House thinks that at least all Americans who want to leave should make it out on time. But there are real doubts about that, and the Pentagon will only say that several thousand have been evacuated.
That is as far as I'm going to be able to go today.
He will have blood on his hands. People are going to die, and they're going to be left behind.
Republican critics have been unsparing, saying it's clear that many Afghans who assisted the U.S. will be abandoned. And even some Democrats say this has been mishandled.
This looks like a planning failure, a military planning failure as to how we draw down our forces, how we evacuate our personnel.
We guarantee every American will be out before the troops leave.
The president left the podium yesterday without answering questions as the remaining U.S. forces in Afghanistan are preparing for their own departure next week. Well, the State Department, meantime, says that it has made more than 4,000 phone calls to Americans in recent days to ensure that all U.S. citizens who want to get out of Afghanistan make it out. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thanks, Doug, for that report. We will continue to bring you all the latest when it comes to the unfolding situation in Afghanistan. However, we do have a breaking live event coming to Live Now from Fox. The mayor of Tampa is holding a live press conference. She's announcing mandatory vaccines for all Tampa employees.
Individuals who have died are those that are unvaccinated. So my job is to ensure the health and well-being of our team here in the city, and that's why we're making that decision, and we're implementing the COVID-19 vaccine for all of our employees so that we can keep them safe. And talking about the personal freedoms as well, individuals saying that it's their decision if they get vaccinated. How about the freedom of their coworkers? The people that are sitting next to them who have been vaccinated and may have comorbidities, and COVID-19 can be a life-threatening issue for them. They have rights as well. So I think that this decision may not be the most popular, but it is the right thing to do for all of our employees. Doctor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a couple of clinical and scientific remarks regarding where we are with COVID right now and also with vaccination. For those of you who don't know, we continue to see a high volume of patients coming in with COVID and really still sitting at double the numbers of our last peak right now in our hospital. About 250 patients on any given day right now are admitted to the hospital. About 85 to 90% of those patients are unvaccinated. Most of the vaccinated patients that we're seeing in the hospital are really transplant patients or people with significant immunosuppression. So what we do know is if we want to move past those high numbers, we need to get vaccinated. We've seen really good evidence that these vaccines work. I know there's a lot of confusing messaging out there right now around whether the vaccines are working or whether they're effective. The vaccines are working. The vaccines are effective. what we are starting to see are some numbers of patients who might have asymptomatic or less mild or less severe symptoms, patients with breakthrough cases of COVID. Now, we would have less of those if more of us were vaccinated. You also may see data out there about maybe we need to get another dose or another booster. That's great, that's fine for people like me who've already vaccinated, but that's not going to move us past this mess. The only way we get past this mess is by all of us going out to get vaccinated. What you're seeing around that data are, again, more asymptomatic or breakthrough cases, not necessarily hospitalization. Really important data coming out this week from Los Angeles, from the CDC, showing at least a 5-fold increase in protection against even getting the Delta variant or any variant of COVID that we know of so far, if you're vaccinated compared to not vaccinated. What we also know is the risk of being put on a ventilator or being put into the ICU is about 25 times higher for the unvaccinated patient who gets COVID compared to the vaccinated patient who gets COVID. Vaccines keep us out of the hospital. Vaccines allow our healthcare systems to work. Vaccines allow our city to function. Vaccines allow us to have the freedom to move about. This is why these vaccines are so important. There's been enough time that we know about the safety around these vaccines. Most vaccines that have had any issues, those issues have come up very quickly after vaccine release. This vaccine has been out in studies since at least over a year ago. It's been out with emergency use authorization now since December, and now is FDA approved. Like the mayor said, millions of doses of this vaccine given, very few serious side effects. Very, very few, in the 100 to 200 range compared to the millions and millions of people who've had this vaccine and the thousands and thousands of lives saved. So this is the only way we're going to get past this mess. There's no magic formula here. It's vaccination, just like we've done with polio, smallpox, meningitis, mumps, measles. Everything else we've moved past as a society, we've done through vaccination and public health campaigns. So that's the scientific remarks, and I'll turn it back over to the mayor now. Thank you.
All right, we will go ahead and open it up to questions.
Mayor, who does this include exactly in terms of, does it include contract workers who do work with the city? Does it include retired officers who do extra duty work as police officers? So who does this encompass?
It encompasses all of our full-time employees here at the city of Tampa. We don't have control over contractors. Those are discussions that we can have with them, but we wouldn't be able to mandate it for them.
So this will include police and fire as well?
Correct.
Okay.
And what happens if somebody doesn't?
Those are the kind of things that we will deal with as they come up. I think that there's a lot of misinformation, as the doctor has said, out there about this vaccination. It is safe. It has proven to be safe. It has saved so many lives, and people continue to die every day needlessly. I believe the number is close to 1,000 people dying each day from COVID-19. With a vaccine in place, that's unnecessary. So we are hoping that everyone will see the value in this. I know that some people are on the fence about the vaccination, and maybe this will nudge them over. Other individuals may just have a fear of that vaccine, and hopefully this too will nudge them over. I'm not naive enough to think that there aren't going to be people that are going to be adamantly against this, and we will deal with those individuals. As I said too, there are options here.
So would those individuals be then terminated?
We're not going to talk about termination. That's not going to happen. Our City of Tampa team is a great team, and we're going to work with individuals who feel that this vaccine is not in their best interest.
Mayor Pastor, this seems to conflict with Governor DeSantis' position on mandates and other things. Have you spoken to the governor for his people, and have you had any reaction from his office?
No, I have not spoken to the governor.
Any reaction from the governor since it was announced earlier today?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mayor, how many city employees have been vaccinated as opposed to those who haven't?
That's an issue too, is that we don't have accurate data. And now, even before when we were getting the data each and every day, it was so helpful, even though there were some inaccuracies in it. Now we only get it once a week, so it's difficult to see what those trends are. But our estimation is around 40%.
Mayor, how big of an issue, and this may be also a question for the union leaders here, how big of an issue has COVID been
for city workers, and you had a lot of people falling out and missing a lot of work.
Yes, it's been a huge issue. It's been a huge burden for our workforce. Individuals that have contracted COVID, individuals who have had to be quarantined because of it. Very, very large numbers. That's another step that we're taking since the schools have opened. We have all seen those dramatic increases, not only in the COVID cases, positivity rate, but also in the quarantine. So what we are doing is opening up locations within the city that city employees will be able to bring their children to if they have been quarantined from school, so that they can continue to work, because that's a burden on the parents. If their children are quarantined, what do? They have to take sick time. So we're doing everything we can to work with our employees to get through this pandemic. We were really making such progress. If we had, as Dr. Wilson said, more people vaccinated, we probably wouldn't be dealing with this Delta variant, but we are. And if we don't get vaccinated, who knows what the next variant will bring.
Mayor, do you believe this order conflicts with Governor DeSantis' order in any way?
No.
They can coexist?
Yes.
Why?
Well, let me say that's my hope, because it's as I stated before, it's my job to look out for the well-being, the health and well-being of all of our team members here in the city of Tampa. So I need to be able to make those decisions in their best interest.
Mayor, I'm interested if you could maybe answer a question about the antibody testing. I would take it to understand that you would believe that those people would have been previously infected, a natural infection with COVID-19. Is that what you're looking for with that test result?
No, I wouldn't assume anything on the medical level. I could let Dr. Wilson talk about that, but one of the reasons that I made that decision was a lot of people feel that they already had it. They say, I already had it. I had it before the testing came out. So I think that people who believe they have the antibodies take the test, will find that they don't have those antibodies and aren't protected, and will get vaccinated. But Dr. Wilson, do you want to comment on the antibodies?
Sure, I'll just comment to say that the antibody science around COVID is an evolving science. There is a lot of just sort of colloquial belief that perhaps I had a case of COVID back in February or early March, when in reality we probably didn't have cases here until later March of 2020. The antibody testing can be helpful in determining where your current antibody level is. There's different types of antibody testing. There's both antibody testing for virus itself and also for the vaccine itself as well, and those can be differentiated also.
Dr. Wilson, a quick question, if you don't mind, about vaccinations and hospitalizations at TGH. Is there a particular vaccine that may or may not be underperforming with the hospitalizations? We've seen different data about Pfizer, Moderna, J&J is in the news today. Is any vaccine underperforming and more of those people coming to the hospital?
Sure. So what we have seen right now is that any vaccination offers significant protection. The majority of patients who are hospitalized at Tampa General right now either have not been vaccinated or have been vaccinated, likely with one of the mRNA vaccines, because that's what we utilize for our transplant population, and that makes up the majority of unvaccinated patients right now in the transplant patient population, which is what led to that third dose approval by the FDA about 2 weeks ago or so. Now, having said that, we know from some public health data and from epidemiological data that the two mRNA vaccines, the Pfizer and Moderna, probably do offer a little bit more protection than the Janssen adenovirus vaccine, which still offers good protection, but maybe not quite as much protection as that Pfizer Moderna. So you'll see some third shots here offered to more and more people in the public as we move forward as those authorizations. And you're likely to see another dose of that Janssen vaccine, that J&J vaccine, be offered here sometime soon too. Everybody's kind of waiting for some data about 2 doses of that vaccine right now.
What are the complications in particular that put people at a higher risk?
For COVID or for vaccination? For COVID, gotcha. So I think it's really important for everybody to understand this right now. The biggest risk factor for whether you get hospitalized for COVID or go home with COVID is vaccination status. Last year, right now at this time, it was a combination of diabetes, high blood pressure, overweight, obesity, and age, right? That's what we would calculate to try to figure out if we should hospitalize you or not. Right now, it is vaccination status is the biggest risk factor, so whether you're going to get sick or not sick. Now, once you get sick, those other risk factors also apply, but those are the major risk factors. And then once sick, do you require oxygen or not require oxygen? That becomes kind of the pivotal moment in terms of deciding how things go. But I do want to just quickly say, since you asked the question, I can remind myself to say this. I'm admitting patients to the hospital every day who are very sick, who have not been vaccinated for COVID. I have yet to admit, intubate, or take care of a critically ill patient who is that way because they got vaccinated, because of a vaccine side effect. So risk-benefit ratio here, right? Every day, unvaccinated COVID patients who are very sick never had a significant serious side effect of a vaccine, whether it's this vaccine or any other vaccine, really.
I was wondering if one of the union representatives would be willing to come up and just give some thoughts on this issue here.
No, we're going to be collective bargaining this issue and the effects of it in the future with the mayor's office. So right now, we're not going to go into detail on on what those requirements that we may have and what we can work out with the city.
Can you say about how many employees this is going to fall under?
Yeah, we have about 4,700 employees throughout the city of Tampa in a variety of positions.
And is priority to protect your city employees or to protect anybody that your city employees are around?
All of the above. Thank you, guys.
Last question? Yeah, if a significant number of people decide that they just can't stay employed with the city, have you guys made contingencies for services and?
No, there's no need to go down that path right now. We're focused on the health and well-being of all of our team members.
Mayor, are you going to provide data of vaccinations, percentages of city workers are vaccinated after September 30th deadline?
When we can get that information, that's an issue, as I said before, being able to get the data. We can get the data of individuals that were vaccinated at the public site, but a lot of it if they went to their own physician. So we can work through, or are working through the State Department of Health right now to find out exactly who has and has not been vaccinated and how and if that information can be transferred so that we won't have to individually check cards.
I guess I'm confused, Mayor, so you're going to be requiring vaccinations after September 30th with options to be announced, and the other caveats you already mentioned. How are you going to track if people they have to show proof, I think you mentioned.
Yes.
So will you be releasing that data to the public after the 30th of the aggregate numbers of city workers?
Sure, I'm sure that we could release that data as we go along because September 30th is the deadline, and as we go along, we could release that information. Right now, I estimated 40% of our employees have been vaccinated, and that clearly is an estimation because there's no hard data on that at this point.
Is that September 30th, is that where they have to have their
Yes.
first shot?
No,
or
both.
They
Both.
have to have had both and they're 2 weeks or 3 weeks after
Yes.
the second? So you're requiring that they go out there and they do this now?
Right, that's our hope, is that individuals that haven't been vaccinated will do so right away. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. If you have any other questions, please come to me.
Mandatory vaccines for the City of Tampa employees. Mayor Jane Castor there announcing that all City of Tampa employees will be required to get the COVID-19 vaccine. Tampa is actually the first city in the Bay Area to issue a vaccine mandate, and this will affect over 4,500 employees. And officials there in Tampa also briefly spoke to the science behind the vaccine. So I do want to bring you the latest news when it comes to the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. There's been a lot of questions surrounding this, and new research I'm going to send most of our news off to quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we do have another live event to bring you all here at Live Now from Fox. The Human Rights Commission is holding a briefing on the evolving humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan and how it relates to civilians, the need to protect civilians. So we'll have that live press conference for you all right on the other side of this break.
There is a desire amongst a fair number of my staff to leave the country. I'm certainly not trying to stop that or get in the way. I'm trying to facilitate to the greatest extent possible what I can support. But that also requires the cooperation of a number of different governments. And so I hope that as they see the humanitarian needs increase, that all people have certain degree of self-determination in terms of whether they choose to leave the country or not. So thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the other panelists have a comment they would like to make on this?
Yes, I would like to add that in the face of rising needs, urgent funding is required to allow aid agencies to save lives. The need for assistance is increased at the same time as threats to civilians is at an all-time high. Current level of international humanitarian aid to Afghanistan are insufficient to ensure independent and needs-based humanitarian assistance. More than halfway through this calendar year, the UN Humanitarian Response Plan for Afghanistan has received only 38% funding for the year. Life-saving aid. US humanitarian funding has remained flat despite the doubling in needs in Afghanistan this year. Donors are also urged to fast-track funding to allow NGOs and partners to meet urgent humanitarian needs. And for that to happen, we need a certain level of flexibility. In example, in NRC, we have a large program providing legal aid and counseling to people on housing, land and property and other legal issues. And something tells me that that program will not be so relevant going forward. So we would like to redirect funding from programs we have to park to more life-saving, urgent humanitarian programming. Thank you.
And if I could just add, I do want to ask everybody on this call to not forget about the people inside of Afghanistan. I know that almost all of the media attention and efforts right now, rightly so, are for those that need to get out, but there are 40 million people in Afghanistan, and they are in critical need of food, of water, of protection. And we cannot lose our focus and we cannot disengage diplomatically, because in order for us to operate inside of Afghanistan, we need diplomatic support and engagement. Thank you. Thank you.
Allow me to one more thing. Also, when the last planes leave the airport of the evacuation efforts, remember there will be thousands of people in real need for protection, and they should be allowed safe passage to another country, in example, neighboring country, if they so wish.
Thank you. I'd now like to turn things over to Representative Bilirakis, who I understand has a question. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Great, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for all your great work. The stories and images that I've heard and seen come out of Afghanistan over the past few weeks have been really, truly heartbreaking. And I know you all agree. The courage and commitment of the NGO workers on the ground is inspiring. I thank you for all your commitments and all your work and your compassion on behalf of the people of Afghanistan and, of course, the American citizens as well. Again, quite frankly, you are the lifeline for millions of Afghans, and we appreciate it so very much. You truly understand the reality on the ground, and I know this is extremely informative for at least to me, but other members of Congress who are listening as well. As a member of Congress, I want to know from you exactly what the U.S. Congress can do to help you make difficult conditions a little bit better, a little bit easier. I know you touched on this, but if you'd like to elaborate, and whoever would like to go first, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Why don't we start with Vicki?
Sure. Thank you very much for your support. You know, as mentioned, Congress can help ensure that there is funding available for NGOs to do humanitarian work. They can ensure that any sanctions that get imposed that NGOs are exempted from those sanctions, and that we are able to continue to provide assistance. It's who is running the country right now has nothing to do with the majority of people inside of Afghanistan, has nothing to do with half the population that are women and children that had no say in this, and that are suffering right now. They're suffering from the drought, they're suffering from the conflict, they're suffering from COVID, and we need to be able to provide them assistance. And, you know, I implore you to ensure that the diplomatic community stays engaged. Anything that Congress can do to put pressure on the executive branch to stay engaged diplomatically, we would greatly appreciate that, because our staff need support. They're feeling like the world has abandoned them, and that after August 31st, no one will care. And I know that's not true. I'm an American myself. I know my people care. And so we really encourage you to stay engaged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Can I ask a question, another question with regard to, you mentioned the NGOs are going to stay on the ground, obviously. What's the percentage of folks, American citizens, that would prefer to leave and come back to the States that you work with? Anyone want to answer that?
Go ahead, Jared.
No, Vic, as an American NGO, I think you should go first, and then I can answer. Thanks.
Hi, yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that. I know I'm an American citizen and I'm preferring to stay in Kabul and work with my team here. I don't, you know, I know of other American citizens that work with NGOs that do want to be able to come back if they have left to work with their staff and do plan on doing that. And what we need to support that is the commercial flights to resume and for the humanitarian air bridge that the UN is running to get up and functioning. But as far as American citizens that are here and that want to leave, I do know that the embassy is reaching out to all American citizens. I know I get calls in the middle of the night asking if I want to leave. So I do know that that is functioning and that they should be able to leave if they want to.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I don't want to take up too much time because I know there are other members, so I'll yell back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Bilirakis. Very much appreciate it. Let's now turn to the Q&A, and I will just start with a question. Do you think the Taliban will be more or less hostile to international assistance NGOs than the Ghani government, which was in the process of creating a very restrictive NGO registration taxation process to limit NGO freedoms in Afghanistan?
So I'd love to start by answering that because I think it's a really good, excellent question and very perceptive around what was the operating environment for NGOs, particularly in the past year. It is correct, the Ghani administration, particularly certain high-level offices and ministries, created a very hostile, challenging operating environment for the NGO community. In the past year alone, they attempted to completely redraft the NGO law, which had been in place for the past 15 years, and to put in clauses that completely violated independence, neutrality of NGOs to work in Afghanistan. There were clear red lines that were being violated, and there were clear attempts by the administration to push that through executive orders. And it was only due to the active engagement of the US government, the European Union, and others that helped stop the flow of that law being passed. Additionally, back in January, there was a vice presidential decree that no new projects could be approved without explicit approval at the vice president's office. And that was being managed by one person for all of the NGOs and all of the projects. So the idea was basically to create a backlog that would make it nearly impossible for NGOs to work. Yes, it has been very, very challenging for NGOs to operate that way. That being said, it's still very unclear if the Taliban will proceed in similar ways or if they're going to operate with more transparency and in good faith with NGOs. It's too soon to tell. What I would say is that if they want legitimacy, which is what they are claiming, and if they want to be perceived as a legitimate state actor, then they have to operate in good faith with the NGO community because we're the backbone of providing services throughout the country. So I do think that they understand to be a more good faith process, but whether they follow through on that or not, it's still early days.
I fully concur.
Thank you. Go ahead, Astrid.
I fully concur, and I would like to say that it's hard to imagine that.
Streaming live now from Fox. Right now, we are taking a listen as the Human Rights Commission briefing on the ongoing situation in Afghanistan. Right now, officials are urging the need for civilian protection in Afghanistan. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial. We'll be right back.
So I want to say that we are leaning on the UN to take the lead, ensure that NGO voices are also heard.
Great, thank you. Vicky, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I guess it will depend on if there are any carrots offered, which we can't. I mean, they will be relying us to provide services. Sanctions are applied immediately. They may lose any incentive to play ball.
Thank you. We have a question from Representative Jackson Lee, and I will now give over the floor to her. Thank you.
Good morning. Can I be heard?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so very much. I join my colleague on thanking you all so very much. I have been to Afghanistan many times, and certainly in the very early of the Afghan-U.S. war, starting in 2002, and founded and chaired the Afghanistan caucus in the House of Representatives. We owe a great debt of gratitude to all of you. And I think one of the most salient points is the fact that there are 40 million people in Afghanistan. 40 million, even as, excuse me, even as we evacuate thousands, there are 40 million. I'd like to get from the NGOs the absolute sincere response on what the U.S. leaving means as relates to NGOs and the capability of the Taliban to be able to govern of letting the NGOs work. And I have a concluding question of what is the level of COVID and the need for medical teams to come in? And lastly, the threat of ISIS and Al-Qaeda as relates to the work that you have to do. Will the Taliban ensure that you can do your work outside of these potential threats? Sorry for the length of the questions, but I think these are important elements for Congress to know and understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to start on this, please?
I can start, Rodi.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and thank you for all your work on Afghanistan over the years. We really appreciate that. Where to start? So if the U.S. leaves completely, and if it removes the diplomatic community as well, we have relied, as Jared has mentioned and Astrid, on the diplomatic community to be able to help us make the government understand what we need to do our work. So without the support of the US, the previous government may have implemented an NGO law that would have made it impossible for us to implement anything in the country. We're relying on diplomatic support to ensure that our female staff can continue to work. We're doing independent negotiations as well, but we need to have a functioning government to interact with, and the diplomatic community has provided a lot of backup support to us over the years. In terms of COVID has been raging in the country as there's no death registry, so we can't say how many people have died of COVID. I do know that 4 of my own staff have died of COVID. I do know that Afghanistan only has enough vaccine for 9% of the population. I do know that in this current regime, if women are forced to stay at home and not access healthcare, that could be highly problematic, particularly when it comes to COVID. We do know that gender-based violence has increased dramatically since COVID started. Many of the health facilities, the health system is run by NGOs contracted through the government. What is going to happen to that as development funds have been frozen? How are they going to be able to continue their work? it will be the same with education. If the government doesn't have any funds, how are the schools going to operate? There may be more need for informal schooling through NGOs. In terms of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, our programs in certain provinces have been impacted by us over the years. So, I have lost staff by ISK attacks as well. We've never been able to negotiate with them. They don't care about the community. I know the Taliban has been fighting against them in certain areas, so it is yet to be seen how the Taliban is going to interact with them. And at that, I will hand over to one of my colleagues.
Thank you.
Jared or Astrid, would you like to add anything to this, please?
It's hard to follow such a comprehensive reply, but I would like to remind the audience that Afghanistan was hard hit with the COVID pandemic before this current crisis, and that people have already exhausted whatever limited resources they had when the economy and the population was hit with the pandemic.
Yeah, thank you. And I would just add as well that I think it's less about sending in people and support to respond to COVID and more about vaccines and certain resources, financial or otherwise, to help support the response that is happening on the ground. And there has been increased capacity in terms of testing facilities and health facilities that have been trained to better deal with this than compared to the first wave. I also think that it's not just about the ramifications of the illness itself with COVID, it's about all of the additional vulnerabilities that have arisen as a result of COVID. So when a lot of people were confined to their homes, we saw a lot of evidence of increased gender-based violence, increased child abuse, increased domestic violence, other types of protection-related issues. And that is something like an organization such as DRC and the others here would also focus on. Since DRC is not a health agency in Afghanistan, but so we try to focus on those types of needs as well. And I agree with everything that's been said about ISK and others. I just think that they're really in a strong position to serve as a spoiler in the country. There's a lot of ways that they can act very opportunistically in order to create problems. And my big concern is anything that would impact the ability for people, aid workers, citizens, otherwise, to get in and out of the country. And I think that that's something that needs to be paid careful attention to. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Jackson-Lee, do you have any follow-up or any other questions you would like to ask?
I didn't hear him on this last sentence.
Okay, Jared, could you just repeat your last question, your last response, sorry?
Yeah, just to say that there really is an opportunity for, another armed opposition group like ISIS to act as a spoiler in the country and to do something very specific that would create a huge set of problems for both Afghan citizens, aid workers, otherwise. And that is, I think, a huge concern at the moment. And anything that would prevent people from getting in and out would create even more problems than what we're currently seeing. So they have the capacity to do that. And that's something I think that should be monitored.
Thank you. Representative Jackson-Lee, could you hear and do you have any other follow-up questions that you would like to ask?
I didn't hear that. Can you hear me? I didn't hear with coming weeks or months from the United States for medical issues, including COVID.
Okay, thank you. You're fading in and out a little bit, but I think I got your comment. Thank you. At this point, I think we will move on to some other questions. I encourage you, if you have not already put a question in the Q&A, and if you would like to have one answered, that you please do so. I'm going to turn to a question now that is, appreciate the need for funding support to the response to needs in Afghanistan. However, your panel has just shared many of the barriers to funding and ongoing support. How can you ensure the funding you are requesting will be able to be spent, given the concerns around Taliban support for ongoing philanthropic work? And I will turn it over to Astrid. You want to go ahead and then we'll follow on?
I think at the moment, we need to realize that Taliban needs some time to sort of configure its setup in Afghanistan. And for NRC, we are realizing that we need to park some programs that are a little bit contested, perhaps, and focus on emergency response. Basically go for the low-hanging fruits that will, on the one hand, save lives, and on the other hand, create a level of acceptance with Taliban. In NRC, we are planning to do winterization and wash activities because it benefits men, women, children alike. Unfortunately, shelter activities, even if it is durable tents, is quite expensive when it's done in a large scale. So we are going to call on all our donors to contribute to a proper winterization program this year so that we prevent more suffering. So I think that answers the question partially, but we will have to negotiate and try to influence the process of these guidelines and rules and regulations that will govern how we work going forward.
Just to add on, to add on to what Astrid said, as she had mentioned in her opening remarks, the Humanitarian Response Fund is only 38% funded. There are activities that can go on and that haven't been done yet either. And that was before, that plan was made before this summer happened and all of the additional requirements. So right now, WFP is still delivering food. So the activities can continue. We're expecting the pause to be a matter of weeks, not a matter of months or years. We are foreseeing a dramatic rise in the need for education in emergency as schools may be unable to open. It is predicted that 50% of children in Afghanistan could have acute malnutrition. We need to immediately address that before they get into severe malnutrition. So I don't think that there will be a problem spending any additional funds that are sent to Afghanistan.
Jared, did you want to add anything?
Just very quickly, I would just say that NGOs, particularly the three on this call, have a lot of experience also monitoring the way money is spent on the ground, and there are a lot of safeguards and protocols to ensure that the money is going to where it's supposed to go, and we have those systems in place. So there are no significant changes in the past few weeks, which would cause me additional concern about how we track and spend our money appropriately to our donors and to the U.S. government, anyone. We have those structures, so I think that that's something to be aware of as well. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. We'll now turn to another question. Now that the Taliban have taken control of Kabul, do you anticipate wide-scale returns? Also, is the Taliban likely to force people to return? what will be the main humanitarian and protection needs if people do return?
I'll quickly start. I think at this point in time, I anecdotally do not get the impression that there are wide-scale returns being planned. We are seeing, I think, a small number from Pakistan specifically willing to cross back over the border in order to get back home because they do see a degree of stability. But that is fairly anecdotal, and I don't think it's indicative of the wider desire for people to come back now that, you know, widespread conflict has subsided for now. I think it's very much more of a wait and see game. But for those that return, I do think that it's the general pattern of vulnerabilities that we always see for returnees, particularly around legal right issues. You know, the need for people to have national identification in order to access certain services provided by agencies, land right issues, people being able to have entitlements to their homes, and that's particularly necessary for women. So I do think some of those protection vulnerabilities are going to still be there, but nothing new or unique to this context.
If I may add, let's not forget that several 100,000, if not millions, have fled drought. And the reason they fled is that their fields are dwindling, their livestock are dying, and there are no livelihoods opportunities. They're seeking refuge in cities and towns and living from hand to mouth. These are still a population in high need, and the humanitarian community needs to continue to address these needs.
Thank you. Anyone else want to jump in on this? Okay, I'd like to just read a comment from Cindy Buell, who is the co-chair in McGovern's office. And she says, I think these presentations highlight how careful the US and international community needs to be if looking at financial restrictions, sanctions, etc. on Afghanistan, and ensure they do not place additional obstacles in the way of humanitarian programs operating inside Afghanistan or ordinary Afghan survival. I'd like to ask each of you to just briefly comment and add anything to that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think my colleagues have mentioned a general OFAC license would be much welcomed for the humanitarian community in Afghanistan. Even now, for goods coming across the border with the Taliban collecting customs, people are questioning, can we buy these goods? Can we distribute these goods? Already with COVID, so humanitarian goods were getting even more restricted in our ability to get them. So if you add sanctions on top of that, the ability to get medicine into the country, the ability for, you know, food in the markets, many things becomes extremely difficult to program sometimes with sanctions in place. And when you're talking about a humanitarian disaster like Afghanistan currently is, we need to be able to operate quickly and flexibly. And again, by maintaining our humanitarian principles and the joint operating principles to ensure that there isn't a diversion, but sanctions could crush a people that are already being crushed.
Yes, it is incredibly frustrating to be on the ground, have staff ready to resume work after this week of drama, but to have to pause because we need clarity. I mean, we risk setting a trend that will be hard to bounce back from. There's more questions than answers for the moment. And as a non-UN citizen, I'm, for example, wondering what arguments to use to push back on income taxes. We paid income taxes for international and national staff alike for the Ghana government. What would be our arguments? These are types of questions that we are asking ourselves these days.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
The comment that was made reminded me of a
say was the status of religious minorities and faith-based aid workers working under the Taliban, and what do you think their condition will be moving forward with the country under total Taliban control? Whoever would like to begin.
Sure, I can begin. We have many colleagues that work in faith-based organizations across Afghanistan. CRS, Tier Fund, there are many organizations that have worked in Afghanistan even during the last Taliban regime and are staying on the ground and delivering. They follow the same principles that we follow. They have their own access teams. I haven't heard anything in all of the different rumors that are going around about them being targeted. I've literally heard nothing about that, and we hear quite a few rumors. So I don't know if Jared or Astrid have heard anything about that.
No, I would like to add that Taliban, they judge the NGOs on their performance, if they are delivering, that we are not perceived as just pushing paper or spending money and there's no results. So there are very few organizations, I think, that would have cause to be worried. When it comes to minorities, that is a bit more uncertain. What I can say is that people of certain minorities are more afraid, it seems to me, than other groups.
So the Afghan citizens who are particularly religious minorities, in particular Christians, do you feel that they are more vulnerable under this regime? I guess you kind of answered that, but if anybody would like to elaborate, I'd appreciate it.
So I would say it's more about the ethnic minorities that I think are more vulnerable. There's an ethnic minority called the Hazaras, which have been persecuted in the 90s under the previous Taliban regime. And yeah, they've had very severe attacks on them over the past several years, and they have real cause for concern. That being said, in the provinces where they're predominant,
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here this morning. Like yesterday, I'll provide an update on the Afghan operation and then followed with a short operational update on our operations in Haiti. U.S. and coalition troops maintain security at the Kabul airport. And this security continues to allow for the evacuation operations and allowing to us to remain to process people in to become ready to fly. Our focus is continuing to get as many people out as efficiently and safely as possible. In the past 24 hours, we exceeded the previous 24-hour flight departures and evacuated a number of passengers nearing the previous day's record. Yesterday, 42 U.S. military aircraft, of which were 37 C-17s and 5 C-130s, departed with approximately 11,200 personnel. Combined with our 48 coalition and allied partners, with those departures, an additional 7,800 personnel left Kabul. That is 90 flights total yesterday that left the Kabul airport. That is accounted for 19,000 evacuees now safely out of Afghanistan within a 24-hour period. Since the U.S. and coalition forces began the evacuation, to date, approximately 88,000 have safely departed from Afghanistan. Every 39 minutes yesterday, a plane departed Kabul airport. These numbers are a testament to the hardworking and brave service members carrying out this mission. In cooperation with the State Department, I can also tell you that there are more than 10,000 people currently at this time at the airport awaiting departure. This is a snapshot in time, and as we said yesterday, will continue to change as more people are able to come onto the airfield and as flights depart. As I said yesterday, in order for this throughput to remain steady, we depend on the capacity and efficiency of our intermediate staging bases and safe havens. We are appreciative of the support and rely on our allies and partners in this global endeavor. In the EUCOM AOR, 6 flights will transport about 1,800 vulnerable Afghans from Germany to the United States today. In addition, approximately 2,000 more will arrive. In this case, Ramstein Air Base, Germany, is scheduled to receive approximately 13 flights. Since August 20th, EUCOM has assisted approximately 10,000 vulnerable Afghans and evacuees for transit to onward locations. You will likely hear more details today at planned press schedule with Mr. Kirby and planned for General Walters later today. Several thousand evacuees have arrived in the United States so far and will continue to do so. In the past 24 hours, 5 flights landed at Dulles International Airport with approximately 1,200 passengers. As part of this process, these individuals completed biometric vetting and screening in accordance with the FBI, NCTC, and Customs and Border Control standards, all directed by the Department of Homeland Security. We are working around the clock to provide safe, sanitary, and appropriate receptions at processing at all of our locations throughout the world. We know you have questions about our current timeline and intent for departure. Our mission remains unchanged. For each day of this operation, we have carried out the direction of the President and the Secretary of Defense. Until that mission changes, we will continue to put forth our maximum effort to safely evacuate as many people as possible, and we will keep you updated. Lastly, I want to give you a short update on Haiti. The Department of Defense and U.S. Southern Command continue to be in full support of USAID as the lead federal agency. The USAID Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance team has been on the ground since the beginning, and we've been supporting them since then, as have a lot of our allies and partners, working with international community to identify points of need. This life-saving aid and assistance mission is where DoD's unique capabilities, specifically in airlift and logistics, are engaged each day to get that life-saving aid where it needs to be rapidly. As of late last evening, JTF Haiti has conducted over 364 full-spectrum missions, both with the DoD assets and the United States Coast Guard, which have assisted or saved over 436 lives and delivered over 163 pounds of vital aid as of late yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Just one more note, and then we'll get to questions. I think you may have seen now we have released the Secretary's memo with respect to mandatory vaccinations for COVID-19. He has determined, after careful consultation with medical experts and military leadership, and of course with the support of the President, that mandatory vaccination against the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, is necessary to protect the safety of our service members and our force. Mandatory vaccination will only use COVID-19 vaccines that receive full licensure from the Food and Drug Administration in accordance with FDA-approved labeling and guidance. Mandatory vaccination requirements will be implemented consistent with DoD Immunization Program Instruction 6205.02. In other words, the existing structure and regulations that govern policies and procedures for managing mandatory vaccination across the force. This is consistent with the department's efforts to ensure the safety of our service members and, again, to maintain the readiness of the force. With that, we'll take questions. Bob.
John, thank you. With regard to Afghanistan, I'm wondering if you could give us a sense of what the evacuation endgame is likely to look like or expected to look like in terms of sort of the sequence of events over the last, say, 3 or 4 or 5 days. Will the U.S. need to have sort of exclusive use of the fields and the apparatus to execute the final flights?
I'll ask the General to probably be more specific than me, Bob, but what we anticipate happening in the last couple of days, we will so first of all, we will continue to evacuate needed populations all the way to the end if we have to and we need to. If you're an evacuee that we can get out, we're going to continue to get you out.
On the 31st.
Right up until the end. But in those last couple of days, we're going to try to preserve as much capability as we can at the airport, as you might imagine. So in those last couple of days, we will begin to prioritize military capabilities and military resources to move out. That doesn't mean that that if you're an evacuee and you need to get out, that we're not going to try to get you out, but that we will have to reserve some capacity in those last couple of days to prioritize the military footprint leaving, because we want to be able to keep it there as long as possible to do the job that it's intended to do.
So the charter flights, for example, would be finished earlier, and when you refer to military resources, you're talking about American only?
I'm talking about primarily U.S. military troops and equipment. We are now and have been working with our allies and partners to help them withdraw their people, and will help them withdraw their forces as well.
right to the very end, or you have to do that earlier?
Well, look, I mean, obviously we want to preserve as much capability as possible, and some of that capability is not ours. Some of it is our allies and partners. So there'll be a balance there, and it'll be up to Admiral Vasely to determine how he strikes that balance in terms of making sure he has the maximum capability for as long as possible. So there will be a transition more towards getting military assets out as we get closer to the end. But again, we're going to continue to work the evacuation mission right up until the last day.
Just, I think what I would add for the great answer Mr. Kirby gave there is, as you've seen in the last 3 days, the complexity and the amount of aircraft moving in and out. So the capability to continue to sequence and plan for the actual requirements that leave on a daily basis is going to be made, on the ground. But as you've seen, we have that capability to manage quite a lot of throughput and be able to put the right, things on those aircraft as they come in and as they leave.
Jen.
John, who is guarding the U.S. Embassy right now? Who will guard after the U.S. military pulls out? Are there any contingencies? Do you have an agreement with the Taliban? And in terms of the airport, do you have an agreement with any NATO allies to keep, like the Turks, to keep the airport open after the U.S. military pulls out?
So as I understand it, I know there's no military assets guarding the embassy compound. The U.S. Embassy is operating out of Hamid Karzai International Airport. As for the Turks, they are still on the ground at the airport, assisting in this security mission that we have there. I won't speak for their intentions one way or another going forward, but there's not going to be when the mission is over and when we are leaving the airport will not be the United States our responsibility anymore. So how it gets managed going forward will be something that the Taliban, who are now in Kabul, will have to manage them on their own with them, and I assume with the international community. But that won't be an American responsibility.
And just one more. How many individuals on terror watch lists have been screened or found at any of the screening points, either in Qatar, Ramstein, or in the U.S.?
I don't know. We'll have to take that question and get back to you. Nazira.
Thank you, John. Thank you, General. On behalf of Afghan people, thank you very much for your hard job and good job, actually.
Thank you.
And Afghan people, they are happy, but some of them, that they are not eligible for SIV visa, P1, P2, but still they have a serious problem. And they are not in the Kabul. They are hiding. They move from one place to the other place. And they contact with me, like more than 100 people contacted with me a day, that what can we do? And I say, I'm nobody to do something. There is any plan from the State Department or from the Pentagon, because they're under target of the Taliban. But as Taliban yesterday, the spokesperson, Mujahid, said that why United States make a problem for us. We are not allowed the people to leave Afghanistan. Now they are in jail. On the other hand, Taliban is not one group. They are different groups, like 5 groups. And a lot of people there under problem, but they are not eligible for those visas. There's a possibility and any other option for them to be safe.
Nazir, I can't speak for each and every Afghan who wants to leave and is dealing with their own individual circumstances to get out. We know there are a lot of desperate people who want to leave, and that's why we are working as fast as we can. And you saw the numbers that we continue to be able to get out. We're working as fast as we can to get out American citizens, special immigrant visa applicants, and vulnerable Afghans. And we continue to work at this. I can't begin to try to give you specific advice on what these individuals ought to do. I certainly would encourage them to reach out to the State Department. But from the Pentagon's perspective we're doing the best we can as fast as we can to move as many people as we can out on any given day. But I'm not able to, and I know my answer is unsatisfying, and I apologize for that, but I'm not able to speak to our ability to reach out and touch every single Afghan that wants to get out. Believe me, we're very mindful of the plight here, and we're trying the best we can to alleviate that. Carla.
Thank you. I just want to follow up to what Jen was asking about. You said that there won't be a military presence guarding an embassy. So post August 31st.
The embassy compound. She specifically asked about the embassy compound, which we are not operating out of right now.
Post August 31st, after that date, can you just explicitly say there will be no diplomatic presence, U.S. diplomatic presence post August 31st? We will not have an embassy.
I can't speak for that. That's a State Department issue.
And then to follow up, there's been reports that somebody who was affiliated with ISIS got on one of the flights. What's going on with that individual?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen similar press reporting on this. I just don't have anything to update you on that. I don't have any information. And what I should have said to Jen was that's really a better question put for the Department of Homeland Security. But we'll see if we can track down something for you. I'm not trying to evade it. I just don't know. We're doing the best we can to manifest people on these flights and get them out as fast as possible. There is screening being done, not by DOD, but by DHS, immigration, intelligence officials are doing the screening for people as they go on for onward flights. We're really focused on trying to get as many of these individuals out.
And then one last one, just the same question I had yesterday. Have there been any air extractions in Kabul, any additional ones since the two that you guys have told us about? And have there been any efforts outside of Kabul to extract Americans and at-risk Afghans?
Yeah, so last night during the period of darkness, there was an operation to be able to go out and safely evacuate evacuees back into Kabul. They are at H-Kaya, and they're safely there preparing to be evacuated.
So when you said, was it in Kabul and then they brought them into the airport, or was it?
It was outside of the airfield, in a way that, and we were able to bring them back to Kabul safely, and they are preparing for evacuation.
Bring it back to the airport.
To the airport, yeah.
It was inside Kabul, David.
Was that a helicopter operation?
It was.
Okay. Can you tell us how many?
We're not going to provide specific details. Less than 20.
Americans? Less than 20.
Less than 20. I'm not going to provide additional details.
So can I ask, that wasn't the question I was going to ask.
Okay.
Yesterday, it was reported that the withdrawal had already begun and several hundred troops had already come out. And you pushed back on that, saying that these were people whose functions were no longer needed. But, you know, all withdrawals sort of begin with pulling out non-essential personnel first. Why shouldn't we view that as clearing the decks for the hardcore withdrawal that is going to come here?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I wasn't pushing back on headlines that said withdraw. I was simply trying to describe what happened without hyperbole. So let me just back up. What happened was the commander on the ground, Admiral Vasely, in trying to manage time and space at the airport, determined that it was the prudent thing to do to let several hundred troops leave the airport. Some of these troops did come in with the troops that were added for the non-combatant evacuation, the 5,800. Some of them were troops that were already there at Hamid Karzai International Airport before any additional troops flowed in for the non-combatant evacuation. And as you know, David, we were still in the process. Before there was a need to go in and do a non-combatant evacuation, we were still in the process of a drawdown at the airport under the previous plan by the end of the month. And so some of the troops that flew home yesterday were in that tranche. And so they were very much a part of the original drawdown plan. And Admiral Vasely saw fit that there was some others that he believed that he didn't need there at the airport anymore, even though they had flown in with the plus up for the NEO. And these are headquarters staff personnel, some maintainers, and some other enabling forces who either had completed their mission and were already scheduled to go, as I said, even before there was a non-combatant evacuation, and others who Admiral Vasely determined that their mission was complete. He didn't need them anymore. And again, time and space are a premium at the airport. He has the authority to make that decision. So I wasn't pushing back on the fact that the withdrawal has been going on since April 14th. When the president announced it, I wasn't pushing back. I just wanted to make it clear that that we hadn't pushed some button and said, go retrograde now. We still have on the ground about 5,400 of the 5,800 that we reached at the maximum. And Admiral Vasely has the authorities to manage in a prudent way his force management on the ground. I haven't gone to the phones, and I want to make sure I don't forget that. Jeff Shogel.
Thank you very much. From talking to military groups, it is evident that the Taliban are still blocking Afghans from gaining entrance to Hamid Karzai International Airport. And even when Afghans make it onto the airport, there have been instances when they have been escorted off due to paperwork issues. So I'd like to know, what steps is the U.S. government taking to make sure that Afghans do have safe passage to the airport? And under what circumstances are Afghans with valid visas who are admitted to the airport ultimately escorted off of the airport grounds?
Jeff, it's difficult for us to answer that here at the Pentagon when we're not at the gates and on the ground at the airport. What I would tell you is a couple of things, and I recognize that no process is perfect, and that there are. I'm not disputing at all the accounts that you're relaying here today. That there may be hiccups and problems. We certainly recognize that. But let me just take a couple of steps back and tell you how this is working. And we've talked about this before. We have consular officers. Now there's more than 30 at the airport stationed at the gates with American troops who are helping them do their job of processing individuals as they come in, checking credentials, making sure that they are who they say they are, and that they are in a valid group that we're trying to move onto the airport grounds. Outside of that, the Taliban have set up checkpoints. We've talked about this before, and we are in daily communication with Taliban commanders about who we want to see get in and what the credentials are, what they look like, what's valid. And that communication happens literally every day. We have been nothing but open with the Taliban about who we expect them to let in. Again, fully recognize that it's that not every step of this process is in our firm control, and that there are going to be instances where it doesn't work as advertised. But I can tell you that there isn't a single day that goes by where Admiral Vasely and General Donahue aren't working this in a very personal way with Taliban authorities outside the airport. Let me go with another one on the phone. Tara.
Thank you for doing this, John. Yesterday, the president mentioned also that he was calling upon the department to create contingency plans in case the number of Americans and Afghans that still need to get out have not gotten out by the 31st. Can you just explain kind of what the department is thinking about what its options might be to continue to get Americans out after the 31st if they haven't made it to the airport by then? And then just to follow on Jeff's question with Afghans that aren't getting through, for those need to get Americans out after the 31st if they haven't made it to the airport by then. And then just to follow on Jeff's question with Afghans that aren't getting through, have discussions gone on with the Taliban to maybe find some negotiation space for they've said, no more Afghans can leave, but clearly, there's 10,000 at the airport. So something is happening behind the scenes that's helping some people get through. Can you talk about that to some extent?
I'll turn it over to the general.
Yeah, so I'll start with that last question first. It kind of comes off of some things that Mr. Kirby just said with that constant communication. I know the most senior commanders on the ground are out and discussing with the Taliban leaders that are manning these checkpoints exactly what the documentation needs to look like, times and coordination, details of that. As we know, though, there are reports of that some that aren't able to get through there. And I can tell you that the Department of State, the consular affairs officers that are there, are working with our commanders there to ensure that documentation, names, and those things, as often as required, are being communicated to the Taliban that are out those checkpoints to allow transition in there to get into the gates.
And then, Tara, on contingency plans, obviously, I'm not going to get ahead of the planning process. We are a planning organization. One of our main jobs is to make sure that the president has options. And as he made clear yesterday, he wants to see this mission complete by the end of the month. We are still working towards that goal, but we will be drafting up potential, what we call in the military, branches and sequels. If, in fact, we believe a conversation needs to be had later on in the month that the timeline might need to be extended. For what purpose? For what number? For how long? All of that is baked into the planning process, and I'm just not going to get ahead of what the planners are doing. Courtney.
Two for you, John. So I'm still unclear about, at the very end of this, so the 30th, 31st, who's going to be doing security at the airport as those last U.S. troops are leaving? Is there an agreement, or is it sounded as if you were saying that the Taliban will be responsible for security as the last Americans are leaving?
No, I said the Taliban were responsible for running an airport that's in a city that they are now the titular heads of government there.
Running the airport and the security, right?
Courtney, when we are gone, the airport will no longer be secured by American forces. What that security looks like after we're gone, I can't speak to that.
Before the U.S. leaves, though.
We will
be doing it as the U.S. is. Let's say those last couple of aircraft leave with Americans. Who's running security, keeping those aircraft and the runways safe? Yeah.
So you're asking a very good tactical question, right? So, security, which we would call, a commander's inherent responsibility throughout every phase of the operation. We are continuing to secure ourselves to the very last requirement of that. So when you say who's securing the last flight and all those things, and we will have that ability to secure ourselves through multiple means to ensure flights are able to take off.
And then while I have you up there, I just want to clear one thing that you just said. You said that the most senior commanders on the ground are out and discussing things with the Taliban. Do you mean that Admiral Basley and General Donahue are actually going to the checkpoints?
I don't want to give names and things that are going. I would just tell you commanders that have authority at echelon to be able to communicate. Because as we said, the most important thing is to be able to coordinate with the Taliban to get the right people through. We've seen that there's been, reports of not the right folks being able to get through. So every day we are ensuring that we can get as many people in as possible so that we can fly them to safety.
And then if I could just ask you one more, John, on the equipment that you were talking about earlier. So when you talk about transitioning towards getting military assets out, so obviously getting the people out, American military out, but will there be a point where you will have a decision, or General, whomever it is, McKenzie, Admiral Basley, will have a decision about putting people on these aircraft or putting some of the equipment, artillery, CRAMs, all the equipment that's still at the airport there? And has there been a decision made to prioritize lives over military equipment?
Lives are always going to be the priority, period. But as we get closer to the end, there will be some equipment and systems that we will probably take with us as we leave. And the disposition of what we aren't taking with us, that'll be up to Admiral Vasely to determine how that stuff is handled. But lives will always be the chief priority throughout this entire process.
All nationalities' lives?
Lives will always be the priority throughout this process. Let me go over here, Idris.
Two quick questions. I think yesterday you did put out a statement saying about 4,000 Americans have been evacuated.
That's correct.
Is there an updated number, and do you have the sort of base number, how many have to be evacuated now?
It's right now today north of 4,400, and I don't have a specific number of total Americans that are still in need of leaving. I don't have that.
And just a quick follow-up. Does the Secretary and I guess the department at large find it helpful for two lawmakers to come to Kabul unannounced, or were you guys aware of it, and do you find it very helpful for them to be there?
We were not aware of this visit, and we are obviously not encouraging VIP visits to a very tense, dangerous, and dynamic situation at that airport and inside Kabul generally. And the Secretary, I think, would have appreciated the opportunity to have had a conversation before the visit took place.
Just how disruptive was it having them there?
They got a chance to talk to commanders, as I understand, and got a chance to talk to troops. But to say that there wasn't a need to flex and to alter the day's flow, including the need to have protection for these members of Congress, that would that wouldn't be a genuine thing for me to assert. I mean, there was certainly a pull off of the kinds of missions we were trying to do to be able to accommodate that visit.
But just to be clear, Congressman Moulton and Congressman Meyer, they took seats that would have been for refugees leaving, and they took time away from the mission.
They certainly took time away from what we had been planning to do that day. I don't know on the aircraft. They did fly out on a military aircraft. I honestly don't know what the seat capacity was on that aircraft. But they are out of the country now. Barb?
Just one more question on withdrawal in the coming days. Since the president has said, setting contingency planning aside, that everyone will be out by August 31st, my question is, do you have in hand all the authorities, approvals, signed orders, whatever is necessary to just move ahead and carry that out, or does the president, the secretary, General McKenzie, does somebody, General Milley, does somebody still have to sign an order to have that formal withdrawal begin?
Barb, without making it sound like I'm trying to gloss over your question, obviously we are tracking the end of the mission at the end of the month. And so, of course, General McKenzie has retrograde plans on the shelf and ready to go. But I can assure you that before that effort is undertaken in earnest, there will be a conversation with the Secretary of Defense, and Secretary Austin will have a chance to provide his guidance and direction with respect to retrograde, and I think I'll leave it at that.
So I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand, because the president made the decision to stick to the deadline of August 31st for all intents and
That's right.
purposes. And you have that from the commander-in-chief. So what is it that's, I just don't get it, what is it that still has to happen to have the formal official withdrawal begin?
And the president also said that he wanted the Pentagon to come up with contingency plans should there be a need to have a conversation about altering the timeline. So we are tracking towards the 31st. There are retrograde plans that have been drafted up, and the Secretary has seen them and is aware of them. But I think you would expect that in these final days, the Secretary will want to have the opportunity to issue specific direction to General McKenzie about going forward with those retrograde plans. We're going to try, as I said, we are focused on that date, but we're also focused keenly on making sure we get as many people out as fast as we can for as long as we can. And if there has to be alterations to that, then obviously Secretary Austin's going to want to be a part of that conversation and to be able to issue his guidance and direction to the commanders on the ground. Thank you. Christina.
Thank you. Can you confirm that no Americans have been killed since August 14th? And if there is any American killed through August 31st, how would that be announced?
Are you talking about American soldiers, troops?
Any American?
No, there have been no U.S. troops killed since the 14th, and we only know of one minor injury. I know of no American citizens who have been killed on this, so I don't know of any. Now, and we don't have perfect visibility into everything going on in Kabul, but we know of no American casualties.
And then just one more question. When exactly does the August 31st deadline take effect? Is that August 31st midnight, or is that September 1st midnight?
August 31st. Nancy.
I was wondering if you could clarify a couple of points that you made earlier for me. You mentioned that at some point the U.S. will prioritize getting military personnel out of Hamid Karzai International Airport. And I'm curious, given that, is there a point where Afghan nationals and U.S. citizens will not be allowed to get into the airport compound, the supposition being that you would have to have some sort of cutoff before you could then fly the final sort of troops out? And if so, when is that?
So I just want to go back to something I had said earlier about airflow, right? And as you've seen the capability over the last 3 days, over 90 aircraft total yesterday. So, and a lot focused on evacuation. So the way to answer that question is the commanders who will go forward with the plan of retro will have options, to make decisions on a daily, sometimes hourly basis of what loads are ready, what aircraft are ready. Can I put something else on that bird? I mean, that's how fluid and, quite honestly, we are able to do at that level of planning. And it goes back to the overall, mission here is continue to be able to get as many out as possible.
So I appreciate that. I think one reason I'm a little confused is it seems part of this is contingent on the Taliban and how they secure the area around the airport, who they let in, when they let them in. So I think one thing that would help me understand it better is who makes the final determination of security outside the airport? You mentioned that there are communications happening. But for example, if the U.S. wanted some kind of national in and the Taliban did not want to let them in, who makes that determination? How is it sorted out?
Right now, the airfield is secure to allow full operations, and do not assess that that is going to change right now. So that is our current planning, and we'll continue to go forward with that.
And Nancy, I think to sort of revisit what I said before, I mean, we've been very clear with Taliban leaders about what credentials we want them to accept. Remember, it's American citizens, it's SIV applicants, and it's vulnerable Afghans. And we have shared what the proper credentials are. And by and large, not saying it's been perfect, but by and large, the people that we have made clear to the Taliban that we want to have access through the checkpoints have been able to get through, by and large, again, with caveats. So it hasn't been a big problem to date. And as the general said earlier, I mean, we also have other means to go out and get people in if we need to. We've now done 3 rotary wing lifts, so we have that option available to us as well. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I don't mean to be thick about this. I'm just trying to understand how that communication happens. Let's say they're not letting in a certain credential that you believe should be let in. Right. How is that resolved?
Good question. And what would happen is the commanders on the ground would, if that was brought to their attention, and this has actually happened. This isn't notional. When we have reports that somebody who is properly credentialed is not being let in, or maybe they're family members, but they have proper credentials, we are making that clear to the Taliban leaders that nope, they are appropriate. You do need to let them in. And again, there's been a little give and take, and it's, I think it was Nazira who mentioned this earlier. I mean, not every checkpoint is manned in the same way and by the same individuals as every other one. And so there's variances at some of these checkpoints in terms of how the word has gotten down and how much the Taliban manning the checkpoint are following the dictates of their commanders. So that's why it's a constant communication on the ground with them to keep that flow going as much as possible. But yes, there are stops and starts. There are hurdles that have to be overcome almost on any given day. But really, it's a credit to the commanders on the ground there that they're continuing to have these conversations. Now, did that get at it better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Jenny.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. The South Korean government is operating a military aircraft transfer operation to receive the Afghanistan refugees in South Korea. We will arrive tomorrow. Okay. As you know that North Korea supports the Taliban, and we know that in the past, the North Korea and Taliban, they conducted a special training together. Then what kind of United States monitoring about North Korea, which poses a security threat?
Do you want to take it?
First of all, as we talk about the Republic of Korea's support to airlift, obviously we, as I said earlier, are extremely grateful for their contribution to increase our outflow. Throughout the world, as we talk about North Korea and all that, all of our combatant commands, specifically PACOM, are always diligent in, watching in their mission of ensuring, keeping awareness of any type of thing North Korea is doing. So once again, we're very grateful and thankful for Republic of Korea support and helping us.
Do you have any contingency plan for anything happening in the Korean Peninsula during this,
Indo-PACOM's mission remains unchanged and steadfast.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I need to go to the phones again some more. Tony Capaccio.
Hey, John, two quick questions. Jen Psaki yesterday said that this evacuation is on track to be the largest in U.S. history, the largest airlift in U.S. history. The numbers you applied so far, it's like 88,000, I think you've said, have been evacuated. So are you pretty confident that you will be able to best the Operation Frequent Wind 1975 Saigon evacuation, where 131,000 people were evacuated by air and sea?
We're not competing with history, Tony. We're trying to get as many people out as we can, as fast as we can, and when it's all said and done, we'll take a look at what we were able to accomplish. But this isn't about trying to beat some sort of historical record. I will only add that at 88,000 in the course of just a week and a half is no small feat, and you've seen us over the last 3 days alone exceed what we thought was going to be a maximum capacity. We certainly would like to keep that going for as long as possible. Let me go back to the phones, and then Sylvia, I'll get to you, I promise. Stephen Losey.
Yes, thank you. Can you tell me if all SIV holders who have made it onto the airport grounds with valid papers are going to be able to make it onto flights? I ask because an interpreter with an SIV I've been in contact with just made it onto the grounds, was almost put out of the gate. That appears to have been now corrected. But will this interpreter and other SIV holders who are on the grounds be able to fly out before the deadline is over?
Yes. Sylvie.
Thank you. I have two small questions. First, about the numbers. You said that 88,000 departed since the 14th of August. Is it only U.S. flight. So if it's not only US flight, how many were evacuated by US flights? That's the first
Total
question.
number?
Yes.
Yeah, right at around 58,000 to 60,000.
Okay, thank you. And the second question was about the president mentioned the ISIS-K threat, and I wanted to know if you received new threats, if there is an immediate danger at the gates, or if it's a threat in general that you have known for a long time.
Yeah, so as we talk about, we won't go into specific intelligence, collection, those pieces, but there, we know, as previously reported, there is a threat. This has been a dangerous place that has had threats by ISIS, and we continue to ensure that we collect and keep the force protection to the highest levels possible to ensure that we're able to continue evacuation operations.
So you won't confirm new threats?
We're not going to talk about the intelligence environment, so Sylvia, you know that. These are, as the general said, these are credible threats, and we're mindful of that, but we're not going to talk about it in great detail. Megan.
Just want to clarify your remarks about the vaccine memo. Is this to say that the Secretary is not going to request a waiver from the President and DOD will just give vaccines on a mandatory basis as they become fully licensed?
No, that's not at all. I mean, we'll have to see where the other vaccines end up. Right. That's not at all what I meant to say. It's just that the only ones that will be made mandatory right now are the ones that are licensed by the FDA.
So by mid-September, he may ask for the other
I
ones.
won't rule anything in or out, but as the memo says, we're only going to make mandatory those that have FDA licensure. But press reporting alone would indicate that that the other vaccines are getting close. So.
One more question.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. How is the relationship between US and Taliban? Do you think that Pakistan should play a role to make a good relationship? Because as long as I heard from Taliban spokesperson, you guys have no good relationship, right? Because they prevented civilian to leave Afghanistan. Do you think that still Pakistan has role? Which role play Pakistan?
All of Afghanistan's neighbors can play a role here, and we hope that they do, a constructive role in Afghanistan's future. And Pakistan certainly, I would think, would figure largely into that calculus. As we talked about, there's the safe havens along that border remain a problem. We've been very honest and candid with Pakistani leaders about the importance of not allowing that. And you would want to believe that they also share that sense of urgency because they too are the victims of terrorist attacks that emanate from there. So they should, and I suspect that they will want to play a significant role going forward. And we would just ask for them and for any country, any neighboring country, to make that as constructive as possible. In the back there.
Thank you.
What % of the forces aren't vaccinated yet, and when will they have to be vaccinated by?
So on the active duty force, 68% is fully vaccinated, and we estimate that just over 76% have at least one dose. I can break this down by the services, and this would include Guard and Reserves in these figures. For the Army, 40% fully vaccinated, with 57% with one dose. For the Marine Corps, 53% fully vaccinated, 60% with one dose. For the Navy, 73% fully vaccinated, 79% with at least one dose. And for the Air Force, which includes Space Force, that's 57% fully vaccinated, 64% with one dose. The Secretary has made clear his expectation to the military departments that he wants them to move with some alacrity here and get the force fully vaccinated as fast as possible. If you look in his memo, you'll also see that he tasked them to regularly update the Deputy Secretary on a very frequent basis on how they're moving out to achieve those goals. Right now, this mandatory vaccine will just be Pfizer, and then we'll see where it goes with the other licensures.
John, will you be mandating vaccines for any of the Afghan refugees who come into the United States and are brought here by the U.S. military?
I'm going to leave that question to the State Department, but there's COVID screening being done at each stop along the way. And again, I think that's a better question for the State Department.
You just said that any SIV holders that come to the gate would be let onto a flight, but we're just getting real-time reports from Abbey Gate that Marines are turning away SIV holders and turning them away. Can you clarify, are Marines supposed to be turning away those with SIV papers or with authorization to come onto the airport? Have they closed down Abbey Gate?
I'm going to let the general take that question. The question that was posed to me by, I think it was Stephen, was if you have SIV credentials and you're at the field, if you're on the airport, will you be able to get off? And the answer is yes. But I'll let the general take.
So, obviously I can't speak to that, absolute real time to the second report. The guidance still remains is those that have the proper paperwork and are safely at the gates is to bring them in and to process them. So I can't speak to that specific, report there. But what I do know is that whether it's our Marines or soldiers that are at those gates working with the consular officers that are there, is as people are there and present the proper SIV paperwork, we are to get them as quickly as possible in, process them for evacuation flights.
Can you make sure that that message gets down to the Marines at Abbey Gate, because this is a legitimate report that just came in?
And I think we appreciate those reports, right? And I just know as I have talked to the commanders, they're using a lot of time, and it's good and well report to ensure they get this information and put it out throughout the entire force.
The other thing, Jen, again, without speaking to this case, sometimes gates, the traffic is halted at the gates to manage flow on the airport. It's a physics issue, but again, I appreciate that, and if you share with us after the briefing the details of this, we will certainly pass it on. Absolutely.
Can I ask one more vaccine
Yes, ma'am.
question? Is now that there's been several weeks since the decision to make this mandatory, what is the Secretary's policy or decision on any troops who refuse to get the vaccine?
Great question. What the Secretary has communicated to the military departments is to execute this mandatory vaccination program with obviously skill and professionalism, which we always do, but also with a measure of compassion. And so for a member who still objects, now obviously you can ask for an exemption on religious grounds, and you certainly could be exempt if you have a pre-existing condition that your doctor advises you not to get it, obviously. But if it's an objection outside those two frameworks, the individual will be offered a chance to sit down with a physician and have that physician communicate to them the risks that they're taking by continuing to not want to take the vaccine. They will also be offered a chance to sit down with their chain of command and their leadership to talk about the risks that their objection will impose on the unit and on the force and on their teammates. And the point is, Court, that the commanders have a wide range of tools available to them to help their teammates make the right decision for themselves, for their families, and for their units. And we expect, and the Secretary expects, that the commanders will use those tools short of having to use the UCMJ.
If the service member goes to the counseling, does not have a religious objection, and still objects and refuses to get the vaccine, the individual will begin to be processed in UCMJ?
The commanders have a wide range of tools available to them, short of using the UCMJ, and I think we're going to trust that commanders are going to make the right decision going forward.
So they'll get like an NJP, basically.
Court, I can't give you an exact answer to every hypothetical situation. Once you mandate it, as we've done, it's a lawful order. It's a lawful order. And we fully anticipate that our troops are going to follow lawful orders. And when you raise your right hand and you take that oath, that's what you agree to do. And it hasn't been a problem in the past with other vaccines. Now, I recognize COVID has a different history to it and a different cultural ascription to it. But it's a lawful order, and it's our expectation that troops will obey lawful orders. And we also expect that commanders will have plenty of other tools available to them to get their vaccination rates up and to get these individuals to make the right decisions, short of having to use disciplinary action. Okay, I think that's almost a full hour, so we're going to call it for right now. As the general mentioned in his opening statement, we will shoot for an afternoon briefing. This one will be with General Walters from UCOM, specifically to address issues of the evacuation and what UCOM is doing to help us move these people on to their new lives. And so we'll see you at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, so Pentagon wrapping things up there, finishing things off, talking about that mandatory vaccine that is now going to be in place for our U.S. military. But speaking of Afghanistan, since that was the majority of the briefing, obviously it's been an ongoing issue as we continue to have chaos in Afghanistan as the Taliban continues to make it hard for some people to make their way over to the airport. We did hear from the Pentagon officials saying that they continue to break records as far as the number of flights and people that they have evacuated from the country. So they, once again, just to reiterate some of those numbers, said that they had yesterday in a 24-hour period 90 evacuation flights. And with that number, they have been able to take about 88,000 people out of Afghanistan. Now, that means they still do have some troops on the ground. So we heard that number too, 5,400 U.S. troops still on the ground. They still have that end goal of August 31st. So they continue to push to have all of their personnel, all of their equipment out by August 31st. Of course, that's the deadline that President Biden continues to urge everyone to follow, as they do have the Taliban still giving some threats that there will be consequences if we do not have our troops out of Afghanistan by that date. Again, now we are just less than a week away. So obviously it continues to be a problem. As we also heard, there has so far not been any U.S. troop killings ever since August 14th. And they did say they don't know of any American casualties. So we continue to focus on the airport, as we do have multiple flights going out. I believe they said about every 39 minutes. Yesterday they had said 45. So they're pushing to get these flights out even faster. So that was the update from the Pentagon. Of course, we're going to continue to give you more of these updates throughout the day. We're expecting to have a White House briefing later today. So Jen Psaki obviously going to be asked a lot more on some broader topics, but of course a lot more on Afghanistan as we continue to try to meet that August 31st deadline. What we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute break. Then we do have a few events taking place, one going on right now out in Washington, D.C. With Speaker Pelosi and the Poor People's Campaign. We'll have more on that again after we come back from a 2-minute commercial break. And welcome back here to all of our viewers with us here on Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you some news happening all across the country. We just listened into the Pentagon update and did want to give everyone a look. We do also have coming up here shortly, Leader McCarthy. He's the minority leader in the House. He's going to be giving his weekly press briefing. Of course, you can imagine he's going to be speaking a lot about the Biden administration's handling of the drawdown in Afghanistan. He's been definitely speaking out, especially after yesterday President Biden stepped out to make remarks on Afghanistan, but led off his remarks talking about the House passing infrastructure bills and American Rescue Plan and everything else. So obviously he was upset about that yesterday, so you can imagine he'll be a little fiery here in his press briefing here again today as he continues to push for an extended date on our withdrawal past that August 31st deadline that President Biden continues to stay firm on. So Leader McCarthy, we'll have him a little bit later here on our Live Now from Fox stream. But we do currently have out in Washington, D.C., Speaker Pelosi. She's out with the Poor People's Campaign as they're speaking about voting rights. They're talking about minimum wage. They're also speaking to a number of issues. So let's go jump out and listen into this event here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning to all the members of the media. First, let me say that we had a conversation with the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, about the moral implications of this moment. The Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, has 47 coordinating committees in the country, over 300 partners, and over 2,000 clergy and moral leaders from every race, creed, color across this nation. I want to first say who was in the meeting, physically and virtually, and so thankful to the Speaker for her willingness to listen to a perspective that lays this out from both a voting rights perspective and an economic perspective. We had the Reverend Dr. Liz Theo-Harris, the co-chair, Danita Jones, a poor low-wage worker from Texas, Pamela Garrison, poor low-wage worker from West Virginia. In fact, we're headed to West Virginia today for a moral motorcade on Mansion, led by black and white and brown people from West Virginia, on the 100th anniversary of the Blair Mountain struggle when black and white miners stood together 100 years ago. Attorney Caitlin Swain, one of the leading voting rights lawyers in this country with Forward Justice. Barbara Irwine, the president and founder of Transformative Justice Coalition. The Reverend Casimir Brown, director of religious affairs for the Poor People's Campaign and Repairs of the Breach. Reverend Mark Thompson with Make It Plain. Our dear sister Latasha Brown, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. Reverend Della McKinnon with the Poor People's Campaign. Shalagoop DeBarnes, Roz Pellis, Dr. Jim Winkler, President and General Secretary of the National Council of Churches that represents over 38 denominations. The Reverend Terry Hoard Owens, head of the Christian Church Disciples of Christ. Dr. Alvin Jackson, Dr. Adam Barnes, Rabbi Jonah Peshner with the Religious Action Center, Rabbi Abby with the Unitarians, Vanessa Nosey with the Apache Nation, Bishop Buddy with the Episcopal Church, Cliff Albright, Bishop Seth Latte with the AME Zion Church, Dr. Thatcher Datcher from the National Baptist Convention, Dr. Gina Stewart from the Progressive Baptist Convention, and Sarah Courtney from the League of Women Voters, and Virginia K. Solomon. Why do I list these names and take the time to do that? Because we came here today to talk about the intersection of economic justice and voting rights and economic justice, and that you can't separate the two. We came here clear that in our Constitution it's never separated. It calls us to establish justice and to promote the general welfare. Those two pillars must always be held together. In the Bible it says in Isaiah 10, woe unto those who legislate evil and rob.
All right, guys, did want to give you a heads up. I do see we did have Representative McCarthy. He stepped out. So let's go into that event. He's speaking on the Biden administration's handling of the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We're going to jump into that live here with all our viewers on Live Now from Fox.
Speaker Pelosi,
called an emergency session just this week. We weren't the only country to do so. In the UK, they called the Parliament back. But the difference in the UK, their focus was on their citizens in Afghanistan and getting them out. Pelosi worked late into the night while we were here, but nothing to do with Afghanistan. Speaker Pelosi asked the help of the president to make phone calls, not to pass any bills, to put resources to get more Americans out of Afghanistan. It was to pass close to $5 trillion. Not to debate it, but to deem it. Every single Democrat voted for that, and every single Democrat voted against Congressman Gallagher's PQ that would ask that we could get the number on a daily basis of how many Americans are in Afghanistan and to stay until the mission is done that all Americans are out. That $5 trillion, not 1 cent will be used in the situation of Afghanistan. It's a complete failure of leadership. If you listen to Speaker Pelosi's speech yesterday, great day of pride for America and Democrats. A great day of pride for American Democrats. That's what Speaker Pelosi said on the floor. Not mentioning any Gold Star families, not mentioning the veterans, even those who serve in her own conference, who had she stayed the whole hearing, could have heard the comments that they made inside the briefing, the frustration that they felt as well. I can't imagine the amount of pain being caused to our veterans. We're less than just 3 weeks away from the 20th anniversary. I want to take a moment and I want to speak directly to them, to the Gold Star families and to the veterans. You did everything your country asked of you. You should be proud that you helped take the fight to the enemy and you prevented a major terrorist attack from happening on our own soil. For those veterans who understandably need some extra support during this time, know that you are not alone. Please do not hesitate to reach out for help. Contact for the Veterans Crisis Line, call 1-800-273-8255. That's 1-800-273-8255. Or text 838-255. And the website is veteranscrisisline.net. We are grateful for your service, and we'll never forget the sacrifices each and every one who've made. You deserve a government who will not stop until all Americans are out of Afghanistan. We will continue to hold them accountable, and that is what our mission is. I know there's been a great deal amount of mistakes in one of the greatest tragedies this country has seen on a foreign policy level. Right now, our whole focus should be just getting Americans out, but there has to be accountability in the future, that this mistake can never happen again. There's many places we'll have to look, not just from the State Department, to the intel, to the decisions that are being made, but even in Congress itself. This Democrat majority and Adam Schiff shifted the entire Intel Committee to be one of impeachment and political. What did we miss? Devin Nunes has warned us time and before. The number of hearings they wanted to look on an international basis of what's the threats out there. We now have a border that is open. When I traveled to it earlier this year, it was then that we found we had been arresting people on the terrorist watch list from Yemen. When I brought forth that on a press conference, I was criticized by Democrats. Congressman Gallegos. He said I was not telling the truth, I was lying. He has not apologized for that. We now have 5,000 prisoners that were released in Afghanistan. We have more than 100 different countries of individuals coming across our southern border. We have a president that opened it up. Now is the time to close it. This country is less safe today than we were 20 years ago based upon the actions that have just taken place. Allowing Taliban to control our foreign policy, weaponizing them, reports now that they have more Black Hawks than Australia. From the aircraft, to the drones, to the weaponry. They have more support than they had before, just from their own military buildup of the weapons that they've taken from America. Now a border that is open and a fear of what the future holds. This has all got to change. And the presidency has to change its foreign policy as well. With that, let's open it up for questions. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Leader McCarthy. So 2 members have gone to Afghanistan yesterday. Can I get your reaction to their trip? What are you advising members who are interested in going to Afghanistan and neighboring countries at this time?
Not to go. We need the military's all their effort used on bringing people back home. These are 2 individuals who I didn't know transpired that they went until after they were there. They're both veterans. They're both frustrated. They have an administration that won't tell them the answers to how many Americans are left, or those Afghans that actually probably worked with them and helped them. They feel frustrated. They come back in a special session and no time is spent. Yesterday we were allowed 90 minutes to have a briefing. While people were still lined up, a number of members, the Democrats shut it down and said, no, we have to have a hard break to go back and debate the $5 trillion bill. I objected. I thought this was more important. But they would not allow them to even be able to talk to the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and others, lined up, Republicans and Democrats alike. But that's what they chose the time to do. So yes, it's not the best idea to go there, but I understand their frustration by the lack of any answers from this administration, from a speaker who spends late into the night, you all covered it, into her office. Not one moment of that time was spent on getting Americans home from Afghanistan. What do you think those Americans were doing late at night trying to find a path to get to that airport? That the president told them it was safe to go, but now we're finding they were beaten. Not one moment was spent on it. Not $1 was passed this time in Congress. $5 trillion, just deemed, not debated. None of that money going to help an American get back. And then they pass a political campaign bill to change election law. They are the most self-serving individuals it showed this week than at any given time. Of all weeks of what we should have focused upon, not any moment of time to do it. So yes, I don't think it's right that they went, but I understand their frustration of why they would want to go, by the lack of answers they were getting, the time they served their nation, the individuals they knew over there, the calls. All members are getting calls of people stuck there. They're frustrated trying to work with the State Department, can't get answers. They realize it's life and death. So yes, they made a decision to try to do something on their own.
Are you hearing from members that might be going, and are you hearing from
Any member that I've heard that might go, I explained to them that I don't think they should. I think it creates a greater risk. You've got enough Americans over there that could be held hostage. They'd make a point out of a member of Congress. I think you'd take military away from doing their job of getting as many Americans out we can. How many know that they're going to be left? The president now has made the date the 31st. The 31st is when everybody needs to be gone. So they're going to start pulling military out now. We watched what the president told us, that the Taliban would let you go to the airport. The Taliban's now shutting it down. We watched that people aren't being beaten, but that's the report that we're getting. I mean, I watched the president have a press conference and walk away afterwards, and 30 minutes later have a conference call with the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, Joint Chiefs, and they contradict what the president just told us. Why wouldn't we spend our time on that while we're in Congress? Why are we departing now? The Speaker has control over that. The same way that she changed the Intel Committee with Adam Schiff to be a political committee instead of looking. We're 3 co-equal branches. We should have been having hearings on what's going on over there. We should have been able to gather that they would collapse this fast. But Adam Schiff was too focused on impeachment than doing the job he was supposed to do. Yes, sir.
Speaker, just to clarify something you said to her real quick before I ask you one other thing. What could the House have passed this week that would have made a material or immediate difference in Afghanistan with the Senate gone until September? You said that the Speaker didn't do anything to set aside money.
Shouldn't do anything to set aside time even. Right. What did we...
What done this week?
You know, the speaker many times says, you know, your values says a lot about you. Time is of your value, right? How much time did we spend on this while the world was watching? How much time did we spend on it where Afghans were clinging to our planes and falling off? How much time did we spend on finding more Americans that were actually there? What we could have done is actually take up Gallagher's bill. Tell us how many Americans are there right now. Make a statement of Congress where we're co-equal branches, that we will not leave until every American comes home. At the very least, that's what we should have done. We should have held hearings of what more do we need there. Do we need more troops there to make sure it's safer, to get people home faster? Then do it. Send the message to the president. We're our own body. We can speak for ourselves, and we should. But under this majority, the speaker decided we would not. The only thing we would speak about is $5 trillion for a socialist wish list. They care more about their socialist spending than they do saving Americans' lives, because that's what they spent their time on, that's what they spent their emotion on, that's what they even brought the president in to call their own members. They threatened their own members' spouses' jobs. They threatened political money for a campaign just to vote. They made no threat to save American lives. They cut us off when members were standing in line to have a discussion with the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the Joint Chiefs. They said, no, we had a hard and fast time period. It has to be over. We have to get back to the floor to debate everything but Afghanistan. Why members from both parties were standing in line requesting the opportunity. So yes, there's a lot that we could have done.
The January 6th committee is issuing a document preservation request to telecom companies for contacts of that day. And there's been suggestions that lawmakers would also be part of that documentation request. Are you aware of it? And in terms of your own records, would you just turn them over to the committee if they asked?
Well, the only thing I learned more about this committee is more political than it is. You have reports now that the FBI is finished with their report. And I think it goes against everything the politics of the Democrats want to believe. You now watch the Democrats in a time of Afghanistan that they want to use their majority power to get people's phone records. They come from members of Congress, they're coming for everybody's thing. It's kind of amusing to me of how political they will go with this. I told the American public who I talked to that day. I literally went and talked to the American public on 3 different networks that day. I don't know. The real question has to be, the other report that came out this week is that the FBI told the Capitol Police beforehand there was a threat. They knew on December 14th there was problems. They had Inspector General reports of the failures of the top leadership in Capitol Police with not allowing them to have the training. They had the Kavanaugh hearings where the lines were broke. You had a chairman of House administration, that is in essence the mayor of this city, that had not been back to the Capitol since early May, that didn't take up any of it. You had a Republican on House administration that offered legislation and changes, correcting which Inspector General found, which never the majority allowing it to come forward. What's interesting to me is this so political of a committee that the speaker picks and chooses who can be on. The chairman of committee says nothing's off limits but the speaker. The reports at time and again was the speaker offered the National Guard and told ahead of time of the warning, but apparently they don't want that information. Yes.
Do you think that the Democrats are trying to continue this until the 2022 elections?
Listen, if I was the Democrats, I'd stop playing politics and I'd start focusing on what the American people. You've got Americans stranded in Afghanistan. Focus on that. You have the biggest foreign policy failure in pretty much my lifetime. Why wouldn't you have hearings on that? Why wouldn't you put a committee together to that? You got an intel committee chaired by Adam Schiff that spent the time to make it political and now spends its time on the other committee as well. And you watch the failures under his own watch. I think there's a lot of correcting going on that I would focus on that the American people would expect.
You got a bipartisan infrastructure bill that now it sounds like you know when you're going to have a vote on it. September 27th, I guess, is the day. Have you made a decision one way or the other on if you'll whip members against that or tell your members to vote their conscience on it?
Look, I don't support that bill. That bill started out promised to all an American that it'd be paid for. It's not paid for.
Are you going to tell your members to vote against it?
Look, our members and I will have a discussion about it, but after this week, it doesn't seem like it's an infrastructure bill. The progressives now told us it's going to be a $5 trillion bill. You can't have one without the other. It's viewed much different to me than what it was viewed a week ago. And I was opposed to it. Well, we'll see where it goes, but I don't expect Republicans thinking they're going to vote for a $5 trillion bill.
It sounds like you are for, excuse me, leaving some sort of troop presence in Afghanistan if you were in charge.
Yes.
And what would that look like, and what would their mission be, and how long would you anticipate?
Well, the first thing you'd want to have not done is give Bagram Air Base up. That's where the prisoners were as well. You had 2 runways, not one. You had an outsert that you would have another ability to move people out. For the last year, we had a small number of troops, less than that we have today there, and you didn't for 18 months have 1 casualty. You had those who were Christians, those who had helped us in Afghanistan, not being beaten or beheaded. You have comedians not being killed at that time too. You actually had some peace in the country. I think that was working. For the president, and this is why we should have hearings on this. What information was given? Who knew what, when? And for the president to stand just approximately a month beforehand and tell us it would not fall, that it's this 300,000 strong military, but to criticize those in the Afghan who've lost thousands in the military fighting with us, to pull out the air cover, I think those are the things we should have some hearings about to get to the answer that we never make this type of mistake again.
Was President Trump wrong to agree to withdraw troops?
Well, President Trump had actually decreased the troops from 15,000 to 2,500 and not 1 casualty. President Trump's...
But there was a deal to withdraw.
It wasn't this deal. I mean, Mike Pompeo and President Trump have been very clear about this. Even the former Secretary of Defense have been very clear about this. There were requirements that had to be met. You watch time and again, whenever the Taliban did not meet the requirement, there was ramifications for that. Quick, swift, and very difficult. The other thing that you'd have to think about in the Taliban, they watched this president time and again with a crisis. Back away from Putin, ransomware, pay it, China, provide them. I just read a report before I walked out here. Allow Huawei chips to be sold. The idea that Russia could have their pipeline, but America cannot. I felt they think they were more emboldened. And as they moved city to city, I know for a fact that President Trump wouldn't allow that. That didn't meet the requirements. And for the President Biden to sit back in an interview and say nothing went wrong, that's a telltale line. And that you plan for every scenario, well, whoever started planning this should have stopped when this scenario started. Lives are going to be lost. The president has now ruined our reputation on the world stage, not for a week, but for decades to come. Our own allies are criticizing us. Our own allies who are sitting there defending us because America was attacked, asking us to extend the deadline so they can get their own citizens home, not for any other reason. And the allies that we have fought for years together, he said no and yes to the Taliban. So no, none of that would have happened under a different administration. And yes, that was a failure. One of the biggest failures I watched from a foreign policy in my lifetime. And it's going to do a lot of damage to us. Not just in a short run, but a long run. What does China believe now about Taiwan? What does Russia think about the Baltics or the Eastern Europe? And not only when you talk, Jake, about the base, think of the location of where it is. The president talks about looking over, having eyes ahead of time. That base proximity to Russia, to China, to Pakistan. The idea of terrorists coming again from Afghanistan. You now, when you move people out, you don't have the intel.
But the administration says, since you bring up the base, that it's they don't have a capacity problem, and Bagram is 2.5 hours from Kabul, and they say, in their estimation, there's very little strategic value in getting people out to keeping it open. They say, that's their estimation. They say most of the people they're trying to evacuate are in Kabul.
They also said the Afghan government wouldn't collapse. They've said a lot. They've also said you could get to the airport. They've also said a lot of things.
Some things they've been right on some things, but on Bagram.
No, they have not been right at all. And think about Bagram. You have 2 runways. You have 1 runway. Do you think every single American is sitting in Kabul? Bagram is not that far from Kabul. Why wouldn't you have 2 different options? You have other people throughout this country. And if you built a military base there, where we had sustained it for 20 years, why wouldn't you maintain it? We keep a base in Cuba today. Why wouldn't we keep a base for forward looking? Why wouldn't we keep a base in that geographical region of the world? Why would we release it? Why, if there was not 1 casualty in the last 18 months and only 2,500 troops had to be there, we were securing what we need to do. Why would you give it up? And first and foremost, if you were going to draw down, the Taliban fights in the summer and hibernates in the winter. If you were going to allow the Afghan government to sustain itself, why would you draw down when the Taliban is at its height? Why? Who made that decision? And why would you remove the military before you remove the civilians? And why would the president just days before says he's going to maintain normal operations in the embassy? How could we be that far wrong? So no, they didn't get anything right. And no, when he stands before us and tells us it's safe to go, and then you find out 30 minutes later it's not, I don't believe it was right to close the base. And you ask me a question, I would have kept it open. And I would have kept open. It gives you more options.
If you're holding a gavel next year, would you want to see a select committee look into this?
Look, we have
do it all in one.
No, we have a tremendous benefit here in Congress, not just on a Republican side, but a Democrat side too, of a number of members who served in the military from all aspects. I mean, if you just listen to the newest member of Congress, Jake Elsley, this guy flew F-18s. He didn't just fly F-18s, and you know who his wingman was? Mike Garcia off the aircraft carrier. But he also went into Afghanistan as a targeting person. He did it with Morgan Luttrell, who happens to be running for Congress. Twin brother of Mark Luttrell, who Morgan was a Navy SEAL. Normally, you only go for about 3 days. They got stuck there for 30 days, ran out of food in 6. These are people that have been there. You have Navy SEALs. You have from Brian Mass, who lost his legs, to Dan Crenshaw. You have Crow on the other side of the aisle. We have people who have such expertise, who are on the ground and knowing. I would take it through all committees, from Armed Services to Foreign Affairs to Intel, and I would change Intel Committee back to the purpose of what their responsibility was. They have a responsibility of overseeing the agencies. But what did they do? They turned it to look within. They spent it as a political arm. Impeachment has never gone through the Intel Committee until the Democrats made it political. How much time had Adam Schiff spent of looking around the world of what his responsibility is? And when you're on the Intel Committee, you learn things that other members do not know. But he spent all of his time on politics. So yeah, I would look at that of what failure he created too.
Yes. So you said that you are discouraging members from going to Afghanistan, but you also said you understand the frustration of Congressman Moulton and Congressman Meyer. That is part of the justification that they are giving, that they're frustrated with the inability to conduct oversight from over here with the shaky intelligence. Are you concerned that some of your more, I want to say, impressionable members are going to take you saying that you understand this frustration as subliminal encouragement to make these
No,
steps?
I just watched Speaker Pelosi answer that question. I think that's the most time she spent on Afghanistan all week. And it offended me. It offended me as an American. She spent her time to criticize somebody. Look, they shouldn't go. These people are veterans. You know what they came when they got called back here? I talked to Peter Meyer a couple different times. I'll show you the text that he sent me was working to get people out. That's was his time. He was frustrated. You know how many calls I would get about the State Department they won't answer? I got an interpreter I worked with. Their families, they're stuck inside a house. They don't know that they can go out. Or an American family, and they're frustrated as a member of Congress trying to help these individuals, getting nowhere in sight. And they come back to Congress, called back in a special, and all they spend their time on is $5 trillion.
Did you say you talked to Meyer during the trip?
No,
He said it was
no.
working on getting
This was
people out.
prior. I knew nothing of Meyer taking. Meyer never talked to me about the trip. Never asked my opinion. Never asked for approval.
Is he going to face
No, I
discipline
have
for
not.
not getting approval before he went?
Huh?
Would he face any sort of discipline for not getting approval before he went and to in fact discourage other ones who might have a notion to go?
I don't think others really have the opportunity to go since everything's being pulled out. And I don't think it's smart for others to go. You're putting yourself, not yourself in harm's way, but you're putting Americans in harm's way if the military has to protect you, in which they will do, and they should not.
Are you interested in leading a CODEL at some point to Afghanistan or a neighboring country in the near future?
You know, I've been to Afghanistan before. I don't know if it's going to be able to have a CODEL. Do you think the Taliban is going to be a friendly government we're going to go interchange with? I mean, maybe the president thinks so, but I don't see that. I think what we're going to have to spend some time on now is things that we didn't have to spend time before. We're going to have to reassure our allies that we'll still keep our word. A number of our allies, and from ambassadors and leaders I've spoken to, question what America will do in the future. You watch our allies try to build a bigger relationship with China now, or with Russia, because they kept their words. Whereas we just had a president go against everything that America has stood for in the past. Made a decision, won't answer questions. We even have reports that Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the UK, had to wait 36 hours to get a return phone call as Afghanistan was collapsing. Can you imagine that? That our president is sitting at Camp David, and if the reports are true, how can that be possible? They are there with their military, risking their lives because America was attacked. They want to get their citizens out. And they're relying on our president just to try to get a phone call back. And when he has a G7 meeting, and they all request, can we have more time? He lets the Taliban decide the date, not the situation on the ground.
One more question, sir.
Yes.
On the refugees, the Afghan refugees, I mean, do you have a view on what's going on, how the administration's handling it? And
I'm concerned because reports I'm told, those who were early at the airport were not our interpreters who worked with us and others. The individuals that are leaving Afghanistan that are Afghan need to go to a third country and they have to be screened. We need to keep our word, but our word was, from a standpoint, I will tell you, from a ISIS, from Al Qaeda, and from a Taliban point of view, do you think they'll take advantage of this situation? Do you think they put some people in there? I pretty much believe they would. Just as we have people on the terrorist watch list coming into our open borders that need to stop. And that's something that the president has caused as well.
If
Thank
they're
you.
screened, would you support taking tens of thousands of Afghan SIV applicants into the country recently?
Let's see who they are, let's see what our promises are, and let's keep them. Thank you all.
Hey, fired up. Kevin McCarthy wrapping up, talking about the crisis there in Afghanistan and blasting the Biden administration on this whole rollout of getting Americans back home safely, and really taking it to President Biden there, even talking about if these reports are true, talking about how it took hours and hours and hours for President Biden to get back to Boris Johnson there over in the UK, talking about the troop withdrawals and getting the citizens out there as well. So here we go, folks. It is going to be a jam-packed hour here, and really the next hour right here on Live Now from Fox. Here's what we have working for us right now. Coming up any moment right now, Secretary Blinken from the State Department will be giving an update on getting Americans back here. Remember, we're just 6 days away from the deadline here. And that deadline is August 31st there. And we're really doing a deadline here with the terrorist here. And so we will see and hopefully everything is going to be going. But we're asking really the Taliban what is right and what we should do. I mean, this is something that a lot of people are going to be talking about. We'll see what Secretary Blinken has to say. But could you ever think about 20 years ago when this whole 9/11 situation was happening? Did you ever think that there would be a time and place where we are negotiating and trying to talk with the Taliban and asking them, hey, when should our deadline be of getting out of here? It should be, really, when a lot of people are thinking about it, should be getting every American out of there. That should be the deadline. But we'll wait and see on that when it all comes to fruition. We're going to take away a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, if we don't see Secretary Blinken, we will go out to D.C. here. We have some Republicans from the House Foreign Affairs Committee talking about getting Americans home safely. We'll see you on the other side of this 2-minute break.
Look, I think you really, hit the nail on the head here. Right now, it's about our promise. The promise that we made to those that served alongside me, served alongside a lot of others, including our service members out there. I was a diplomat. I was on the civilian side, but worked tirelessly hand in hand with so many of our Afghan partners. And what this comes down to right now is what is the worth of the American handshake? What is the value of that? Our promises, our commitments that we make to others. So you're absolutely right. This isn't about Republican or Democrat. It's about America and about the expectation of what the American handshake means to those that were willing to put their lives at risk to be able to help us and our service members and our diplomats on the ground. My office, a little over a week ago, set up an email address specific to trying to help evacuate those that are in need. In just about a week, we've now received over 6,000 evacuation cases just to my office alone. This morning, I've spent several hours this morning just trying to help facilitate several American citizens that are still trying to get to the airport, still trying to get help. And this is something where all of us recognize that is our duty. That is something that we have a sworn obligation on the Constitution as members of Congress to be able to help our U.S. citizens. So we are going to tirelessly work to do that, but also just stand up and say that the line shouldn't just be drawn there, that we have obligations and responsibilities to others, and that we should make sure that we get the job done and not just think about this as some date at the end of this month, but instead think about this as what does it take to get the mission done, to get our job done and help those in need. That is something that I think all of us here are in agreement on, and something that I think we are trying to press tirelessly on to make sure that the administration gets that message and reconsiders the timeline that they are operating on right now. So with that, again, I'm just grateful for this opportunity to be able to talk and show that we are united in this way to be able to do that. And as I go back to New Jersey, I'll be going back to a community that has a joint military base, McGuire-Dix Lakehurst, which is now taking in Afghan refugees as of, I think, the last 24 hours. This is something that my community welcomes. My community stands together and says, we welcome you for what you have done for our country and what we can do now for you. And I hope the rest of our nation as well joins us in welcoming our Afghan partners to our country, giving them a warm welcome. They're going to need a lot of help, and I hope that that's something that we can unitedly do again together. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Order. Yeah, I think you were supposed to introduce the next person. They didn't give me a list.
I don't have to. Oh yeah. Yeah. Is it? Yeah.
This is all taken care of.
Yeah.
And folks, we are now going out to Wisconsin here. Senator Johnson at Fort McCoy in Wisconsin talking about where refugees from Afghanistan are being housed. Let's listen.
The state representatives, state senators that I'm joined with here today, we have Representative Tony Kurtz, Senator Pat Tester, we have Senator Howard Markline, Representative Lauren Oldenburg, and Representative Nancy Vanderveer. These are individuals that serve this area, are responsible to their constituents. I think we all want to thank the members, the finest among us, the members of the military, those serving here at Fort McCoy, the members of the interagency group, State Department, Department of Homeland Security, who I think we're all very confident that they will fulfill their role with dedication and professionalism. I do want to start out because I think this is pretty important. Again, the understanding the viewpoint of the men and women, again, the finest among us that served in the military, particularly those in Afghanistan. We have certainly heard, and of course, Tony Kurtz served in Afghanistan as well as Iraq. But we have heard, all of us, from those people who this issue is very near and dear to their heart. They served with people from Afghanistan who put their lives at risk to help save American lives. And so they are very vested in having an organized process for those individuals whose lives are at grave risk now within the chaos of Afghanistan, of helping get those individuals here safely in America and fully integrated successfully in our society. I was on the phone earlier with Jason Church and Derek Van Orden, talking about the military. Again, this is a military base. Military planning always starts at the end point. You know, what is the goal of your mission? What's the goal of your plan? And I think the overall goal is something we all shared. Is first and foremost, make sure that every American citizen in Afghanistan would get out safely before the chaos began. Certainly the goal would have been to get those special immigrant visa holders and others that worked for Americans whose lives are in grave danger now, to get them out ahead of time, fully vetted, but safely, and then integrate successfully into American society. That is the goal. It still is the goal. It could have been accomplished, but unfortunately it wasn't. So what is happening right now is a travesty. It's a disaster. It's a large enough disaster that there are people working this problem that obviously value their careers, but they are starting to reach out to members of Congress, to their state representatives, and they're talking about the chaos that they are witnessing. The fact that we don't know who a lot of the people are that are being transported out of Afghanistan right now. There are people being transported that don't have any ID whatsoever. Again, I don't know the full extent because I think there is so much chaos. But it was a point that we were making with General Guthrie and the State Department and Department of Homeland Security personnel here, is that puts an even greater burden on their shoulders to evaluate and vet and try to identify those individuals that they are going to be taken care of here. Now, I will also say that it certainly sounds like the first group are people that are just relieved to have been able to escape Afghanistan. I mean, they won the lottery. They're here in America. I truly think the vast majority of the people that will be coming here, and the numbers I'm hearing are probably in the tens of thousands, the vast majority are here wanting what we want. Freedom. An opportunity to raise their families in safety and security with opportunity. I know the veterans of Afghanistan that I've spoken to and spoken with. That is what they want. They know so many of these people. They know they saved their lives. So I want the American public to understand that's an important responsibility that America holds. Let's not forget that. But let's also not forget that we need to keep this nation safe and secure. And the last point I'll make until I open it up to questions is the reality on the ground is ugly. We don't know all of it because so many journalists have already left for their own safety. But I'll just leave you with this one question. How many special immigrant visa holders do you think the Taliban are letting into Kabul airport right now? How many people that are the folks that are Afghanistan veterans want to pull out to safety? How many of those people do you think the Taliban are allowing through the gates of Kabul airport? Again, this didn't have to end this way. This is a travesty. This is a disaster. This is incompetence on the part of this administration. And there's simply not enough lipstick to put on this pig at this point in time. But I will end once again saying that the finest among us, the men and women of the military here on this base in Fort McCoy, they will do everything they can to serve honorably and to do as best job they can to help the people coming here and keep this country safe. So with that, happy to open up to questions.
Senator, on the ground today, what did you see inside? What did you hear from officials on Fort McCoy about what is actively happening? And did you talk with any of the refugees who have arrived here?
No, we weren't able to speak to any of the individuals from Afghanistan. What we were told is a little over 1,000 people have come here. They believe their capacity is going to be at 10,000. They're starting to get regular updates in terms of what flights are going to arrive, but we don't know really the pace, so we don't know when they're going to hit that 10,000 person capacity. They're setting up the process. One thing I have to admit, there were two things I was kind of shocked about. Is first of all, the commanding general had no idea that he was going to be serving in this capacity, that this was going to be the mission Fort McCoy till 10 days ago. There wasn't, over the course of the months from when President Biden announced the total withdrawal out of Afghanistan, there was no, well, we're going to have to we're going to have to process people. We're going to have to, welcome in the special immigrant visa holders. There wasn't a discussion over months so we could plan. This happened 10 days ago. And the other question I knew the answer, but it was still shocking to hear, is when I asked how many people have ID, do you know whether everybody has an ID that has come into Fort McCoy yet? They couldn't answer that question. Again, that's how chaotic this is. This is how unplanned and how unorganized this was from the top. Again, the folks here on the ground will do a good job. I think we're all confident of that. These are dedicated individuals in the Department of State, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense. But there's been a failure from their leadership, which has created this very difficult situation.
Senator, the White House has said earlier in the week that everybody who's coming here is getting biometrically and biographically screened, either in a third-party country, but before they get to Dulles Airport. How does that compare with what you've heard?
It doesn't ring true. So maybe they're taking biometrics now, but you need biometrics having taken beforehand that you can compare them to. It would be nice if we knew everybody had even just an identification card. I'm hearing they don't. And again, it should be quite telling that, when I asked the general, do you know that everybody here has at least an ID? Then not his fault. He said, no, we don't know that. So that speaks volumes. So I know that the administration is going to be telling you, this is what we're doing. This, like it's all organized. It was all pre-planned. It's not organized. It wasn't pre-planned. It is chaos. And so again, that's what I was trying to convey to the folks here on the ground is understand how disorganized, understand the potential danger. Again, who do you think this Taliban is letting into and through the gates of the Kabul airport? Just ask yourself that question. And that's what I'm asking the folks here on the ground to ask themselves that question too, and be on guard for that possibility.
Senator Ron Johnson, you spoke about potential danger. What is your main concern as Fort McCoy continues to take on Afghanistan?
Well, again, I think I have two concerns. I share the heartfelt desire of our Afghanistan veterans who worked with so many people in Afghanistan as allies, whose lives had been saved by some of these people. They want them out of danger. They don't want them slaughtered by the Taliban. You've probably read them. I've heard of some horrific accounts of retribution already carried out by the Taliban. So I share that heartfelt desire to bring people out there who are our allies that are in grave danger and bring them here safely. But at the same time, because this wasn't pre-planned, that this wasn't organized, that we have such chaos now, we have to understand there is a danger to this country. And we need to recognize that, so we have to take our time. We can't rush through the process. We can't be playing a numbers game. I'm concerned this administration is just going to plus up the numbers, say, oh, look at how successful it is. We got X number of thousands of people out of here. This is a success. This isn't a success till we know we've had people here and they're successfully integrated into society. But unfortunately, this administration's lack of planning, their incompetence, has not set us up for easy success here. We are getting this from multiple sources. And I'm not gonna name individuals because they value their jobs. But this isn't just one person or two people. This is multiple sources that are alarmed by what they're seeing, and they're part of the process. Okay, that's all the farther I'm going. But trust me, I trust them. I believe what they're telling me. It rings true and it sounds true.
Do you worry that the chaos that you spoke of will...
Just one at a time, sir.
Yeah, do you worry that the chaos that you speak of in Afghanistan will enter into this community, or the impacts will be enduring for the next weeks or months or years?
Nobody can really say, my message to the people here is it only takes one failure to destroy this mission. And again, the mission is to bring American citizens back, bring back those people that we want to bring out of danger, that deserve to be brought out of danger, and successfully integrate them into society. If we let some people slip through that create acts of terror, that's going to poison the entire operation, and that would be a travesty. Obviously, I'm concerned long term in terms of what's going to happen now in Afghanistan. We went there to eliminate a base of operations for Al Qaeda. Now we have Al Qaeda and ISIS. They'll be roaming free. They're going to be able to plan. Again, I think that also is a mistake. I have no idea why we didn't leave a special operations contingent at whether Bagram Air Force Base or somebody else to support the Afghanistan security forces. The reason that it collapsed so quickly is we never trained the Afghan security forces to be independent of the U.S. completely. And so when the U.S. announced the fact it was bugging out, and then once they did, it collapsed very quickly. People had to make a decision. Again, this doesn't take a rocket scientist to think the implications of doing this without proper planning, without proper organization. But that speaks to the incompetence of the Biden administration in terms of how they pulled out. We had another question over here.
Senator, you talked about the 1,000 refugees that are here from the base staff that you talked to. Since they're not sharing any photos from inside, are you hearing? Are there more families here? Who are the first 1,000?
Well, again, we drove through the base, so we saw. It's a broad spectrum. There are individual males, there are women with children, there are family units. I think in general the viewpoint is these are people that are just so relieved. They won the lottery. They're here in America. I mean, who wouldn't value that? Okay? So again, I truly think the vast majority of people that we will airlift will be incredibly appreciative of coming to America. So we should try and make that successful. And that's why I say, one failure could paint a broad picture negatively toward people that we shouldn't paint, and it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy. So again, we need to keep everything in perspective here, but again, we also have to recognize the chaos created by the incompetence, and the folks here on the ground are going to have to try and deal with that. So that again, both goals can be achieved. Well, one of the things I really have been stressing, and actually talked to Jason Church about this would be a wonderful project for him, is help organize veterans in Wisconsin, maybe nationally. People that know the folks coming in from Afghanistan, make those connections. And by the way, the State Department representative said, yes, we're absolutely going to do that. So we're going to have to put this into overdrive now, is making the connections of people that served our military, that helped save people's lives, even just did the mundane things. But as a result of helping us, we're at grave risk of staying in Afghanistan. Help them make those connections with people they served in, and that'd probably be the best way to vet people that might not have identification. It's a huge task. I think that the goal here, and it was only a goal, was to kind of process people in 14 to 21 days. Now, some people you may be able to move, you may be able to vet them that quickly and be certain, as certain as you can be with anybody, that these people, they're here for the right reason and represent no risks. It may take a much longer time for others, and part of the problem is we are granting them a certain immigration status. It's a legal status. They're here, which means they are also now, as a result of what this administration is doing, they are entitled by our laws to certain immigration benefits. So again, so what happens? Again, the question: what happens if somebody comes in this country, for example, on a terror watch list? What do we do with that individual? They've been granted a legal status here. It's not going to be easy to just send them back. This will be a legal fight. This is what this administration, through their competence, has opened us up toward, or to. Well, again, I would hope that the Taliban would let some people through, but I don't have a great deal of confidence in the Taliban being humanitarians all of a sudden. This is a brutal regime. Again, I think you've heard some of the accounts. They're so brutal I can't even talk about them in an interview. But I'm highly concerned. And again, I just don't see the Taliban in their good graces allowing people that helped the U.S. military in any way, shape, or form. I see them letting some people that could be a real problem for us through. Again, it's a nasty reality, but we have to face that.
Senator Johnson, just to clarify, so what we've been told by the White House is that these people who are under the special immigrant visas or under those P2s, those different verifications that are allowing them to come here, that they're going to other bases in other countries first, finishing their process, which typically takes about 2 years, depending on where they're at in that process, and then they're coming to the U.S. Is that not your understanding that that's happening?
So my understanding is that the number of people that really are the special immigrant visa holders is a pretty small percentage of the people that we're transporting here now. It's not, these aren't all special immigrant visa holders. It's a small percentage. Okay, and unfortunately, there's a pretty large percentage of people that don't even have ID. But I don't know what the truth is. I mean, listen, I've been investigating for like 6 years. It's hard to get the truth out of any administration. They hold information pretty close to the vest. One of the reasons we're here and holding this press conference right now is to ask the questions the American public should be asking, should be demanding answers to. So personally, I'm not taking anything the administration is saying at face value. Again, they're gonna try and put lipstick on this pig, but there's not enough lipstick. Okay? So we need to verify what they're saying. And quite honestly, I need people to come forward that know what's happening. And I need people that are willing to go on the record and tell us what's actually happening. And that's ongoing. One of the commitments I try to get out of people here in Fort McCoy is, if you're feeling uncomfortable, if you think you're being rushed and you're putting the American public in danger, you have to reach out to the people's representatives, the people that have been, we've been elected. We have that responsibility to our constituents. They have that responsibility to us to keep us informed. Now, hopefully that won't happen. Again, I got my fingers crossed. I'm hoping this all works out well, and there are no failures and people are successfully integrated into American society. But I'm not willing to ignore reality, and I'm going to tell the American public the truth, what I know. okay, and what I don't know. So I don't know all these things, but this is what we're hearing from multiple sources.
At this point, does Former Point have the resources it needs to do this? And if everything else is chaotic, how will it be a smooth operation?
Well, so General Guthrie assured us that he is getting every bit of support that he needs from the military. You know, they flew in personnel, it's something like 1,000 people, military police unit to come in. You know, so no, he is getting all the resources he needs. Again, that's why I say I'm confident that the people here on the ground and the United States military here will do their job with dedication and professionalism. So there's no question of resources in terms of being able to do that job. So let's not rush the process, okay? And again, I think the best way to vet people is, you know, put out an APB to military personnel that know folks that want to see, you know, be safe and sound, to contact the State Department, contact the Department of Defense, and say, listen, I'm happy to vouch for these people that I know. If you hear of them, let me put me in contact. I think that's the most efficient way of trying to do this, and probably the most certain way of trying to come to grips with, you know, how do we let people in and how do we successfully integrate them into American society. Again, that should be the goal.
Senator, with that process, how long is that process? Are they here for a month? Are they here for a couple of weeks?
Well, again,
Are they here for years? I mean, when do you finally release them?
So the representative of the State Department was hoping it could be 14 to 21 days. And in some cases, that may be possible. I don't believe that we should set a set period of time. If there's a question, if there's a doubt, I think we're going to have to hold those people. And again, if this is the administration is going to want to try and get you to believe. You know, listen very carefully to what they say. But they're going to want you to believe that these are all special immigration visa holders. That we've all tested them biometrically. You know, we might test them biometrically. We've got nothing to compare it to. Okay? So listen very carefully. But to the extent that we don't have even ID on people, or we don't have a biometric database to match them to, we're going to have to be very careful, and we shouldn't rush the process. It's not worth taking the risk. So I wouldn't put a time. You know, so for some people, it may be obvious. They may already have the special immigrant visas, and that can happen pretty quickly. But for others, it might be quite some time. And again, if anybody slips through that, we end up finding out through the biometrics that they might be on a terror watch list or something. That's going to be a real problem for us because we've already granted them legal rights here in this country.
Senator, what do you foresee your involvement in this looking like moving forward? Do you plan to come back and speak with refugees here?
Well, I did, because I know the State Department representative is going to rotate out, and I asked her to please make sure that her replacement at least has a phone call with me. But no, whether I've got to come back here or just stay in constant communication with people, that's what we basically set up here. I put a burden on them to keep us informed so we can keep the American public informed, and state legislators, state senators here, I'm sure will be watching this as well. Okay, so I mean, again, that's why I'm so thankful that they came here. They're concerned about their constituents. They deserve answers, and they'll be demanding them as well. Okay? I got, I guess, one more question. Oh, right here. Yeah.
How do you plan to balance the sense of urgency with such a thorough vetting process as the situation in Afghanistan is expected to get worse?
Well, again, once people are out of danger, I'd say, you know, what is the urgency? So I would rather err on the side of caution in terms of keeping this nation safe. And again, recognizing hopefully a lot of these people are known to military members that can vouch for them and then help them integrate into their communities. I mean, it does sound like it's not going to be, we're just going to open up the gates and then all of a sudden we're going to have a community here. It sounds like people will be distributed all across America. Right now, an awful lot are going to Sacramento, apparently, as well as back to Virginia, you know, to be with some of the military families that they served with. So, I mean, I think that's kind of the reality situation. But again, once people are here in safety, there's no urgency to just get them out the door. The urgency is to make sure that we vet everybody and that we are as confident as we possibly can that these are people that helped us, that, you know, we have responsibility to make sure that they are safe and that also that they can integrate successfully in our society. But we also have responsibility for the safety and security of the American public, which is why we're going to have to take the time if we're going to fulfill that responsibility.
Senator, what is your reaction to the concerns that you have, but now
Well, again, I think the best solution here in terms of identifying, vetting, and integrating is literally utilize the military, and you know, there are other people operating from the U.S. government in Afghanistan as well, you know, other government agencies. So setting up pretty much, I don't know, call it a hotline or whatever, so that those individuals who served with these people in Afghanistan are known, they're concerned about people, and we can start identifying and make those connections. To me, that's the most certain way. Because, again, it just doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of people that were pre-vetted. This, again, because of the incompetence, the lack of planning, the chaos, again, this didn't have to happen. But here's where we're at, here's the reality situation, so to me, that's the best way out of this. Okay?
Senator, do we know how much this housing and relocating will cost Wisconsin by any chance?
Well, it shouldn't cost Wisconsin anything. This is a U.S. government, so I'll certainly be making sure that the U.S. government pays for this one. Okay?
Senator, talking about the current administration, President Trump also desired to leave sooner. Do you believe the results would have been different?
I would hope so. Certainly our council was always conditions-based. Again, I was never in favor of total withdrawal. Again, I thought after 20 years, after the sacrifice of the finest among us, if we could provide a stabilizing force to support the Afghanistan military, I thought, again, keep the terrorists at bay, not give them another, you know, haven which they could plot against the U.S. I thought that would have been the right course. So I never agreed with total withdrawal, but a drawdown, limiting it to just to special operation forces, I thought would have been, you know, had I been sitting in the Oval Office, that's probably the choice I would have made. But I would have hoped that the previous administration would have done a lot better job planning this out. And let's face it, this administration had 7 months plus in office. And it's telling, let me repeat, the fact that the commanding general here didn't even know that this was going to be his mission at Fort McCoy till 10 days ago. I want that sinking in. This is how incompetent, the lack of planning. 10 days ago, Fort McCoy got its mission. Not if, you know, they weren't talking about this, you know, a couple months ago. You know, they should have been talking about this the day that that Biden made the decision to bug out of Afghanistan. They should have been planning this, and they didn't. The American people have to look at that reality. It's not a pleasant reality. I think one last question here.
On the administration as well, what do you think of Biden saying he still is sticking with the August 31st deadline for evacuation? Do you think that's reasonable?
I think it just proves, sadly, tragically, who's really in charge of Afghanistan right now. And really how, and I don't say this with any joy at all, how impotent America is under this administration. It's a very, very sad reality. Thank you.
Any of the state lawmakers want to weigh in on questions?
Senator Ron Johnson not holding back there in that news conference in Wisconsin, talking about how he is hearing reports that unvetted refugees are being flown into the U.S. there, and he was talking all about it right here on Live Now from Fox. What we'll do is take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We still have some more to get to this hour regarding Afghanistan. We are back right here on Capitol Hill, where some GOP Republicans are talking about right now, talking all about Afghanistan and talking about not getting any, or not wanting to leave any Americans behind. So we're going to listen to that right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
So they're waiting for like
How you doing?
Thank you for not going over
sorry. I know. Yeah, I was going to come talk to you first, but couldn't talk me out of it.
Of America, so there's a lot at stake here. I'm just going to turn it over to my dear friend, but before that, I want to also announce that we have the cast and crew from the United States of Al. Normally I'd say all, but it's Al. The great, it's a kind of a situation comedy about an interpreter from Afghanistan, but it also has a deep underlying tone about it. And they are here today to stand up for our Afghan partners, our interpreters. And I want to thank the cast and crew of the United States of Al for being here. Because, you know, we have a voice in Congress, but we also need other voices, and you're giving us your voice. So with that, I want to turn it over to my dear friend on the Foreign Affairs Committee, Andy Kim from Pennsylvania.
Jersey.
Why did they put Pennsylvania down here? I didn't think that was right. Jersey. I didn't mean to, you know, he's from Pennsylvania.
Jersey. He's Jersey.
Yeah, whatever. I'm from Texas, so that's like another, but anyway. No, but Andy, then all, yes, way.
One day.
I'm really proud of Andy, not only for his work on the committee. We operate in a very bipartisan way. This gathering is bipartisan. We're not standing here as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans for a righteous cause, and that's protecting the partners we said we would protect. Andy served as a strategic advisor to both General Petraeus and General Allen in Afghanistan. I can't think of a better colleague of mine on the Democrat side to introduce than Representative Andy Kim.
Yeah.
Andy?
Thank you. No, thank you, sir. And look, you know, I think you really, you know, hit the nail on the head here. Right now, it's about our promise. The promise that we made to those that served alongside me, served alongside a lot of others, including our service members out there. I was a diplomat. I was on the civilian side, but worked tirelessly hand in hand with so many of our Afghan partners. And what this comes down to right now is what is the worth of the American handshake? What is the value of that? Our promises, our commitments that we make to others. So you're absolutely right. This isn't about Republican or Democrat. It's about America and about the expectation of what the American handshake means to those that were willing to put their lives at risk to be able to help us and our service members and our diplomats on the ground. My office, a little over a week ago, set up an email address specific to trying to help evacuate those that are in need. In just about a week, we've now received over 6,000 evacuation cases just to my office alone. This morning, I've spent several hours this morning just trying to help facilitate several American citizens that are still trying to get to the airport, still trying to get help. And this is something where all of us recognize that that is our duty. That is something that we have a sworn obligation on from the Constitution as members of Congress to be able to help our U.S. citizens. So we are going to tirelessly work to do that, but also just stand up and say that the line shouldn't just be drawn there, that we have obligations and responsibilities to others, and that we should make sure that we get the job done and not just think about this as some date at the end of this month, but instead think about this as what does it take to get the mission done, to get our job done and help those in need. That is something that I think all of us here are in agreement on, and something that I think we are trying to press tirelessly on to make sure that the administration gets that message and reconsiders the timeline that they are operating on right now. So with that, again, I'm just grateful for this opportunity to be able to talk and show that we are united in this way to be able to do that. And as I go back to New Jersey, I'll be going back to a community that has a joint military base, McGuire-Dix-Lakehurst, which is now taking in Afghan refugees as of, I think, the last 24 hours. This is something that my community welcomes. My community stands together and says, we welcome you for what you have done for our country and what we can do now for you. And I hope the rest of our nation as well joins us in welcoming our Afghan partners to our country, giving them a warm welcome. They're going to need a lot of help, and I hope that that's something that we can unitedly do again together. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Order. Yeah, I think you were supposed to introduce the next person, right? They didn't give me a list.
I think it's oh yeah. Yeah. Is it? Yeah.
So this is all taken care of.
Yeah.
So this is Parker. You can tell he's an actor, and he's kind of mesmerized by Washington. But thank you so much.
Thank you very
much. And I
much.
appreciate you standing up for this cause.
Hey,
Thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much. Hi, guys. I'm Parker Young.
And I'm Adir Kalian. We are here today in a personal capacity on behalf of the 5 Afghans and 7 veterans we work with on our show, The United States of Al.
Brother, want to come up here? This is Chase Millsap, a colleague of ours. He's a Marine veteran who served 3 tours in Iraq, spent over 7 years trying to get his interpreter to safety. He knows what it feels like to leave somebody behind. For the last 10 days, Chase has been working night and day with Afghans and other veterans to get people safely to the Kabul airport and evacuated.
Habib, would you mind taking a step in? Thank you so much, sir. This is Habib Zohori, who was born in Afghanistan, who worked as an interpreter and journalist, and is now a writer on our show. Over the last few days, Habib's siblings, who are also interpreters, have experienced for themselves the harrowing journey that thousands of Afghans are currently facing. Fortunately, thanks to efforts by Chase and other veterans and organizations, Habib's siblings are now among those who have been safely evacuated.
But the truth is that many Afghans are hiding at home or risking their lives in dangerous conditions outside the airport. Mr. President, we urge you to stay as long as necessary to evacuate all of our Afghan partners and allies and to support them when they are here.
While many have already been evacuated through ongoing efforts of the US government, we're here today to add our voices to the Afghan and veteran organizations who understand the need for urgent action for all those who remain. Habib, may I please invite you to say a few words?
Thank you. I just want to say that there are a lot of people that I know personally who are interpreters, journalists, lawyers. They have documents, they have passports, but they can't get to the airport. They are traveling with elderly people, with children, with women. It's just very difficult for them to get inside. And just at this moment that I'm talking to you guys, one of my sisters with her husband is stuck at one of the gates at the airport. And there are women and children and elderly people with them, and they have traveled hundreds of miles from the north. And the last thing that I heard from them was a picture of a baby that was beaten in that crowd. So there are a lot of people who need help, and that's why we are here.
Thank you, brother. Chase, I know you had some specific action items. You want to share them?
Yeah. Thanks, Parker.
Yeah.
So I'll direct my comments to the president as a couple of steps. You know, I'm one of the many of them are up here today that have been in the position where the end of your boot is the end of U.S. policy. And that's it. And you've been on that line. And just days ago, Habib and I were working to get his family out, and his family was 50 feet from the gate, and we weren't able to get him out. And right now, and I can tell you, I'm getting text every single minute from others that are trying to get through there. And right now there's a gap between those that are standing at gate and those trying to get in, and it's being filled by people that want to help, that are standing up and private citizens and trying to help. And I'm asking the president to please help us shorten that gap. So give us 50 feet, give us the opportunity to extend the perimeter and allow the military to process the crowds, get a line, help them process these people so they can get through there, create corridors so that people can get through the city and secure safe passage of Afghans out of Kabul into the airport and out of Kabul. Civilly, just give us 50 boot steps so we can get people like Habib's family out. Secondly, we've been working the special immigrant visa and other programs for years. I myself have done this. I know what it's like to not have somebody make it through the process. There are a lot of tools, and we just don't have the tools we need right now. And I'm asking the president to expand the existing interpretation of the Afghan Allies Protection Act to ensure SIV eligibility to Afghans who worked for grants, U.S.-funded grants, P1, P2 eligibility, and all the resources they need for resettlement. We're going to have the resources. I remember the days where you could have two suitcases. Those are gone. People are just getting on planes. They need help. And lastly, Mr. President, there's a tool that we've had available to us for years called humanitarian parole. It's been given to Cubans. It's been given to Kurdish. It's been given to people all throughout the world who are constantly going to face the threat that those in Afghanistan are going to have with the Taliban for years to come. That tool allows us to continue this process, those of us in private capacity, those of us that work on this every day, to keep working and keep fighting. And I just want to say, Mr. President, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to this. And at this point, I just want to say Habib and I have met for the first time yesterday. We did all of this by the phone. This is possible. So give us the tools that we need, please.
Thank you, Chase. So these are some of the urgent actions that we must take now if we are to keep our promise. So we urge you to remove the deadline and make it conditional on the safe evacuation of all those who tied their fates to the American mission in Afghanistan.
Mr. President, you've often spoken about the soul of our nation. Well, sir, there can be no better opportunity to demonstrate to the world who we are as a nation and as a people than this moment. We beg you to act now with compassion and with urgency. Thank you.
Nice job. Thank you. Thank you. Well, let me just say thank you to the United States of Al cast and crew, showing the bravery, the guts to come forward for the right thing. And we're all standing here united as Republicans and Democrats, united for what's right. And that's to save those left behind. And that's what we stand for as a nation. We have some veterans standing behind me from Afghanistan, and I would like to give them the opportunity to speak if they would like to do so. And of course, any member after that as well. And Michael Waltz, Green Beret, served in Afghanistan.
Just point out here, Mike Waltz from Florida, Green Beret that served on the ground. Let me just take a moment to point out a couple of things. We've had to have congressional offices devote their entire staffs now to connecting the dots and doing what needs to be done to get people out. I have members of my staff right now on the phone with people real time as they're traveling to the gates, helping them avoid Taliban checkpoints, connecting the dots with the gate guards, calling the airport managers. That's wrong. We're having to fight through our own bureaucracy to help fellow Americans and to help those who stood with us. I mean, just think about that for a moment, how the private sector's had to mobilize to get this done because our government isn't getting it done. But yet, briefing after briefing, we hear this happy talk. We just did from the Pentagon. We did yesterday from the White House. That things are working fine. People are getting through. Americans are getting out. They're not. They're wrong. So I don't know where, if this disconnect's happening from the reality that's on the ground. On my way here, one of my staff stopped me and said that we had SIVs with all the paperwork on their way, everything approved. The Taliban stopped them at a checkpoint, took all their phones, smashed them, and turned them around. And yet, in 6 days, we're going to shut everything down. Well, that's not 6 days. It's really the next 48 hours. They're going to have to close the gates to clear out those that are on the airfield and get the military out. That is unacceptable. It's un-American, And the fact that Congress has had to lead this, whether it was the Allies Act or whether it was the fact that this same group was standing here in April begging the administration to start the evacuation then. Because those of us who served there knew that once those military assets left, there's no way to get to Kabul, that you are handing these people a death sentence. So I just want to thank you as well, and thank you for your leadership on this, and thank every member that has dropped everything, bipartisan, to help those who helped us. Thank you very much.
Well, I echo this bipartisan moment right now. My name is August Pfluger from Texas. I'm an airman. And I want to remind everybody of what happened in January of 2015 when we saw a Jordanian pilot in a cage being burned alive by terrorists. And Mr. President, what you're hearing from this group of people is a bipartisan outcry to get the job done. Not to leave on an arbitrary date, but to leave when the mission is accomplished, to leave when the job is done, that we don't leave any American behind. When our forces are withdrawn, the risk to Americans that are still inside Afghanistan will be enormous. Please listen to the members of Congress, to the American public. Let us know how many people are in Afghanistan right now, how many citizens are still left behind. And whatever it takes to get them out, that's what we should do. We shouldn't leave on an arbitrary date. As an airman, I want to give thanks to General Jacqueline Van Ovost, the commander of Transportation Command. It's an enormous job to get those folks out. And our C-17 pilots, American airmen, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Guardians are doing a phenomenal job right now. But Mr. President, give them the tools, give them the ability and the framework to finish the job, to do it correctly, and to not leave an American behind in Afghanistan so that we repeat what we saw in January of 2015 that was so tragic. Thank you very much. Can I just, and if I could say, August 31st is an arbitrary deadline. If you talk to the military, it's when the mission is accomplished. Let the military accomplish their mission, and then we will get out. Lastly, there were 600 Afghan pilots who were evacuated to Uzbekistan, trapped. About 140 now have been sent back to the Taliban to await their fate, which is a death sentence. And we have about 496 pilots and crew members. We talked to the Deputy Secretary today. Again, Mr. President, please don't send them back to their death. Please get them out of Uzbekistan. I want to introduce Tom Malinowski, served with distinction in the State Department, a dear friend on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And Tom?
Thank you, Mike. Yesterday, the President said that he wants to get our mission completed by August 31st. But he also suggested quite clearly that the completion of that mission would be dependent on conditions on the ground. He suggested it would be dependent on whether the Taliban is cooperating in allowing Afghans to come to the airport. The reality on the ground is that the conditions have not changed. They've gotten worse. The Taliban is not cooperating in terms of allowing Afghans to come to the airport, and yet the reality on the ground is still that our military is ill. It was supposed to be the end of our original mission in Afghanistan, and guess what? We met the deadline in June. There was absolutely no reason to reapply that deadline to the new mission that began 10 days ago. And so the question before us now is, are we going to keep our deadline, or are we going to keep our promise? Are we going to allow the mission to determine the timetable, or are we going to let the timetable determine the mission? I think the answer to that should be absolutely clear. These guys who are heroically trying to get people those last 50 feet, remember, to all of you who are covering this story, there are orders of priority that the administration has. American citizens are first, those who work for our missions are second, foreign nationals are third, our Afghan interpreters are fourth, and Afghans at risk are last. Right now, none of those people are getting through with the help of the U.S. government. It's only you guys. And what you need most of all to get them those last 50 yards to the gate is another 50 hours, another 5 days, another 10 days. The tool we need is more time. Thank you.
Yeah, well said. We have one more speaker, but I want to introduce, Young Kim is here from Los Angeles. Steve Shabbat is the ranking member on the Asia Pacific subcommittee, which has Afghanistan. Joe Wilson, my dear friend, South Carolina, represents the Citadel and also is a ranking member on the Middle East subcommittee.
Thank you, Ranking Member Mike McCall. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the Afghan veterans. What a difference they made. I visited the country 12 times. To be there, to see how inspiring it was, the American military working with our allies from Poland, from Bulgaria, from Estonia, to be there to see a provincial reconstruction team with people from South Korea. What a difference they were making for the people of Afghanistan, and how sad this is. But the veterans need to know, first of all, that they did achieve no significant attack on the homeland for 20 years. And also, we want to thank the different agencies that I saw, the United States Agency for International Development, building schools, bridges, roads, are remarkable achievements that should be recognized and always appreciated. But I do believe, along with General David Petraeus, the war is not over. The war is moving, and it's coming to the United States. God bless you.
Good job. So I think we have time for questions, and I would like to utilize the cast and crew of United States of Al while they're here, if you have any questions for them.
Afghan American veterans. They served with their American soldiers. They served in special forces during 2001 and from then till 2020. My question is it not time that we recognize acting President Salih and Massoud as a legitimate government of Afghanistan? And the Taliban, isn't it just a normal like Chicago street gang?
Right. There are resolutions in the Congress to not recognize the legitimacy of the Taliban. I join with that. Massoud and the Northern Alliance were our only hope. At that time, President Ghani, sadly, I think Andy Kim asked this question today. Why did President Ghani abandon his own people in an act of cowardice? But he did. The United States abandoned and their own government. That's why the Afghan forces fell without our air cover and logistics and basically our ISR capability. So for those of you here behind us, let us give you a round of applause. Thank you. Any other questions?
Spectrum News. Members, including yourselves, are urging the president to stay beyond the deadline for August 31st, despite some threats from the Taliban and others, and despite potential growing dangers of U.S. troops staying in the Kabul airport. So my question is, what is your strategy for the administration to stay beyond August 31st? And then on top of that, and if it came to it, would you authorize the use of military force?
Yeah, so the conditions at the airport are very severe. ISIS-K is there. The Taliban and the ISIS-K don't get along. They can't control them. So there's a major terror threat at the airport right now. I think that's some of the urgency that the administration is locking into the August 31st deadline. But to my August is gone, to my colleague's point, it should be based on conditions on the ground when the mission is accomplished, not an arbitrary timeline. For God's sakes, we're the United States of America. And we're going to let the Taliban dictate how we exit and when we exit from that country. That has weakened us, our standing in the world, when we were bowing down to the Taliban and letting them dictate the terms of our surrender. But that's precisely what's happening right now. If it were me, I would tell them to back off, or we would have a very, very hard attack. We would strike them, and we have that capability to strike them, but that's not the message. That's the only deterrence that they understand. We could clear and make safe that airport, but we're under their timetable now, not ours, and that's sad.
Here could react a little bit to Congressman Meyer and Congressman Moulton taking a trip to Afghanistan. Do you think that was a good idea? Should other lawmakers be taking trips like that?
Well, first of all, I'll let them speak for themselves, but I think that that's a distraction from our messaging here today, because here we are talking about thousands of Americans and thousands of Afghan interpreters left behind, and now we have to talk about 2 members who went on their own. I never recommend trips like this. You want to do it in a what we call CODEL, approved by the speaker and the leader, and they are diverting necessary resources in Afghanistan. I wouldn't have advised it myself, but I think it's a frustration on the part of Congress to want to do something about this very dire situation. So on one hand, I think it's a distraction. I don't want to be talking about it, but I understand the frustration on behalf of the 2 members, but also the Congress.
Committee into the future, are you going to be holding hearings at all to dissect exactly what happened and what unraveled here in Afghanistan?
Yes, we will be conducting a thorough oversight of how did this happen? How did we get here? How could we have gotten this so wrong, right? So we had a classified briefing this morning. Secretary Blinken is going to come testify, we think, in a week or 2. We're trying to set the date on that. And we will be doing our oversight, as we should be, on what is the committee of jurisdiction, on this issue. I'd hate to leave this cast and crew behind without any questions for them, though. Or anybody have any questions for the United States of Al? Or Al or Parker or anybody?
Yeah, I'm curious. If August 31st comes and the president does what he said yesterday that he's going to do you have any idea how many people might be left behind?
Well, there is a contingency plan, but I do think they'll get out August 31st. Now, we can't get specific numbers right now, but they will be. And remember, whoever's at the airport has a chance of getting out. There are a lot of Americans and interpreters all over the country of Afghanistan that we can't even get to anymore because it's been completely taken over by the Taliban. Tom, do you have a...
Yeah, I mean, no one has those numbers. It's not possible. Yeah. And of course, by one measure, every woman in Afghanistan is at risk, and we're not going to take out half the population. But the State Department and many non-governmental groups have overlapping lists with interpreters, SIVs, other Afghans at risks that certainly number in the thousands, especially if you include their families. We're all in touch with people who are still outside of the gate, unable to get in. Everyone agrees, including the administration, that August 31st is not good enough to take out anyone beyond the U.S. citizens in the Kabul area who want to leave. That said, and look, I'm very, very adamant that we should not leave on August 31st. That does not mean that the door shuts, because there are other avenues which we should not be discussing in a public setting, but which are active and real, and we are not going to stop this effort on August 31st. I'm confident, even though I disagree with the president's deadline, I'm confident that he will not stop the effort on August 31st. So you guys are going to be in business for as long as it takes, and so will we.
You want to talk about post-August 31st?
Yeah, I mean, look, the one thing I just want to say is just, what is the condition actually going to look like once our forces are out and our operation is out of there? What airliner is going to be flying into the Kabul airport? What charter flight's going to be able to do that? Are we actually able to ensure that the airport will be able to continue and function after we leave? These are all open-ended, and I don't have the assurances, I've not gotten the assurances from this administration that there will be a functioning airport for other types of carriers to be able to continue this type of effort. So that's part of what leaves me and so many others so hard-pressed to be able to make as much progress as humanly possible, as we just do not know what is going to happen next. And based off of what we've seen over this last month, I think we are understanding that anything's possible, which means that the possibility that the airport there in Kabul is not able to function after we leave, that is a real possibility, and that would impede so many other efforts. So that's something that we try to reinforce with the administration.
There were constituents who were asking for help, and we've heard that from other lawmakers as well, Afghan constituents getting their loved ones back over here to the United States. Have you been working with the administration about this? Have they been responsive?
Well, as I mentioned, my office has been dealing with over 6,000 cases. Not all of them from my district. We've tried to really open up, and just anyone in need, we've been trying to be as responsive to. Yes, some in my district, and I'm encouraged by that. Some of them were able to get out, and those are some of the good news stories that help kind of propel us to keep pushing. The administration has been working with us, but there's a lot more that they could be doing and that they should be doing. So we're going to continue to press on that. And I think that gets at some of what was talked about earlier about the Foreign Affairs Committee and oversight and efforts like that. Certainly, we will be having hearings and we will be engaged in that type of effort. But I also want people to understand that oversight doesn't just come in the form of hearings. We are conducting oversight today. We are conducting oversight with all these different cases that we're trying to push on. This is a real-time level of congressional oversight and engagement, and that will be things that will be supplemented by hearings and other efforts, but our efforts are continuing on right now.
And we are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to take you out to Florida, where moments ago... Governor Ron DeSantis just moments ago did this news conference talking about the latest COVID-19 numbers that the state is seeing surging right now. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Well, Florida, unfortunately, is dealing with a COVID-19 surge like they've never really seen before. We're going to listen to Governor Ron DeSantis talk about that and take some questions from the media as well. You're right here on Live Now from Fox.
Not necessarily for COVID, but if you look at the ones who are being treated for COVID, the overwhelming majority of those folks being treated for COVID are not vaccinated. And so that's held up pretty good throughout this summer wave. Now, people who are vaccinated do test positive. They call them breakthrough cases. I mean, I maybe just need to dispense with that because it's not really been rare. I think there's been a lot of people who've been vaccinated who've tested positive. Most of it is modest and mild, which is good. And at the end of the day, the purpose of a vaccine, whether on the front end or even a monoclonal on the back end, is really to prevent serious illness. I mean, if you have a mild fever for a day or two, then you get over it. Those are things that people live with. And so you do have people testing positive. Most of it's mild. Most of the people that progress to hospital admission are people that had not been vaccinated prior. It's also the case, talking with the health systems, of the people that get admitted for COVID, over 90% of them didn't get the monoclonal antibody either. And so I think part of it was just a lack of knowledge about this being available. For whatever reason, some people thought that this was something that was exclusive. Some people thought it was like super expensive, which is not true, at least the Regeneron. And so there's just different reasons. And so there wasn't as much knowledge. Now I think more people know about it. Obviously, more people have been able to do it, more positive results. People tell their friends and family that what happened, and so you do it. So it's here to be able to go. It is not a charge to the patient. You know, you hear people put out stuff saying that this is thousands of dollars. Now there's two other monoclonals. There's the Eli Lilly. Now that has not been proven to be as effective against Delta. Then you have one from GlaxoSmithKline, which is newer, and we think it holds up against Delta, but that's not one that the federal government has bought the stock of. And so that's there. You don't see a lot of that in the U.S., but to the extent you would, that would be something that would be like any other medical treatment in terms of cost. The Regeneron that we're offering here, federal government bought all of this last year, and so whatever's being drawn down was paid for long ago, and so the Florida is not being charged to draw it down, and then when the patients come in, they're not being charged for it when it's applied to them. And so don't let rumors or kind of false narratives about this being something that would be very costly to you dissuade you from coming in. You're going to be able to be treated with the Regeneron, and that's true. The GlaxoSmithKline, I think it's performed pretty well. I think people have had pretty positive views about it. It's a little bit different than the Regeneron, but that one is one that the federal government has not bought the stock for, and so it would be treated just like any other medication. And Dr. Shepke may weigh in about it, but we have not seen a lot of these systems offering it. Most of them are offering the Regeneron, and that's just been the one that's being used. So just understand it's available. It's accessible, and there's not going to be any financial considerations that are going to keep you from being able to access this. So we're happy to be able to bring this here in Sumter County. So we have, if you look at you have North Central Florida, Gainesville, you have Alachua County, you have Sumter, and we have Orange, we have Polk, we have Volusia, and we have Brevard. So in that kind of region, you have a lot of different options there. And then obviously you have pretty good health systems throughout the region as well who also offers it. And again, we're supplementing what's been going on. We do offer at these sites the ability to get it subcutaneously. Most of the health systems have been doing the IVs because that's how it was initially approved when it was given the EUA. Since then, the Regeneron has been approved to do it subcutaneously. So if you do that, you don't have to be hooked up for an hour. You do the shots, and then you are observed for an hour after that, but you can end up having higher patient volume. Some of these places with the infusion centers, by the time someone comes in, they get situated, they get the infusion, then they're observed. I mean, that's several hours that could elapse. And so they're just limited in how many patients they may be able to get in. We here are taking advantage of the versatility of the Regeneron, and we're using it to be able to get more folks to be able to have it. So having a lot of success with it. I think people are happy to know that there's an option early because we hear so much about, a whole bunch of different things. We had not been hearing very much about this for many, many months, even though it was something that, we, from the very beginning, I mean, I was happy was available and spoke with the hospitals, and they've been doing it the whole time, but it really had not gotten in, I think, to the public the way it should. Now I think more people understand, more people are using it, and we've had some really inspirational stories of people who were really high risk, who were able to come in and get the treatment, who are back on their feet and feel a lot better. And that's what it's all about, just help keep people out of the hospital, saving lives, and making sure that they have, and again, no one's forcing anyone to take this. It's your choice. You got to do what's best for your health. but just know there is an early treatment option that has a proven record of effectiveness. So thanks for the folks at the Villages. I saw Gary Lester here for making this facility available, and I think it's going to be very effective, and the word spreads very quickly here, so people know that if you do test positive, this particularly if you're in those high-risk groups, this is something that you can come in, you can get. It's very efficient the way they do it, and I think you'll end up seeing some good results here like we have throughout the rest of the state. Okay, I'm going to have Ken Shepke, as the Chief Medical Officer for the Florida Division of Emergency Management, come up and say a few things about what we're doing here.
Thank you, Governor. I'd like to thank some of my colleagues who recently took some of their precious off-duty time to come out and promote the vaccines, because I think COVID is going to be with us for the foreseeable future. We really need multiple tools to combat this pandemic. I appreciate the governor's leadership on adding the second major tool to the first one, which is the vaccines, which is really for prevention. And I know there are a number of folks who were kind of on the fence about whether or not they would get the vaccine because it didn't have full approval yet. It was a little bit new. And I think some of them can be a little reassured now that at least one of the vaccines now has full FDA approval. We've had studies now that show it's safe in pregnancy. It's been around for a year and a half now for some of the folks that were in the original studies, so we see really good long-term outcome safety data on that. And literally millions of people in Florida and hundreds of millions of people around the world have received these vaccines. And so we've got a lot of good data on it. We have a little more track record. So if you're on the fence, I, like my colleague, would encourage you, go ahead and get that vaccine as the best long-term preventive measure. However, that doesn't really help you if you get sick now, because those vaccines can take up to 6 weeks to develop that protection. So what we were missing is the treatment arm, and thanks to the governor's initiative, now that treatment arm is really in place in Florida. We've got pretty widespread accessibility to these monoclonal antibodies. And yeah, there's about 3 of them currently that we can use that directly attack the virus. Unfortunately, one of them, the variants have developed resistance to. The other one from Glaxo, the sotrovimab, that one looks very promising. It's newer, it's smaller studies, but it's not approved for either subcutaneous or for people who've been exposed and don't yet have the disease, something we call post-exposure prophylaxis. It's not approved for either one of those, and as the governor mentioned, that's actually would not be free to the patient, whereas the Regeneron really ticks all the boxes for us. You can give it subcutaneously as well as intravenously. It works against all the variants, including Delta. It's highly effective at preventing severe illness, hospitalization, and death, and it works for post-exposure prophylaxis. So it's really like, and not to mention, it's been proven in multiple large studies, up to over 15,000 people, that it's very highly effective. So it's great that we have this. We're hearing great stories from around the state, success stories. One person that I think has been in the news quite a lot, when we first opened our site in Jacksonville, we had a woman that was so sick that she was laying on the floor, and I think that picture has kind of gone viral. I had the honor and privilege to actually speak to her, and she really credits this medication with saving her life. She told me that the folks at Jacksonville Center were wonderful. They treated her gently. They got her the treatment, and she is convinced. I mean, the story is a great story. She got sicker and sicker with COVID. She was unable to get vaccinated because of medical reasons. Her mother, a 77-year-old mother, had watched some of the governor's news conferences on monoclonals and told her how she could go to the Jacksonville site to get the monoclonal therapy. And she thinks that without this therapy, she would have been one of those folks into the hospital, in the ICU, on a ventilator, and perhaps died. And she credits this medication with saving her life. And Governor, I thank you for your leadership on this topic. I think it's great for Floridians.
We did have some of the legislators here, so I want to, Senator Baxley had been here. We have Representatives Hage, DeSigli, McClure, and Danny. Is Danny Perez here? Okay. Welcome, and thank you guys for being here. And so, I think what we're seeing is if you get this early, you got a high probability of success, very effective. On the front end, the people that were vaccinated, less likely to have severe illness, and less likely to be hospitalized as well. So if you look at the various tools that are out there, the extent people just take advantage of those, really takes this and makes this something that is, effectively a flu-level type risk. And so, but you gotta avail yourself of what's out there. And again, this is not required for anybody in terms of the early treatment. It's there. You got to make your own decisions. But it is something that we are seeing positive results for. And Obviously, you learn a lot as things go on this stuff. You got to be able to respond to the data. Clearly, the vaccines are keeping most of these people out of the hospital, but we're not building the herd immunity that people hoped. I mean, if you look like in Sumter, I mean, you've got a huge percentage of people, adults, that have gotten shots, and yet you've still seen a wave when people said if you just had 50%, then you wouldn't see these waves. In fact, you look at places like Israel, you look at some of the places we have in Florida that have very high rates here, Miami-Dade. You look at some of the places on the West Coast, Hawaii, some of these places. So we just have to understand that that's happening and understand that, okay, so there are going to be infections. It's an airborne respiratory virus. What then if you end up in that situation? And this is something from an early treatment perspective that's got a proven track record. And I think for most of this, a lot of people thought if you get it, you just kind of wait at home and hope you don't get really, really sick. And that's not necessarily the extent of your options. And so we're glad that this is here, and we're glad that we're able to expand it to more and more Floridians. Any questions?
Governor, I have a question for you. Roughly half the school children in Florida right now are going to school that have a mask mandate in place. Have you considered going back on your executive order and maybe returning that power to the local school districts?
How about keeping the power with the parents? Those school districts are violating state law, and they're overriding what the parents' judgment is on this. There are parents who have kids who have already recovered from COVID over the summer, who have immunity. That's been absolutely demonstrated. And these school districts are saying, no, you have to wear a mask even if your parent doesn't want that. We have 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds that are being forced to do that against their parents' wishes. And so we have a parents' bill of rights in this state. We think the parents are best situated, to make that decision. And if these entities are going to violate state law and take away parents' rights, obviously there are, it's the way it works. There's consequences for that. There'll continue to be more, and I think we'll see that. But just understand what they are doing. I mean, they are thumbing their nose at the rights of parents. Some of these districts had let parents, had honored the ability of the parent, and then they're taking it back after, being able to do it. So, parents clearly are in the best position to be able to do this. That's what state law says, and I think that that's the way to go. But, nobody is above the law. And you can't go above the law and take away people's rights. And that's what they're doing. They're taking away parents' rights. And there will be consequences. Yes, ma'am.
Governor, we've had a lot of cases this school year. The highest jump ever recorded in the pandemic is in Orange County on Monday. We've had to close down a school in Osceola County. So it seems like these optional mask mandates aren't working as well.
How do you know they weren't wearing masks?
Well, I understand that right now we're seeing the most cases ever. And we have 30%.
Right, but what percentages of those kids were wearing masks? I mean, the idea that the mask, we have a whole year under our belt in Florida. The majority of the districts forced masks. The minority did not. The results were not statistically significant. So yes, there's going to be positive tests. There were last year. There will be now. We're starting school year where the wave had already crested last year and it was really down. This year was more in the middle of it. And so that's just the reality. But to attribute that to the mask, you don't even know that they're getting infected in school. And in fact, the evidence is that they're much more likely to get infected in the community and at home than they are in the classroom. And so I'd be very careful. I understand, respectfully, people in your profession love having kids in masks. I get it. You guys have taken an editorial position on that, very clear. The data doesn't support it. There's a great article actually in New York Magazine, of all places, that went through this 3,000 words, very thorough view of all the evidence and lack of evidence. And I would point to, England just put out school guidance. You have other countries in Europe that have been doing it where they're respecting parents' wishes, and the results have not been any different. So attributing it to that or not, I think is a mistake. And I think what we've seen is, obviously, most school districts are following Florida law. You don't see any major differences between the districts that are following the law and the districts that are breaking the law, with respect to this. So I would just say that, we're in a situation where I think parents can best apprise that. I also would say, look at how Europe's handled it. Look how England is advising. don't send healthy kids home. I mean, if they've been exposed, tell the parent, let the parent make that decision. But if people are healthy, they shouldn't be sent home. Recognize kids that have immunity conferred through infection. Do not send a healthy immune kid home, unless they're. So I think that there's a lot of things, but at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of people that want to politicize. Remember, a lot of the people who are the noisiest about some of this wanted the schools closed last year. Remember, I got sued because they wanted the schools closed. They didn't want to even have to open the schools. And so I think these are a lot of the same people who don't want to follow state law and who are kind of, going about it that way. But at the end of the day, I can tell you, we think the data is very clear, and we think parents should be making those decisions.
Governor DeSantis, I have a question. You spoke about the proactive measure of getting vaccinated. You also talked about the importance of the reactive, which is antibody treatment. So speaking of masks, what role do you feel that masks should play when it comes to?
They should not be mandated. No government entity should force you to do that. That is your choice. If that's something that you believe provides you protection, no one is going to say anything to you, but that should not, absolutely not be mandated. Obviously, it can't be mandated in the state of Florida, and that's an individual's choice. I will say that from a scientific perspective, you have even some of these experts now are acknowledging with an aerosolized virus, a piece of cloth is not going to stop the aerosols. When they started doing the masks last year, the thought was it's respiratory droplets, and so the respiratory droplets, maybe you could intercept some. But when you're talking about aerosol transmission, something that's very highly contagious, just understand what an N95, a medical mask, that will intercept some of the aerosols. But just a piece of cloth is not going to do that. Osterholm, one of Biden's advisors, has acknowledged that. You got other people that are acknowledging that. But look, I leave that to people to make their own judgments. If they feel comfortable with that, do it. But absolutely not should that be mandated in any way. And you've seen places that have done the mandates, and they've had huge increases, even above what Florida has. Louisiana per capita was significantly higher than Florida this summer. So yeah, I think that that's a choice, and that's what. We trust people to make their own decisions in this state. We are not going to be bludgeoning people with restrictions and mandates and lockdowns or any of that stuff. It hasn't worked, obviously. It has immense cost to society, and so you're going to be able to make those decisions for yourself. And I think our job is to be able to protect your right to be able to make those decisions for yourself.
You mentioned additional consequences. What do you mean?
Anyone else who hasn't had a chance to ask? Yes, ma'am.
I haven't asked one yet.
There are some people in Orange County that are trying to get appointments today, tomorrow. There aren't any available till the weekend. Is there any consideration of opening even more sites?
We should. I should figure that out because if you look at, they're not doing 320 a day in Orange County. They haven't yet. I think they did 180. I know they're seeing some walk-ups. Do you want to weigh in? Where are we on that? Because I know that they're not booking 320 appointments, so there is some ability to do walk-ups.
And you're absolutely right. We're adjusting the appointment scheduling. They had set aside a certain number to allow for that walk-up, but when the walk-up demand doesn't meet, they need to open up more appointments. And I think they're constantly working on adjusting that as we see the local demand and for the Regeneron. Oh yeah, and we've treated I think it's over 10,000 people across the state of Florida now. And what we see is each site as we open it up, it starts off a little slow, and then as the local populace and the local physicians understand that they've got that resource, it really starts ramping up. But as the governor says, I think we're meeting the local demand at each of the sites. And the reports I've gotten, I've literally spoken to dozens and dozens of people around the state, is they're able to get those appointments the next day or 2 days. And it's really important, and it's an important message. This is something we want you to get early. Like every other medical treatment, the earlier you get it, the more effective it is. So if this particular site, we'll look at the scheduling there and make sure they're opening up enough to make sure that folks can get in there right away.
Governor,
I think it's important to, and so we're going to look into that because it is important to do it early. And so if you are booking somebody out 3 or 4 days in advance, but you're doing 180 when you have the ability to do 320, are you saving that for walk-ups or whatnot? So we're going to look into that because I think at the end of the day, we want everybody to get treated who needs it. And the earlier, the better. Look, maybe some of these people that wait a few days, maybe it ends up being okay. But I can tell you, the minute you know you need it, get it. And that's really what we want to be able to do. So I know some of these sites have walk-ups. So we'll look at the Orlando one. It has not done over 300 though in any of the days. It's been open now a week or two. It has not maxed out on the daily, at least when the numbers we're getting. So there is more capacity. If we do need to expand capacity, we probably can expand within that footprint. And I know we've thought about doing that in some other sites as well. It hasn't been required yet because we've been able to manage. But yeah, I think to book people out too far in advance on this, it's one thing to book people a week out, unlike when we were doing the vaccine, because obviously a lot of people wanted it, you had to do it, whatever. But this is very time sensitive, and I think it's important that we're able to get it done. So one more.
Additional consequences for schools.
It's a great question. So if you're somebody that is COVID positive, should you talk to your physician before coming here? The answer is you absolutely should do what you think is appropriate in that regard. You do not, however, need to get a prescription or a physician referral. The Surgeon General in Florida has issued a standing order. And so you can come in without having done that. And again, we're not saying don't consult, because obviously I think you should consult with your physician on all this stuff. I think that's healthy, but it's not going to be an issue of where, the doctor's not in the office, I can't get the prescription, so I can't come to the site. No. The site's open. There's a standing order, and you be encouraged to be able to come. And look, the folks here, they know kind of all this stuff. They know where it is. But like I said, particularly people, once you're like 50 and above, you're pretty much going to qualify for this treatment. And so it isn't going to be like people are going to be turned away. Look, if an 18-year-old marathon runner comes in who's like in perfect shape and perfect health, that probably wouldn't fit into the EUA. But by and large, folks that are at risk are going to be able to do it, and that is standing, and it does not require that you consult with a physician beforehand. That's up to you, and it definitely doesn't require you to actually get a prescription. And that has one of the reasons why I think it wasn't known as much is that the hospitals were offering it, even some individual physicians were, but it was based on physician referral, so it wasn't anything you could just go do. Now we've been able to open it up more, I think, and make it more accessible, raise the visibility, but also make it more convenient for people. And again, when you're in a situation where you have higher prevalence in a community, you gotta just recognize that there's going to be people that are gonna need this, and so we're glad that is the case. Okay, I got to go to the next one, but we'll see you guys soon. We'll take care.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up there in Florida. Live look at the White House coming up at about 3 o'clock Eastern. We will have a White House news briefing. We'll take that in full once that gets going. But before that, the Secretary of State is going to be making some remarks on Afghanistan. We'll be bringing that to you a little bit later this afternoon, about 45 minutes away. So you'll see that coming up here next on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Welcome here as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country, everybody. We're going to go out to the United Nations. They're giving an update there on the Afghanistan crisis, talking about refugees leaving and trying to leave the terrorist-controlled country right now, and we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. So waiting in about 45 minutes from the Secretary of State, talking about 82,000 people have been able to leave since mid-August of this year. So we'll be continuing to look at that as taking this United Nations briefing.
needs, and that he and other senior officials at the UN are strongly engaging with all actors in Afghanistan and other member states. Also this morning in Port-au-Prince, Ramesh Rajasingham, the Deputy Emergency Relief Coordinator, joined Haitian government officials and partners to launch a flash appeal to address the urgent needs of Haitians impacted by the August 14th earthquake, as well as Tropical Storm Grace. The emergency flash appeal requests just over $187 million to provide urgent assistance to the most vulnerable 500,000 Haitians in the impacted areas. The funding will be used to provide shelter, water, sanitation, emergency health care, food, protection, and early recovery assistance. Full details of the flash appeal are available online. And just as a reminder that tomorrow we will be joined by Mr. Rajasingham, as well as Bruno Le Marquis, the humanitarian coordinator in Haiti. And also this morning not in Iraq rather, but here in New York, the Secretary General Special Representative for Iraq, Janine Hennis-Plasschaert, briefed council members. She said the clock is ticking with only 46 days left until Iraq goes to the polls on October 10th, and noted the Independent High Electoral Commission has reached several milestones. She added that the UN mission continues to provide technical assistance wherever it can to the commission. Preparations are also underway for the UN monitoring of the elections, and the mission is also stepping up its communications effort aimed at informing the Iraqi voters on election preparations and related UN activities, sharing facts and figures, tackling misinformation, and managing public expectations. The special representative added that the elections clearly have the potential to be different from the elections of 2018, but warned they cannot be the sole responsibility of the Electoral Commission. She called on all parties to commit to transparent and credible elections in words and in deeds. Her remarks were shared with you. I was asked yesterday and this morning by email about the situation between Algeria and Morocco, and I can tell you that we've of course seen yesterday's announcement by the Algerian foreign minister regarding the severing of diplomatic relations with Morocco.
We will take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Neighboring countries to find a way forward to mend relations, including in pursuit of peace and security in the region. And in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, our colleagues at the UN Children's Fund are concerned about the impact on children of new cases of the bubonic plague in the eastern province of Ituri. They say the plague has been reported in areas that had not seen a case in over 15 years, and other cases in the areas where they had previously had very few or none. This is really near the border with South Sudan and Uganda. According to UNICEF, new research shows that children are especially at risk of contracting the plague. They're appealing for help to support impacted communities through rat and flea eradication campaign, as well as the construction of houses that are more resistant to rodents and dangerous insects. And our friends in Rome at the Food and Agricultural Organization today released a guide that says that forests and trees play a vital role in the meeting of the world's increasing demand for water and need to be managed for water-related ecosystem service. Launched during the World Water Week, The Guide to Forest Water Management is the first global publication to provide guidance on the contribution of forests for a holistic approach to water resource management, including the management, monitoring, and valuation of forests to deliver water-related ecosystem services. And I want to flag something from our friends upstairs at the UN News. They're launching a podcast tomorrow, which is all about the climate crisis. The podcast called No Denying It will have new episodes every week and will last until the beginning of COP26, which, as you know, is scheduled to take place in October in Glasgow in the United Kingdom. The guests includes activists from all over the world, as well as messengers of peace, goodwill ambassadors. You can reach it on YouTube, on iTunes, Spotify, SoundCloud, or anywhere you listen to your podcasts. UN News also just launched a climate newsletter, which will go out twice a month and every day during COP26. It will include curated content from across the UN system with links to major news developments, report launches, explainers, multimedia elements, all to be repurposed. You can subscribe to it on the UN News website, and I recommend it. Ms. Nichols and then Ms. Betul.
Thanks, Steph. A few questions on Afghanistan. Now that the UN has relocated 100 international staff to Kazakhstan, what's happening to the remaining 200 international staff in Afghanistan?
We are continuing to look at possible relocations of international staff, also obviously of national staff that are at risk. But I think it bears saying again that the UN presence in Afghanistan the UN is present in Afghanistan and will remain in Afghanistan. We're continuing to deliver services. I just got off the phone with a colleague who works for a humanitarian agency in Kabul. She told me she was able to visit an IDP camp and a school and a hospital as well that were functioning, including visiting a classroom full of girls. So we are lightening our footprint, as we've said. Part of it is to better manage a lot of the back office work, where people in Almaty are able to really just focus on doing their functions as opposed to having to worry about security as well. It's also a matter of being able to better protect and better service the staff that remains and that will remain.
So how do you identify Afghan UN staff most at risk?
There are different criteria being used.
Because we've just moved a story on a UN security incident list, which lists a lot of harassment and threats and abuse, which the Secretary General himself acknowledged yesterday. So how many of those staff have indicated they would like to leave?
As I said, there are different criteria being used. What is also critical is that the authorities in charge in Kabul and throughout Afghanistan realize that they have the responsibility to protect UN premises and for the safety of UN staff.
We will be taking our final break here of the hour right here on Live Now from Fox.
How many of those actually already have visas that would enable them to travel somewhere else?
No, that's not something I can share with you from here. Betul.
Steph, a follow-up on Afghanistan. We heard a Taliban spokesperson telling women to stay home from work. And I'm just wondering if the national staff, female UN staff on the ground, have been impacted. Can they go to work? Are they being prevented? And if you could also remind us how many female national UN staff there are in Kabul or in the rest of the country?
Right, it's a good question. I don't have a gender breakdown of our national staff, but it's something I should be able to get. We have seen some female national staff being able to work, as well as people who work for our partners in places that we are supporting and funding. What has been very much front and center in our discussions with the Taliban is the need to women to be able to work and also to be able to work safely. Mm-hmm.
About the SG's meeting yesterday with the UN staff, and I believe there were staff from Afghanistan in that meeting as well.
Today was a town hall meeting today, this morning.
Yes, about that meeting. Has this concern been raised by the female staff in Afghanistan? Have they had any complaints that?
Yeah, I mean, it was.
Taliban
It's obviously.
preventing them
It's
from going to
obviously.
work?
I'm not going to go into the detail of the dialogue, but it's obviously an issue that was very much discussed. Mr. Hanna.
Steph, there's been a couple of reports quoting messages from the UN Department of Safety and Security advising staff to allow Taliban searches of premises and not to destroy UN identification or other papers. Can you comment on that?
No, I'm not going to comment or confirm any of these leaked documents that we've seen reported. Okay, let me see if there are any questions on the screen. Abdelhamid.
Thank you, Stefan. I have two questions. One is about the escalation on the border between Israel and the occupied Gaza Strip. The Israeli snipers today shot and killed a Palestinian on the other side. And it looks like there is escalation in that part of the country. So if you have any statement in that. And the second, which is related, Anhar Addiq, a lady in jail, Anhar Addiq, she's 25, she's about to give birth in any minute, and she sent a letter appealing for international community and human rights groups to allow her to go and give birth in a decent hospital, not in a prison cell. I wonder if her heartbreaking letter had reached the ears of the UN, including for
I'm not aware of that case that you mentioned in your second question. We can follow up. We've obviously been monitoring those developments in Gaza and in Israel, and we are very concerned about the escalating tensions and, of course, and the number of casualties that we've seen. Okay. Rick Gladstone. Rick.
I have a couple of questions on Afghanistan. Thank you for the. Can you say how, if the United Nations has, if any of the Afghan employees of the United Nations in Afghanistan have left the country? Have any of them left the country?
Yes, a number of them have been relocated.
Can you specify? Can you specify how many?
I cannot give you. I cannot give you numbers.
Okay, one other follow-up, if I might. Can you tell us when the United Nations first began to plan for a possible evacuation of the international staff? How long ago did that process begin?
Sorry, say again.
My question is, when did the United Nations start to plan for a contingency plan for the evacuation of international staff from Afghanistan? When did those plans first start?
Contingency planning for worst case scenarios in Afghanistan have been going on for quite some time. Go ahead, Michelle.
Did the contingency planning account for possible relocation of national staff?
Contingency plans. Contingency plan look at a various option. Relocation of staff is always an option, and clearly has been an option here. I just wanted to give a bit more detail, I think, to Betul, what you were about the national staff. Most of the national staff, the vast majority of national staff in Kabul are working from home, except some critical staff who are involved in certain, obviously critical operations that can only be done from the office, but there's basically a policy for them to work from home. The gender breakdown is about 10% of national staff are women, from what I'm told.
Can I follow up, please? Is that because of security concerns, or they were told to stay home?
Well, given the security situation, we're encouraging that. We've told national staff to work from home. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Gregory.
Hi, Stefan. Thank you. Can you please confirm the article in Politica that some UN staff sent the letter to Secretary General for evacuate Afghan nationals from Afghanistan?
I mean,
Thank you.
There have been letters written from staff unions and others, which we are responding to. Okay, Maggie and Iftikhar.
Steph, has the Secretary General spoken directly to any of the Taliban leadership, such as Mullah Baradar or anyone?
No, I'm not aware of any direct contact. Our main point of contact with the Taliban in Kabul has been Ramiz, our humanitarian coordinator on the ground. Iftikhar?
Thank you, Steph. This town hall meeting that the Secretary General addressed, was the UN staff gathered in the UN premises, or they joined remotely?
Everything was done remotely, given the nature of the situation on the ground.
And secondly, you may have seen reports that two Republican senators congressmen have called for a probe of reports that Ashraf Ghani fled with a lot of cash to UAE. Does the UN have any information whether he embezzled money and took away with him?
No, do not. I do not. Excuse me. Betul.
Steph, sorry, a couple of more follow-ups. Just to clarify the number of national...
All right, guys, do want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. White House briefing still pushed back a little bit here for all of our viewers. We are hopefully expecting that in the next hour, but still coming up here in this hour, we are expecting to hear from Secretary Blinken as we continue to have you fully covered on the crisis going on in Afghanistan. And with that said, we do have some other news items that we want to get to here today. We do have Bill de Blasio, who is out speaking about expanding when it comes to domestic workers, expanding the protection for them, for those workers. And he's been hosting an event. I'm going to jump into it for all of our viewers here with us as we listen in to what he has to say.
Including sexual harassment under the Stop Sexual Harassment Act in New York City. And today, I am privileged to see him sign Intro 339B into law, which extends other important protections from our human rights law to domestic workers, regardless of employer size, so that no employee minimum can stand as a barrier for domestic workers to seek redress for discrimination and all forms of harassment under the city human rights law. I am grateful to all of these workers and advocates. Through their dedication to this issue, it has brought us here today. And my thanks to Council Member Debbie Rose, of course, and the rest of the City Council for passing this bill. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce you to one of New York's fiercest advocates for this bill and for domestic workers, Marissa Centeno, the Director of the National Domestic Workers Alliance here in New York. Marissa.
We're here, y'all. We did this. We did this together. I am so proud to introduce myself as part of this amazing and fierce crew behind me. My name is Marisa Centeno, and I am the New York Director for the National Domestic Workers Alliance. The National Domestic Workers Alliance works on behalf to raise the voices of the over 2.5 million domestic workers across the country to be able to fight for our dignity, respect in domestic worker places across the country. I am just so proud to be here with you all today, because on behalf of all New York City's domestic workers, we would like to congratulate each and every one of you and thank everyone that was a part of this fight and struggle for signing this law and its historic amendments to the New York City's human rights law. For all the domestic workers who take care of our little loved ones, our elders, disabled, our homes, your stories were heard. Yes. Your humanity recognized. Your work valued. Valued here today so that we can rewrite history and make New York City a more just and fair place to work for the 200,000 domestic workers now covered under New York City human rights law. This is truly an organizing story. It took us a journey to get here. Our domestic worker base is bigger and stronger than ever. It started with domestic workers talking to each other about their rights and understanding where their rights fell short. Understanding that some of the most egregious and some of the most dehumanizing aspects of domestic work were still not covered under New York City's human rights law. And with that, our worker leaders started to share their stories, and they began to share their humanity and their reality, and also organize to make sure that we were able to get here today. This bill will begin to right the historical wrongs and recognize the humanity and fairness in the domestic workplace. Remember that your home is someone else's workplace. That's right. And throughout the pandemic, people have been going to work in other people's homes, taking care of the most precious parts of their lives, making sure that they were safe, making sure that they were cared for. And now it's time that we in New York City care for some of our most essential workers. So with that, I really would like to thank the mayor here today for signing this bill into law, and for all of our advocates, for the commissioner, for Councilmember Rose, for all of our fierce domestic worker leaders that are here with us today, that are here with us everywhere. It is with my great pleasure to announce that I will be, It is with great pleasure that I would bring forward to you and introduce Karen Michelle Clark, one of our worker leaders who has been a guiding light throughout this entire process. And thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. I am so happy to be here and to represent our organization, the National Domestic Workers Alliance. Woo. I'm so happy to be part of this history. My name is Karen Michelle Clark, and I have been a domestic worker for 20 years, half of which as a professional nanny, and the other half as a caregiver for people with dementia. As domestic workers, we do the work that make all other work possible. As domestic workers, we are not usually seen. Our workplace is another person's home, but that does not deny us from having the rights that every other worker in New York City and state has. Yes. Yes, yes. And we are here today to applaud the mayor and to celebrate Council Member Debbie Rose for her commitment and for a commitment to and respect for domestic workers and sponsorship in this groundbreaking legislation. It is my pleasure to introduce New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio.
Everybody, is it time for change? Is it time to treat domestic workers like they matter, like you matter? Is it time to recognize your hard work? Is it time to honor and respect your rights? In this city, in this country, working people don't get the respect they deserve. We know that across the board. But we also know that some working people have been ignored for too long, particularly ignored and devalued. Even though your work is absolutely, positively essential. Thank you, Karen, for your leadership. Thank you to everyone who stood up, because it makes a difference. Because you are not invisible anymore. We saw in the last year and a half just how much this city depended on essential workers. No one's more essential than all of you. That's right. I want to thank everyone who fought long and hard. You know what? I understand why people get discouraged. I understand why people sometimes think, no matter how right you are, your voice can't be heard. But I always tell people, never, ever give up. Because days like today do happen. Because you fought and you were heard. I want to thank our chair of the Human Rights Commission, Carmelyn Malalas, for great leadership and believing in you. Thank you, Carmelyn. I want to thank everyone at the City Council. You're going to hear from Debbie Rose, but thank you to Speaker Corey Johnson, everyone at the City Council who believed in you. In a minute, when we sign Intro 339B, we're changing New York City. We're establishing strong, clear legal protections under the strongest human rights law in the United States of America. And let's be clear what that means. It means it will be illegal. I'm going to go over that again slowly. Illegal for employers to discriminate against domestic workers based on gender, age, race, religion. And I want you to know that everyone who stood up and fought, everyone who made the voice heard mattered. But I especially want to thank a small group of women who came up to Shirlane and I one day last year. We were walking in Sunset Park, in Sunset Park. Are you one of them? Or who? Where? You? No? There you are. Thank you. And right there. Thank you. And these women spoke with passion and eloquence. Now, to be clear, Shirlane and I were just taking a walk. Okay? We were not on duty. But when righteous people come up to you and say, we need you to hear something, we stopped and listened. We listened with a whole heart, and what we heard was women who had worked so hard to do the right thing. and did not feel protected. And they said, we need this legislation. And honestly, I had not heard a lot about it before then. They educated me. So I want to give special credit to them and special thank you. And when people stand up and they make their voice heard, good people listen. The good people in the city council listened. We all listened because we could hear the voice of justice. So everyone, this is a day to celebrate. When working people raise their voices, working people win, period. And with that, I want to bring up someone who took up your cause with passion, and she believed and she worked it in the city council. She made clear to her colleagues how important it was, and today is a victory for her as well.
All right, guys, do want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Mayor Bill de Blasio here wrapping up his comments. Again, he today is signing into law the 339B. That's expanding worker protections for domestic workers. What we're going to do is go ahead, take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more from across the country when we return. All right, guys, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we're taking a live look at our camera moving around a little bit here. As you can see, we do have a taped off area. As soon as our camera's done zooming in on some of these portions, you'll be able to see just a little bit of this breaking news scene that we are out here at in California. There was a small single engine plane. It made a landing in an area just outside and in the area of Ontario Ranch Road and Broadway Avenue. Now the pilot is alert, being treated on scene. No bystanders hurt, no homes were damaged. So obviously this is a safer place for him to land once we're able to go back to that plane shot. But did want to just report this here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. We're always on top of all the breaking news that happens across the country, whether it be a police chase or a plane landing. I know the other day we had a plane landing on a highway, so just thankful to hear that there was no injuries coming out of this incident here on this Wednesday mid-morning for some of us, early afternoon for some of our other viewers with us. So once again, this was just a breaking news scene out of Ontario. Police say they're on scene here of a single engine plane that was forced to land. Again, in the area of Ontario Ranch Road and Broadway Avenue. Our crews up in the helicopter right now showing us just some more of those emergency response vehicles that are also in the area at this time. But we did want to let everyone know that we're keeping an eye on breaking news that comes across the desk from all across the country. So just wanted to give you this look. Of course, when we went to it, you're not seeing the plane at this time, but as soon as we do have that shot, of course, so we can always jump back out to that breaking news if we need to at any time. What I want to do is update you on a few other stories that have been happening here across the country. I do want to take us out to some video from just yesterday when we did have our new New York, well, real quick, here's the video of the plane. As you can see, we do have that plane just in the middle of the field, but once again, thankfully, that pilot is alert, being treated with medical personnel on the ground there. But as I mentioned yesterday, New York did swear in a new governor, as now they have Kathy Hochul, who is taking place over Governor Cuomo. Now, there was some news that she had to share that people are really outraged about, and it's another blow to former Governor Andrew Cuomo's legacy. The new governor acknowledging on her first day in office that the state has nearly 12,000 more deaths from COVID-19 than Cuomo had told to the public. So she said, quote, "The public deserves a clear, honest picture of what's happening and what's good, whether it's good or bad. They need to know the truth. And that's how we restore confidence," she had said to NPR on Wednesday here today. So in its first daily update on the outbreak Tuesday evening, Hochul's office reported that nearly 55,400 people have died of the coronavirus virus in New York based on death certificate data submitted to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Now that is up about 43,400 that Cuomo had reported to the public as of Monday, his last day in office. So the Democrat, who was once widely acclaimed for his leadership during the COVID-19 outbreak, resigned in the face of an impeachment drive after being accused of sexually harassing at least 11 women, allegations he still disputes. But again, the higher number is not entirely new. Federal health officials and some academic institutions have been tracking COVID-19 deaths in the U.S. and have been using the higher tally for many months now because of the known gaps in the data Cuomo had been choosing to publicize. So Hochul said it is vital to be fully transparent about these numbers, saying on MSNBC, quote, "There's a lot of things that weren't happening and I'm going to make them happen. Transparency will be the hallmark of my administration." This coming at a time when we do also have places like Delta Airlines now coming out with the news here this morning that they are going to be deducting some pay or adding to the insurance premiums for some of those workers who refuse to get the jab. They're going to be paying more for health insurance. So the company's CEO says all unvaccinated employees on its health plan will see a $200 increase in their monthly premiums. This starting in November. So the increase is to cover the average hospital stay for COVID-19, which costs Delta about $50,000 per person so far. So unvaccinated employees must also wear masks, get tested weekly. And they did say, as of today, about 75% of their employees are vaccinated. Now, this is no surprise. There's been a number of growing companies, including Chevron Corp and drugstore chain CVS. They've announced they are going to require workers to get vaccinated after Monday's FDA decision. And speaking of that decision, some hesitant Americans now might feel more comfortable getting that COVID-19 vaccine now that Pfizer's vaccine has been given that full FDA approval. Let's go to Fox's Janice Yu's report.
Submitted a 360,000-page application, and the vaccine underwent serious and rigorous inspections. Now, in addition to giving the approval, the FDA also cited months of evidence showing that serious side effects to this vaccine are very rare.
The FDA formally approved Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine, making it the first of its kind to get the official stamp of approval from this agency.
The FDA has one of the strictest and most stringent review processes in the world.
world. It's very, very highly respected for that, such that many countries just follow what FDA says.
With the approval comes the hope that people who remain skeptical of the vaccine will choose to now roll up their sleeves and get the shot. A recent poll by the Kaiser Family Foundation found that 3 out of 10 unvaccinated people said they'd be more likely to get the shot if it had the FDA's approval. Viral Solutions offers COVID-19 vaccines and testing at various locations in the metro Atlanta area. One of the site managers says she believes the FDA approval is the boost of confidence some have been waiting for.
People come in for testing and we ask if they're vaccinated. It's one of the questions that we ask. And they say, no, I'm just not sure about it. I'm not sure what's in it. It was, warp speed. It's just a little too fast. But I feel like now that the FDA has actually approved of this vaccine, people will feel more confident.
Despite the approval, the FDA warns the vaccine should not be used off-label for children under the age of 12. Medical experts say the clinical trials that are underway are necessary to determine how to safely vaccinate children.
But what we need to do for children is figure out what the right approach for them are. Their immune systems work a little bit differently than adults. Their physiology is different. And so we need to figure out the right dosage, the right intervals, and really the right type of overall approaches for them that might be a little bit different than adults.
Moderna has submitted its vaccine to the FDA for full approval, and Johnson & Johnson says it expects to do that sometime later this year. Janice Yu, Fox 5 News.
Now, because of all this COVID-19 news, one Florida college is hoping to increase their vaccination numbers by offering a new incentive to both faculty and staff. We have Fox's Lauren Greenberg with more on these details.
To vaccinate or not to vaccinate? That's the question that's been on Daniel Mezik's mind.
I'm not yet. So, I mean, kind of does give incentive.
He's now inching closer toward the shot, thanks to Seminole State's new incentive program. The school is offering $250 to students and faculty if they show proof they're fully vaccinated.
Well, I was thinking about it anyway, so maybe, yeah.
We're taking a lot of precautions against, obviously, the transmission of COVID-19.
Sem State is still offering a lot of online and hybrid classes, but in-person classes are going strong too.
I would say that we're almost back to 2019. In terms of our number of classes on campus.
There are more than 11,000 students enrolled, with masks strongly recommended on campus.
I've had my mask off since the mandate that it hasn't been required, but definitely today I'm going to have it on.
Which is why the school is pushing people to get the shot. Students and staff have until October 15th to upload their vaccine cards into the school's online portal to qualify. If you're vaccinated already, you're also eligible. Students we spoke with are happy about that.
I'm personally vaccinated, but it's cool how they're pushing people forward and we can finally get out of this state of pandemic.
So once again, a lot of changes coming, a lot of new incentives also being added not only to places like colleges, but workplaces as well to try to push more Americans to get their vaccine. What we're going to do is go into a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we still are waiting for Secretary Blinken. Hopefully he'll be walking out to that podium any moment. Let's go ahead and get into that 2-minute break. More here on Live Now when we return. All right, guys, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look here again at the State Department as we're waiting for Secretary of State Antony Blinken to start this briefing on Afghanistan. Now, just a little bit earlier here in this hour, we did have a quick pool spray of President Biden. He's meeting with some of his cabinet members and national security team and the private sector and education leaders to discuss how we can collectively improve on nation's cybersecurity. Let's go listen into that little portion we had given to us just a little bit ago. How come
And I've made this a priority for my administration from the outset. And in May, I issued an executive order to modernize our defenses and improve our federal government's cybersecurity. Because of that order, government will only buy tech products that meet certain cybersecurity standards, which will have a ripple effect across the software industry, in our view, ultimately improving security for all Americans. We've launched a 100-day initiative to improve cybersecurity across the electric sector. That initiative has already resulted in more than 150 utilities that serve 90 million Americans being deployed and or committing to deploy cybersecurity technology that are extending that initiative as to gas pipelines as well next. That's where we're going. And because the cybersecurity is a global issue, we've also rallied G7 countries to hold nations who harbor ransomware criminals accountable. And I might add, I had a summit with Vladimir Putin and made it clear to him that we expected him to hold them accountable as well, because they know where they are and who they are. But that's another issue we will not be discussing so much today. We updated NATO's cyber policy for the first time in 7 years. And today my team is hosting a meeting bringing together 30 of the nations, 30 nations to step up in their fight against ransomware. But the reality is most of our critical infrastructure is owned and operated by the private sector. And the federal government can't meet this challenge alone. So I've invited you all here today because you have the power, the capacity, and the responsibility, I believe, to raise the bar on cybersecurity. And so ultimately, we've got a lot of work to do. And thank you all very much. And thank the press for being here. We're going to go private now.
Mr. President, if Americans are still in Afghanistan after the deadline, what will we do if Americans are still there after the deadline?
All right, and that's where the audio stops there for this clip. Again, you can hear a lot of reporters trying to ask questions, especially as we're amid this Afghanistan crisis. But once again, President Biden not taking questions from the media on those issues, as again, he was meeting with members to talk national cybersecurity there in that little portion that we just had for all of our viewers with us. Just want to let everyone know, still waiting for Blinken to step out to the podium. We do have that shot here for us on Live Now from Fox. This is the live look. And we also do have a shot inside of the White House as we do wait for Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She's going to also be holding her daily White House briefing, but you can imagine a lot of questions going to be solely focused on the withdrawal from Afghanistan, especially as we continue to have very high numbers in the evacuations taking place. Pentagon earlier this morning was already updating us on some of those numbers here today. They do say nearly 88,000 have been evacuated from Afghanistan, and they did have, just in a 24-hour period, 90 evacuation flights. So there still stands about 5,400 U.S. troops on the ground. Of course, at this time, they continue to try to work towards decreasing that number, getting the vulnerable Afghans and the American families who are still in the country out safely and quickly. So what we're going to do until we do see Anthony Blinken here at the State Department, we're going to replay that Pentagon press briefing that happened just a little bit earlier here this morning. What we're going to do is play some of that until we do see the Secretary of State step out here to the podium.
This morning, like yesterday, I'll provide an update on the Afghan operation and then followed with a short our operations in Haiti. U.S. and coalition troops maintain security at the Kabul airport. And this security continues to allow for the evacuation operations and allowing to us to remain to process people in to become ready to fly. Our focus is continuing to get as many people out as efficiently and safely as possible. In the past 24 hours, we exceeded the previous 24-hour flight departures and evacuated a number of passengers nearing the previous day's record. Yesterday, 42 U.S. military aircraft, of which were 37 C-17s and 5 C-130s, departed with approximately 11,200 personnel. Combined with our 48 coalition and allied partners, with those departures, an additional 7,800 personnel left Kabul. That is 90 flights total yesterday that left the Kabul airport. That is accounted for 19,000 evacuees now safely out of Afghanistan within a 24-hour period. Since the U.S. and coalition forces began the evacuation, to date, approximately 88,000 have safely departed from Afghanistan. Every 39 minutes yesterday, a plane departed Kabul airport. These numbers are a testament to the hard-working and brave service members carrying out this mission. In cooperation with the State Department, I can also tell you that there are more than 10,000 people currently at this time at the airport awaiting departure. This is a snapshot in time, and as we said yesterday, will continue to change as more people are able to come onto the airfield and as flights depart. As I said yesterday, in order for this throughput to remain steady, we depend on the capacity and efficiency of our intermediate staging bases and safe havens. We are appreciative of the support and rely on our allies and partners in this global endeavor. In the EUCOM AOR, 6 flights will transport about 1,800 vulnerable Afghans from Germany to the United States today. In addition, approximately 2,000 more will arrive. In this case, Ramstein Air Base, Germany, is scheduled to receive approximately 13 flights. Since August 20th, EUCOM has assisted approximately 10,000 vulnerable Afghans and evacuees for transit to onward locations. You will likely hear more details today at planned press schedule with Mr. Kirby and planned for General Walters later today. Several thousand evacuees have arrived in the United States so far and will continue to do so. In the past 24 hours, 5 flights landed at Dulles International Airport with approximately 1,200 passengers. As part of this process, these individuals completed biometric vetting and screening in accordance with the FBI, NCTC, and Customs and Border Control standards, all directed by the Department of Homeland Security. We are working around the clock to provide safe, sanitary, and appropriate receptions at processing at all of our locations throughout the world. We know you have questions about our current
All right, guys, just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Our mission remains unchanged. For each day of this operation, we have carried out the direction of the President and the Secretary of Defense. Until that mission changes, we will continue to put forth our maximum effort to safely evacuate as many people as possible, and we will keep you updated. Lastly, I want to give you a short update on Haiti. The Department of Defense and U.S. Southern Command continue to be in full support of USAID as the lead federal agency. The USAID Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance team has been on the ground since the beginning, and we've been supporting them since then, as have a lot of our allies and partners, working with international community to identify points of need. This life-saving aid and assistance mission is where DoD's unique capabilities, specifically in airlift and logistics, are engaged each day to get that life-saving aid where it needs to be rapidly. As of late last evening, JTF Haiti has conducted over 364 full-spectrum missions, both with the DoD assets and the United States Coast Guard, which have assisted or saved over 436 lives and delivered over 163 pounds of vital aid as of late yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Just one more note, and then we'll get to questions. I think you may have seen now we have released the Secretary's memo with respect to mandatory vaccinations for COVID-19. He has determined, after careful consultation with medical experts and military leadership, and of course with the support of the President, that mandatory vaccination against the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, is necessary to protect the safety of our service members and our force. Mandatory vaccination will only use COVID-19 vaccines that receive full licensure from the Food and Drug Administration in accordance with FDA-approved labeling and guidance. Mandatory vaccination requirements will be implemented consistent with DoD Immunization Program Instruction 6205.02. In other words, the existing structure and regulations that govern policies and procedures for managing mandatory vaccination across the force. This is consistent with the Department's efforts to ensure the safety of our service members and, again, to maintain the readiness of the force. With that, we'll take questions. Bob.
John, thank you. With regard to Afghanistan, I wonder if you could give us a sense of what the evacuation endgame is likely to look like or expected to look like in terms of sort of the sequence of events over the last, say, 3 or 4 or 5 days. Will the U.S. need to have sort of exclusive use of the fields and the apparatus to execute the final flights?
I'll ask the General to probably be more specific than me, Bob, but what we anticipate happening in the last couple of days, we will so first of all, we will continue to evacuate needed populations all the way to the end. If we.
And here's Blinken. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
I'd like to give you all an update on the situation in Afghanistan and our ongoing efforts there, particularly as they relate to U.S. citizens. And then I'm very happy to take your questions. Let me begin with my profound appreciation for our diplomats and service members who are working around the clock at the airport in Kabul and at a growing number of transit sites to facilitate